light this bitch up.
Hey, yo. Oh, I didn't turn my lights on. What up, fools? Today is 3/22/2023. It is 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time here in the ATL. Damn it, forgot to cancel again. TTS better work. Oh, whoa. Oh no, I left Factorio on all night again. Oh no. I have to keep resetting. Oh, I keep doing so much work and then losing all of it because I just leave Factorio on. I got a bunch of new plants for my fish tank, and I was just putting them all in, cleaning up the tank a little bit, getting it nice and pretty, planting all of them, and that's why I'm a little bit late. I was 3 minutes late, so that's why. But I am here now. It's okay. Yeah, the TTS just doesn't work for new members for re-upped memberships for some reason. I don't know why. Actually, let me check the settings real quick. Yeah, I've been ignoring this schizo person named Right of Reply. I allowed him on stream one day. He ran away, like within I want to say 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. And he ran away. Like, it was just so easy to to scare that kid off. And he couldn't have a conversation. He refused to respond to anything that I was saying the entire time. But his editor is this like brain rotted retard on Twitter who just runs around posting clips, out of context clips, mind you, of his debates under everybody's stuff. So like everybody he debates, they'll like make these out of context clips, and then they'll go follow that person around, posting the clips everywhere they comment. And so I'm telling his chatter or his editor, I'm like, dude, I they're like, oh, you won't debate him again? And I was like, I'll debate him again. But he ran from the last debate. Why would he want to debate again? Like, I wanted to debate him the first time and I never got that. So why would he want to debate again? That doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Settings. Subscriber alert, member alert, super chat alert, tip alert, purchase alert. Yeah, it says it's on there. So I guess I don't know. Because it's not even popping up as like a notification for me. And I don't know why. Here, let's reset this. Who did you wanted to debate? ROR, right of reply. Schizo dude. Like, he's this British guy who just like rambles like a crazy person, and then every time you try to talk, he starts talking over you. He's got an obsession with chudlogic. But he was really upset with the map debate from a while ago. And so I brought him on and I talked to him. I think my editor's gonna post the debate soon with him. It's been like 3 months since I debated him. But I'm pretty sure my editor's gonna post the debate soon, just because we're a little short on content. Like, the streams that I've been doing, like the like big streams that I've been doing lately, they're not things that I can really put in the clips. Like, I can't put them into like hour to 2 hour long videos, right? So like all of the Brittany Simon Destiny stuff, that took like 5 hours to get through. I'm not gonna post a 5 hour video. It was the entire freaking stream was that conversation. What about your debate with Sick? Well, I think we're gonna post the N-word debate one. The other one, I don't want to. I'm not posting that. You can see this bump on my head. It's not even a bump. There's nothing there. There's no bump. It's just the red mark. Tom, I didn't watch it. Was it bad? Yeah. Wait, you didn't see Chud go over it or anything? Yeah, I watched. So I went into Six chat the next day, and as soon as he saw me, he's like, "Oh no, oh no," and I was like, "I accept your apology." He's like, "Thank you." What happened? He got drunk during the debate. Like, he showed up really late, and then when he finally got there, while we were debating, he just got way too drunk. Like in the middle of the debate, to where he's slurring his words. He's not like making a single coherent point. He's not engaging with anything that I'm saying. And he's just kind of acting a fool, and it was funny, but like if I would mention he was drunk, he would get a little offended, and so I didn't want to, like, I wanted to just meme the rest of the debate, but he would get offended every time. So then I was like, ah, crap, dude. Like, I can't debate him seriously. I can't meme on him. Like, I don't know what to do here. So yeah. All right, somebody else try to use your membership. Click on click on your membership, and then it should have like a an option to send like a message or a TTS or something. Um, so like if you click on the dollar bill sign or whatever, I think it should give you the option to post like a membership message. You get one every time you re up with your membership. Um, so I just clicked on something to try to turn on the TTS. I'm getting messages from work now like, hey, wanted to make sure your head's okay. Yeah, I guess the TTS isn't working for that. I know Destiny's works for it, but he got like he has a different TTS. Like he had his own TTS server or service made, so I don't know what it is he's using. I'm sitting at work waiting for the janitors to show up. That's always fun. Um, so the other day, speaking of being drunk, I was really drunk the other day. We had people in chat saying that Destiny did a really bad job in the Richard Spencer debate. Why am I so blurry? Is it just me? I'm really blurry, right? Yeah, I'm blurry. This is strange. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm so blurry. Maybe if I just like make myself a little, yeah, that looks better. That looks a lot better. Maybe I'm just too big. Um, so yeah, so the other day I got into it with chat. We were all arguing over whether or not Destiny did a good job in the Richard Spencer debate. I haven't seen it. So I was just arguing that like the reasons that they were giving for him not doing a good job were not good reasons. And but I kept saying, I'm like, but I haven't even seen it. So I don't know. Like I have no idea if like maybe there's other reasons for why he did poorly. I have no idea. So that was a week ago. So yeah, so I figured at this point, like we all said that we should watch it, so now I'm gonna watch it. What I heard is that Destiny got notified of this debate right before the day and didn't have time to research about him. So what I heard is that he did get notified of it, but he didn't think they were being serious. He thought they were joking about having Richard Spencer on. And so he just he just thought it was a meme. So yeah. Destiny knows who Richard Spencer is, but you actually want to do like research on their actual positions and what they think and crap like that. But yeah, I that's why I was late. Is I was planting all of my new plants in the tank and getting them in there. Um, but yeah, here's the is this let's see if I can okay, yeah. Let me pull this up. Why? I don't know why this does this all of a sudden. It didn't used to do this. Okay. So yeah, so this is his editor. Um this you looks like you. Disgraceful, disgusting. So this is his editor posting these clips.
How do you do, Tom? My name's Brian Allen Davis.
Just following me around. Like, oh wait, the posts are back up. What the hell? The posts are back up. What happened? That was weird. Okay, so yeah, this was on Lav's post. Mr. Girl commented. I commented on his comment. I think did they both like it? Okay, no. But yeah, so then right of replies editor following me around posting these stupid clips.
How do you do, Tom? My name's Brian Allen Davis, otherwise known as Right to Reply. I'm just a small-time YouTuber, independent journalist. If people want to come and check me out, would you like to introduce yourself to my audience?
Yeah, my name's Tom Foolery. I have Tom Foolery Show on YouTube. I stream on YouTube.
Okay. No full legal name or anything, no?
No, not this time.
Okie dokie. Right, okay. Right, so the debate you jumped on with all your pals. Did you enter it in good faith? That's my first question.
Yes, I would say yes.
Right, so you were willing to have your mind changed by maps or pedophiles or what? I'm just going to call them all pedophiles, all right? I'm not going to start calling them maps. So you were willing to have your mind changed by pedophiles if their arguments were sufficient enough and better than yours.
Yeah.
You were.
Yeah.
You were willing to have your mind changed about adults having sex with children.
Yeah, of course.
You were.
Yeah, of course. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's it. That's the whole freaking thing. And they've posted this clip a million times. They love posting this clip. And that's the whole thing. That's it. So yeah, so I went back and forth with them for a little bit, just telling them like, dude, the guy like refuses to engage. So like I don't know what to tell you. So then they posted another thing, okay? They said this is going to sting a little, okay? So his whole argument, Right of Reply's whole argument was, I don't have to know why being a pedophile is wrong. I don't have to be able to explain it. I just instinctually know that it's wrong. I intuitively know that it's wrong. I can intuit that having sex with children is wrong. That's stupid. You like wrong and right are things that we made up. Like you can't intuit that something is wrong. You can intuitively not want to do something, but that doesn't make it wrong, right? So like poop smells bad to us intuitively and instinctually. And that makes us not want to eat it, right? Like we all just intuitively know not to eat poop. That is good enough for 99% of people. Sure, but we're in a conversation about the actual thing. So this isn't like, of course, for 99% of people, that's perfectly fine. But this isn't 99, like We're not in 99% of conversations. When we're there to actually have a conversation about pedophilia, this is completely different. And he's mad at me for being able to explain why pedophilia is wrong. He's saying, if you explain why pedophilia is wrong, you are enabling pedophiles. That's what he said. That was his whole argument. Is just by me explaining why it's wrong, I am enabling pedophilia. So like all of these people, when he posted the debate on his channel, all of these people are commenting. I went and looked at it. There were a ton of people commenting, like, bro, if you can't explain why pedophilia is wrong, then you just don't know why pedophilia is wrong. Like, it's that simple. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're a pedophile, but it does mean that you don't understand right from wrong. Like, so anyways, this is apparently his response to those chatters.
Fly, boss, walk, jam, nitty gritty. You're listening to the boy from the big bad city. This is Jam Hot. This is Jam Hot.
How'd you do, my YouTube friends? Right, this guy commented on my channel and deleted it, but it still comes into my emails, so I can still read them, even if people delete their comments.
It likely was not deleted. It likely goes into, like, a lot of comments are filtered out. I didn't know this for a long time, but a lot of comments are filtered out, and if you use your YouTube Studio app, you can find the ones that are filtered out and then approve them, and they'll go back. So if he received an email, then he can probably and that's why it says, like, right under here, manage all comments. Like, he can manage it and put it back. But yeah.
So let's go through it, shall we? You needed to be convinced that, so he's obviously quoting me, there's a bad argument as to why he's the bad guy. Everyone needed to be convinced of everything at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Did they?
Yeah.
According to who? According to what? You? Oh, okay. So
everything moral, yes, 100%.
I can see why he deleted it now. Nothing is just intuitive, guy.
Nothing moral, correct.
Well, yes, it is. That's why the word intuitive exists. You can't walk into any argument and say it's just intuitive. Perhaps not any argument, but some arguments, of course. Intuition, obviously, and instincts apply.
I don't even think, like, yeah, I don't think you can't intuit that something is true. You can't do that. I don't think that that's possible. If you guys want to correct me, can you name something that you can intuit that is true? Especially not something socially constructed like morality, right? You can't intuit that is true. But like, I don't think you can intuit something is a true thing. I don't think that's possible.
Instincts and intuition is part of life. Therefore, that part of life must be valid in many arguments that are also part of life. It's preposterous to think otherwise. It's preposterous to think that
what up, Rooney?
Some arguments have certain boundaries where other aspects of life are not allowed to participate. It's against the rules. Well, that's not accurate at all. If you can't explain why, then it's a problem because it means you just believe it because you were told. Huh?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're saying, when you say, I intuit that this is wrong, it sounds like you're saying, I know it's wrong because somebody else told me that it's wrong.
That's not what intuition means. Intuition and
but because you cannot intuit this, that's the only way that you actually could have come to this conclusion that having sex with children is wrong, because you can't intuit it, meaning, but if you know that it's wrong, then somebody else just told you that it was wrong, and that's it.
Instincts means that you don't need to be told by anyone else. That's the whole point of intuition and instinct. We'll get to that in a minute anyway. So you're confusing to... I can see why you deleted it now. You're confused.
He's not confusing him. He's already explained at the beginning that you can't intuit this. He's explaining after the fact, but you're taking it point by point and then ignoring the earlier points and the later points. This is stupid.
It's in two different aspects of life. You think that intuition and instinct is a derivative of something you were told once. In which case...
He does not think that.
I would just be like, this guy, wouldn't I needed to be convinced at some point in my life? That's a dangerous place to be. Well, you're making my point now, isn't it? If you need to be convinced of something that's bad and wrong by somebody else, just because you were told it was bad and wrong, then that's a dangerous place to be. Thank God you were told that it was bad first.
It's funny that he's saying that's a dangerous place to be when that's literally what he's doing. He's the one who's sitting there saying that it's wrong, but he doesn't know why. He can't explain why something's wrong. And he's saying, which means that the only way that he could know that it's wrong is that somebody else who did logic their way to that position told him that it was wrong. And that's how he found out that it's wrong. And now he just uses their logic to come to that position and thinks that he can just intuit it now.
Well, how did they know? By someone that told them. By someone that told them. That somebody that told them. That somebody that told them. And so now it's religious doctrine. It's intuitive. I don't need to be told by anyone else.
Yes, you are engaging in religious doctrine. Yes, 100%.
It's not good. Otherwise, you'd be telling us it's intuitive and that's good. Nah, you're a bit messed up, Brian. Right, yeah. Intuition comes from... Yeah. Let's get rid of this. No. Here's intuition.
Oh. Oh,
And there's instinct. Right, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Let's start with instincts.
Right.
A natural...
His editor really needs to do a better job at clipping out some of these dead parts and the throat clearing and all of this other crap. His editor sucks, dude.
or intuitive way of acting or thinking. So, right, yeah.
Right, yeah.
A fact or quality of possessing innate behavioural patterns, right, yeah. So it's
right, yeah.
It comes from within. It's the whole point of these words is nobody else is involved. You know, like you don't need to tell a baby how to suckle on a mother's teat. No, yeah, you don't need to educate a baby like this is a tit. This is where you get milk from.
Actions are very different from morals, dude. He doesn't understand the difference between actions and morals. He thinks that this is analogous, is to say like, yeah, like when I gave the example, like you don't eat poop, right? Yeah, sucking on your mother's teeth, like this is something that is just intuitive. Sure, it's instinctual, yes, but that's very different from morality.
From like they don't even know what that fucking means. Like the art of language, that's all code. This is all code, right? Yeah, like, that's irrelevant to a newborn baby. Babies have instincts and intuition. For you, Ryan, to think that a baby needs educating on what milk is, where it comes from, where the breast is, how to suckle on a teat, and all that sort of stuff is preposterous. They rely on instincts and intuition.
The guy didn't say that instincts and intuition don't exist. He's saying that you can't use intuition to know something.
They intuitively know what's good for them without being educated upon it. Now take that skill set, that faculty, right, yeah, and enhance upon it. Just because sentient beings grow bigger and stronger and fitter and wiser, right, yeah, it doesn't mean that those instincts and intuitions dissipate. If anything, they grow and get stronger as we do, as the sentient being does. Your instincts and intuition grow stronger, as you get stronger. Like, yeah. So it's the ability
No.
to understand something instinctively without.
Wait, your instincts and intuitions get stronger as you get stronger? Then it's not instinct anymore. It's not instinct and or intuition anymore if it changes over time. What, this guy is so dumb. He's actually like clinically retarded. This does not make sense. Actually, a lot of moms and babies need help with breastfeeding. He's flat out wrong on that point. Sure, you like I was gonna bring that up earlier, but then I thought, you know what? Like, still, it is like an instinctual thing. Like, it is a thing that is instinctual for us. It's just, yeah, there's still lots of, like, there are gonna be some outliers there, but generally, like, babies just naturally suckle on teats. I don't think you need to be told something is bad to have a gut feeling that it is bad. However, I don't think it is a good argument for anything. Right, but that's very different from whether or not it's actually bad, right? Lots of people have a gut feeling that being gay is bad. It makes them very uncomfortable when they see two guys kissing each other, right? Or it makes them feel really gross when they happen upon some gay porn, or when they see a trans person. It can make them feel very uncomfortable, and they intuit that this is bad now because it makes them feel uncomfortable. But it doesn't mean it's actually bad, right? It doesn't mean it's really bad. So your gut feeling, sure, you can get a gut feeling that something's bad, but that doesn't mean you're right.
The need for conscious reasoning, right? Yeah. So a baby knows how to suckle on its mother's teat.
Like, we generally think killing someone for no good reason is bad. Well, we do, but that, again, that's because we're taught this. Like what he was talking about earlier, like, where just one person, like, figures it out. They reasoned it for you, and now this spreads over time. Sure. But we didn't always think killing somebody for no good reason was bad. Lots of times they just didn't care. Like, there's tons of stories of Vikings just randomly killing one another. There's stories of Native Americans just randomly killing one another. There's lots of stories within lots of tribes and villages of different types of people just randomly killing one another. Back to the monkey killing days. Would you stop being so racist, dude? Oh my goodness. We gotta moderate the moderators up in here.
And get some milk, nourishment, and get stronger instinctively, intuitively, without being educated upon it, without it being reasoned. Just like I know.
Yes, that is a big part of why it's not a good argument. Your gut feeling could be wrong. Yes, exactly.
Right, yeah. But harming a child in any which way, shape, or form is instinctively and intuitively wrong. Just like I knew when I was a baby how to suckle on my mother's teat. Do you understand? Now, this guy here, Tom, he doesn't understand that. He thinks, right, yeah, if he isn't told and educated by somebody else that it's wrong to harm a child, right, yeah, then he doesn't know.
This is actually incorrect because I can explain why it's wrong. This is actually obviously incorrect for anybody who watches the debate because I can explain why it's wrong and he cannot.
Know that it's wrong. He has to be educated and reasoned with that it's wrong by
nobody had to reason it with me. I was able to reason it myself.
Other people. But how do you think they know? How do you think they know? At some point it all came from intuition and instinct.
No, it came from logic. It came from, like, creating something called morality. We started to decide that there's a thing called morality that is good. It helps us interact with one another. It helps us grow societies. It helps us have a large group of people in a single space. Because if we put all these people here and there's no rules for how we're supposed to interact, then we all just do whatever the hell we want, right? So now we have to actually, like, build rules. We have to make rules for how to interact with one another. And that's morality. That's what that is. So we create these rules based on principles of, like, you know, not harming the other person, or, you know, not causing problems, you know, not hurting society. Like, these sorts of things are going to are going to give us the ability to build on morality.
Do you understand, right? Yeah. So if these people
Right, yeah.
that haven't got it within themselves to know that it's wrong intuitively and instinctively, right? Yeah, are the
Right,
dangers
yeah.
to children. People like Tom here are dangerous to children because he instinctively and intuitively doesn't know that it's wrong, and he has to be.
Neither do you. Neither do you. Oh no.
To know that it's wrong intuitively and instinctively, right? Yeah, are the
Right, yeah.
dangers to children. People like Tom here are dangerous to children because he instinctively and intuitively doesn't know that it's wrong, and he has to be reasoned with.
Reasoned with.
No, he has to be reasoned with. But the action of thinking about something in a logical, sensible way, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
by somebody else. Right, yeah, he has to be.
He just made this part up. I don't, like, literally nobody said anything about anybody else. I don't know why he keeps saying this. He just made this whole thing up. Oh, it's just by somebody else. Nobody said anybody else. I personally, me, Tom Foolery, I can explain why it is wrong. You cannot. You got it from somebody else. I can explain why it's wrong. I can give you the logical formula as to how I came to that conclusion. So it doesn't need anybody else. I can do it myself. Whereas you cannot do that. You cannot explain why it's wrong, meaning you don't know why it's wrong, meaning you got it from somebody else.
Be reasoned with by somebody else. It's not like intuitive reasoning. It's not instinctive reasoning. And not only that, this is what else makes him dangerous, right? Yeah, because he doesn't know that it's intuitively and instinctively wrong. He
doesn't know that it's intuitively, instinctively wrong. That means it's not intuitive or instinctive, you freaking retard. He is so stupid. He doesn't realize he is disproving his own point here. He doesn't realize he is disproving himself when he says this. He doesn't know that it's intuitively wrong. Yeah? Right? Yeah?
He's admitted to me and you and everybody else that listens to this that he is willing to be convinced by those who harm and rape children, right? Yeah, but it is a good thing if they provide a better argument than his.
Wait, that's not. What? I didn't say it's a good thing if they provide a better argument than me. But he is just making up so much stuff, dude. Tom has to be reasoned with. I know. It's so bad, dude. I'm so bad. I have to be reasoned with. Oh my goodness. Historically, people thought it was okay for adults to treat kids just like adults. Yes, that's the whole freaking thing, is that, like, there were actually adults who had sex with kids and married kids for a very long time. This is a very new thing that he's talking about. It is very new that we don't have sex with kids. This is a new thing in human history. This is not a thing that's happened for all of time and eternity. We have had sex with kids for a very long time. For most of human history, we have had sex with kids. He thinks that this is just intuitively wrong. He's so stupid.
So, like, do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's preposterous reasoning. Because
yes, it is learned behavior. Yes, one way or the other, either having sex with kids, not having sex with kids. This is all learned behavior, one way or the other. We're humans. This is how we interact.
You know what? The children and the babies that are involved in this equation, that are getting raped and abused and molested and everything like that, are not in a position to provide any type of reasoning or logical argument. They haven't been on the planet long enough to work with the code that we're all working with, the codex. The language that we're speaking is a sophisticated part of life.
The rest of us. The rest of us, sure.
The English language has more words in it than any other language on earth. Therefore, it's the most expressive and the most sophisticated language on earth. There's more words in it to express yourself than any other language. And we are very, mankind is very sophisticated beings. So to expect that sort of sophistication from a child to provide reasonable argument as to why it's good or bad or everything is even more preposterous in itself. So
well, we don't expect that from a child, because children do have sex with children, and nobody cares.
An individual is willing to accept arguments from fully grown adults as to why it's okay to abuse a child in any which way, shape, or form, let alone sexually, right? Yeah, makes him a danger to children. The fact that he doesn't.
Yeah, I would say anybody who doesn't understand why it's wrong to have sex with children is the danger. Like, the person who cannot explain why it's wrong to have sex with children, that is the person who is a danger to society. That is the person who is a danger to children. The one who cannot explain why it's wrong to have sex with children, the one who has no idea why it's bad to have sex with children, that's the person who is a danger to children. Not the one who can explain it, not the one who can tell you why it's wrong.
Instinctively, intuitively know it makes him a danger to children. And the fact that you've come on my channel and typed all that shit makes you a danger to children, and I can see why you deleted it.
This freaking guy, dude. This guy's mind will be blown when he discovers Chinese. I was just thinking that. I was like, dude, there's so many different ways that you can express entire concepts in Chinese. I don't think what he's saying is true. Just because we have more words, I don't think means that we have more ways to express ourselves, because Chinese people can use less iconography to express more things. Like, we would say they're expressing more words with less iconography. So he's just wrong when he says that because we have more words, we have more ways to express ourselves.
Anyway, until next time, take care.
Yes, well, exactly. It's even he's not even saying like God can tell you it's bad. He's saying that you're just born knowing it's bad. And that's just not the case with literally anything. There's not a single thing in the world that you just are born knowing it's bad. There's nothing. There's not a single thing anywhere ever that you are born knowing that it's bad. So yeah, he is an idiot. So I like, and they said that I kept saying, I'm like, bro, he literally ran from the last debate. Like, what am I supposed to do here? And they said that he doesn't run from debates, so I posted this clip. Why it's wrong and what the outcomes are that are harmful. You can't even get that far. You're just saying it is wrong because it's wrong. Then you do it. Explain it. Then explain it. I've asked you 3 times to explain it. Explain why it's wrong then. You said you could do it, so do it.
Right. I've just explained to you. I intuitively know why it's wrong.
Yeah, I don't care.
The difference between me and you. Why are you interrupting me? I heard everything you had to say.
Because you're not explaining. I don't care about your dumb rambles. I want you to answer the question. Explain why it is wrong.
Right, it's wrong because tomfoolery. You're a paedophile who's a danger to children. It needs to be convinced that touching a child is wrong.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant. And then he ran. That was about what I expected. That was good. What's up, Queeman? I didn't really watch any of his content, so I don't know, but that guy yeah. So yeah, that was fun. That was good. So yeah, they're saying that that's not him running. And then they keep posting like these clips again. So yeah, I was like, I'll have him on. And what the outcome. If he wants to come on and finally explain why it's wrong, I'll have him on. I doubt that he couldn't explain it the first 10 times I asked him. I doubt he's going to be able to explain it this time, but sure, if he wants to get raped like a child, if he wants me to rape him like I rape children, then I will do that again. Okay.
white people as a group historically, it's hard to know what that means. Like, if you want to talk about like German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, because the reality is that like if you were to poll a ton, there's just something. Oh my God, my mind. I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized this. There needs to be conscious decisions. I think it has to come from media first. And when I say media, I include alternative media as well. So people like you and me, you have to make the conscious decision to start to bridge gaps, right? You can do partisan content for your entire life, but you are evil and you're destroying the country when you do that. When you do hyper partisan content, you are saying that like we are different from these people on a fundamental level. They're evil, we're good, and we're gonna fight that fight and advocate for a national divorce. The issue that I have is that like there is a difference between like white pride and black pride. Like, if we're honest, the histories between these two things are different, and generally the sentiments behind them are different, right?
What is
like,
the difference?
I think the difference is that generally white people are pretty okay in the United States on the qualification of being white. Now, there are poor white people, but their lives aren't because they're white, they're poor. Or there might be white people that are addicted to drugs, but their lives aren't because they're white, they're because they're hooked to opiates. Whereas for black people, African Americans specifically, descendants of slaves, a lot of their lives today are still a little bit, not because their parents were poor or their grandparents were poor, but because there were racial policies in the United States from 64 and earlier that actually like racially impacted people. So I'm very empathetic.
So you only get to have pride if you struggle. I mean, like
I'm not saying you can only.
That is what you're saying.
Well, no. Hold on, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that like I can understand people treating the things a bit differently.
Sure.
But the problem is that people take it a little bit too far, and instead of saying like, well, hold on, I think that there needs to be a special, unique place for black people to talk about their place in the U.S. and the history in the U.S. That evolved into white people, they can't talk about anything related to whiteness, and now we're only going to talk about black issues, and if you even dare challenge that, you're racist. Like, that evolution is very toxic, and I think that change is what has like destroyed so many of the conversations. Thinking back like to the phrase like it's okay to be white, like the response to that should have just, or like white lives matter, the response to that should have just been like, yeah, they do, but like that's not what we're talking about right now, and like that's it, instead of like, no, you can't say that, that's hateful. It's like, why fight against that? Like, it's so stupid.
Right. I didn't quite follow you there at the end. I mean,
I didn't either.
There is also a kind of double standard of when, someone has Irish pride or something like that. It's like, oh, that's so cool and beautiful and poetic and things like that. Someone says they have German pride and people have a little bit of a different opinion, or Russian pride, because it's bigger and stronger and more powerful and can actually affect the world, unlike, I don't know, Irish Catholic nationalism or something like that. But you can't just say, okay, it's good if it's weak and it's bad if it's strong. I mean, it's a natural human tendency to want to be a part of a bigger tribe, something bigger than yourself, civilization even. And so it can't just be justified if people are not politically powerful.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the type of movement you're in and like where you're coming from. Like, because realistically, like when somebody says white pride, I don't really know like white people as a group historically, it's hard to know what that means. Like, if you want to talk about like German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, at least in my mind, the only thing I think of is slavery. Because I'm like, well, what did white people do versus like black people?
Or you think it's almost too generic and kind of
vague. That's the issue. Like, and then when somebody appeals to
something,
something,
what does it mean? You go to Target as opposed to the dollar store, you're white or something?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Whereas I think and then there's a slight difference too, because when you talk about like African American culture, there was a unifying culture between descendants of slaves, because a lot of them can't even point back to the countries they're from. And so their culture basically starts at my great 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 granddaddy was a slave and that's all I have. And here's the culture that I was thrust into.
Destiny like isn't letting Richard get a word in edgewise, dude. He's just this is a bit of gish galloping here.
That was thrust upon me, and then this is what we created out of that. And so I'm more sympathetic to, I understand why some people are like, I have African American pride, but it feels a little bit different. It's like, I have white pride. It's like, okay, well, you can go to Ellis Island, you can see like exactly where your family came from. Like, your pride is going to be a little bit more ethnically precise than that. And when you just say white pride, it feels a little bit strange,
I get what you're saying, and
I agree
being
with
sympathetic towards it. I have many of the same criticisms.
I agree with this. I agree because, Like, lots of times when we're talking about, like, having pride in something, it makes sense to have pride in an ethnicity. It makes sense to have pride in, like, a specific type of culture. But there really isn't, like, a white specified type of culture, right? There isn't, like, there is an American type of culture. There's an Italian culture. There's an Irish culture. There's a French culture. There's all of these, like, different subcategories of white culture, but there's not, like, an overarching white culture. That doesn't really exist. And the not gonna lie, it's weird that you don't think anything is inherently wrong. You think everything is a social construct, I imagine, and you subscribe to moral relativism. You realize somebody who thinks that, because you're the same person who was just defending Brittany Simon in here the other day. You realize moral relativism is where you think there's nothing actually wrong. And so the person who says, oh, I am not going to judge them based on morality, I'm going to judge them based on the morality of their bubble, that is moral relativism. I say no. There is a thing called morality. It is not objective, but I can come to the best possible prescription using a moral system and know what is actually right or wrong based on that system. So where you will defend actual moral relativism with Brittany, I will say, no, it's not relative. I can actually tell you that something is actually harmful and therefore immoral. That doesn't make it objective, because I'm subjectively choosing to base my moral system on harm and what is beneficial to society. But if you can tell me what moral system the cavemen used, if you can tell me why so many different groups have different moral systems that are completely separate from one another, why some of them even didn't think it was wrong to murder people, then maybe you can make sense of how there could possibly be objective morality. If you want to jump in, you can jump into the server real quick and I'll pull you into the BC. And I'm happy to have, like, a meta ethics conversation. Damn it, dude. It won't let me just hit play.
One of the
There we go.
criticisms that I do agree with that you hear from the left is, they'll show some image of some, fatso screaming white pride or yelling at someone, and they'll be like, this is the white supremacist, And then there's also that other kind of question of, like, what are you actually standing for? What do you want?
Yeah.
I think that was a major question, that why question about the alt-right and why it failed and is kind of part of the past now, is because it couldn't answer. There was no, like, actual spiritual core to what whiteness is.
Which
I think that's
so
very
many
true.
movements have that issue. Remember Occupy
Yeah.
Wall Street? What the
Yes.
fuck did they want? That was a huge fervor, and it came and it went, and like, what the fuck did you guys want? Or BLM and the riots and the police, like, what did you guys want? To abolish policing? They tried that as a place, it didn't work. Like, what did you guys want? The alt-right, Charlottesville, everything. What do you guys want? And it's like,
Exactly.
more Christianity, Catholicism, not that. What more, like what? Like, yeah, there's an issue with a lot of
I agree.
misdirected anger today, where it's like, channel it on something and figure out a policy or something to rally by. Maybe legalize, like, marijuana or something, but find something that you want to champion.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's because America isn't offering that anymore. So when you think about, okay, I mean, I'll do two things real quick. So just, be a little patient. So there is a white identity to the United States that is, I would say, overwhelmingly Protestant and overwhelmingly Anglo, and there were a lot of nativist battles against, bringing in Italians and Central Europeans and so on in the 19th century. From the Immigration Act of 1924 and let's say up to the 60s, I think and this was also coming after the progressive reforms that did a lot of great things, in my opinion. But anyway, I think there was a pretty coherent white American public. It was perhaps fleeting. It was kind of more Christian than Protestant, more European than Anglo-Saxon, but it was a real thing. But I also think that like grasping onto that, holding on to it is kind of clinging to the past. I think we've moved beyond that period of time. It was a great time in many ways. It was a bad time if you were African American, or not so bad, but bad in many ways if you're an African.
Chinese, or depending on where you were.
I get it. But it was something, and I think that was probably the essence of the "Make America Great Again" notion. It was about again going back to the past, rehearsing something. But I think the main thing is that America is not able to offer any overarching, coherent vision that's attractive, that's irrational, even.
Main Event became a member.
Let's go. Main event. Hey. Wait. Do I always get notifications like that telling me that somebody became a member? Oh, no. That's right. It didn't read them. It didn't read it. It just made the ding, ding, ding sound, and that was it. That's cool. Thank you, Main Event, for resubscribing or rejoining for the third time. Hell yeah, Rooney Boo just re-upped for the third time as well.
That's exciting, Dionysian, and thus we're kind of retreating into this like fragmented societies of BLM angst, alt-right angst, Fuentes yay angst, screw the patriarchy angst. They're probably literally screwing the patriarchy. That's anyway.
I feel
because we're not offering anything. When John Winthrop, before he even set foot on the soil, he had an idea of what America was. It was this New Jerusalem concept. It was a highly fundamentalist, puritanical notion, one that I don't resonate with, to be honest, but it was something. He defined it even before he was here. We've had various ways in the Cold War. I mean, I have this article I'm going to publish, but it's about how U2 kind of predicted the Cold War or ended the Cold War in some crazy way. Though we're torn in two, we can be one. They sang that in 1983 before 1989, 91, and everything changed. And so they were imagining some vision that you wanted to come be a part of. And I think for Bono and you.
Well, yeah, and that is like the United States. Where did Alex go? Alex was kind of acting like it's weird that I'm a moral relativist, but then I tell them I'm not a moral relativist, that Brittany's a moral relativist, and then I explain how I'm not a moral relativist, but I don't think morals are objective, and then they just don't respond. It's really weird. It's really odd how that happens so often.
U2 is actually deeply Christian. This is
But yes, like the United States was originally built to be an ethno-state, and we're failing right now. We are failing at being an ethno-state, and we need to try harder.
Has to be something there, or we are going to fragment into things like BLM and the alt-right.
So here, this is something also that I kind of think in terms of. So earlier I alluded to this idea that I feel like the idea of a unified America was a bit illusory. I feel like we felt that way, or we feel like in the past it was that way. So Adam, when you talk about like hip hop and you talk about like rappers, I feel like one thing that's really important for a lot of these guys, that a lot of kind of middle class America, and I feel like people have lost, is where you're from.
Oh yeah, huge.
Yeah, but I think that I feel like in the United States, I feel like we used to be a lot more local, but again, because of the internet, I think something happened to where now the only thing everybody knows Marjorie Taylor Greene. Everybody knows, like if you ask like a conservative in Wyoming or Montana or whatever, like which politician do you hate the most? They're going to talk to you about like people from the House of Representatives in New York.
Yes.
They're going to talk to you about people that have no impact on their lives whatsoever.
Right.
And I think that there's an illusion I think that's created in the past America where everybody's involved in their own communities and their own churches and their own unions and their own local politics scene, and you feel like you're kind of a unified America, even though this community and this community might feel totally about things, but in their own communities, they've achieved some sort of equilibrium where they feel comfortable and confident. But now, local politics, everybody's on this national level, and no way can you get 340 million people to all feel the same about anything.
But in a weird way, we all do feel the same. It's kind of both because, like a rancher in Wyoming, because he's on social media to some degree, is going to be like, those BLM riots, they're burning down cities, like Antifa's coming from. And it's like, listen, let me, as someone who was assaulted by Antifa, I can tell you, like, they are not coming to rural Montana. Like, just,
Sure.
let you know.
But I mean, on that same
all
thing, though-
immediate, we're brought together in this kind of incredible way.
Yeah, but in like but in a horrible way.
Well,
because
for
the reality
sure.
is that like if you were to poll a ton, this is something. Oh my God, my mind. I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized this. Is if you're trying to figure out what Americans feel like, first of all, get rid of the idea of Americans. Number one, and number two, stop looking at national polling data because we don't vote national in anything. We vote for our representatives, we vote for our senators, and then we vote within our states for things. And when you start looking more granularly at American opinion, you start to realize more why things are the way they are. You might think that like, well, 52% of Americans support the legalization of marijuana or prostitution or gun control or whatever. But when you look state by state, you're like, okay, hold on, this breaks down way differently depending on where you're looking at things.
But that's changing.
But we're trying to
opposite trend
force.
is happening.
It might be, but the problem is we're trying to force our national views on everything where we still have a system, whether we like it or even acknowledge it, that still very much works on the local level. I think BLM and policing is a really good example. We tried to come together as a country and make strong statements on policing, but policing is decided by your mayor. These
Right.
are your most local elections. Obama's not going to fucking save you from a bad cop.
Right.
Trump's not going to do shit about an unfair prosecution. But we all are looking and obsessing at that national level, and then nobody looks at their local communities. And now we're like, well, I feel like we don't get along like we ever did before. It's like, I don't know if anybody from New York City in the year 1892 would have gotten along with somebody from, some rural place, some rancher in Texas, but it felt like they did because they never talked to each other. They never had the opportunity to be exposed to each other.
Let me try to bring some of these things together because you're bringing up some very important topics. So America has never been a coherent nation, and it's never been a nation state at all. It has always been an empire in some degree or another.
Sure.
So there's actually a thinker who's out of favor now, who I think is a genius, Frederick Jackson Turner, with this notion of the frontier. So in European languages, if you're, let's say, a Prussian, and you have the word frontier, that means border. That means you've got to face off against the Russian Empire, France, some naval invasion, all that kind of stuff. In America, frontier means the opposite. It means endless open space, which we had. You can just go out there and make a new world, and if you can survive, you're it. And we actually went downward in terms of civilization. So in Boston, you're riding trolley cars and reading the Gospels, and you start to go out into the wilderness and you're rowing a canoe and reading the Old Testament. So we've almost like gone backwards as you go out into the frontier. So and you can see this despite progressives who kind of FDR as well kind of nationalized many things, made us more of a European coherent nation. That's not who we are. We do have a kind of outmoded political system on some level. It's at very least not a political system conducive to a nation state.
Sure.
We'll never be Finland.
A coherent, singular identity. Yeah.
Right.
But that's kind of what I wonder when we talk about like.
That, but and the irony of it is that we are being nationalized. I agree. A guy in Maine or a guy in Wyoming who are both kind of right wing types. They both hate AOC and think she's going to go take their guns or, whatever. So it's like we're going through all of these forces, and I think there's also the contradiction between the ability to deal with.
Yeah, Destiny's talking to him like he's this, like, hardcore Republican, and he's talking to him like he's like one of these like normie Republicans who just wants to argue white identity or something like that, and that's obviously not the case. And I know that that's like a lot of the people that he debated on these sorts of things. They were normie Trump voters who just bought into like white nationalism because they thought that that's what Trump liked. And yeah, that's just dumb. And that's just not the case. That's not who Richard Spencer is. That's not it is like a dumber version of what Richard Spencer believes. Richard Spencer's beliefs are going to be a lot more coherent and a lot more aged and oh, this is cool. You guys like it like this? I can just put my head down here like this. Yeah. Why is it still doing it? Whoa. This is really strange. But yeah, he's not as dumb as those guys. He's not some normie Trump voter.
Domestic issues, and then America's identity as a global empire. Like since 1944 at the very least, and probably before that, we've set the terms for the world. The world cannot function without us and the dollar. And I'm not just saying this as some wild
Or would
American
function in a very
I'm glad that he's willing to admit that, because all the white nationalists on Cozy think that we're falling off. We're the American dollar is done. It's over with. China's gonna ruin us. Where do you guys live, dude? China is completely dependent on us, just like the rest of the world. What are you smoking?
different way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it would be horrible if this thing went down. All of these Ron Paul types or tankies or liberals saying, like in the American empire or whatever, they don't know what that will actually entail and a lot of horrors that would entail. So America's always been this frontier in this sense of expansion and globalism. It is what we are. And so there's that contradiction between like domestic affairs and our obligations as imperialists. You hear this with Hawley of, we need a party about East Palestine and not a party about the globalist in Ukraine or something. Well, actually, as an American,
we need both.
Obviously you need both, to some degree. But as an American, you actually do need to think about Ukrainians, and not just out of sympathy, which I definitely have, but out of the fact that you have an imperial obligation to think about them. And
Wow.
I think we have this, it's like one of the kind of contradictions of populism is, in some ways Trump was an expression of the decline of America, not necessarily through his actions, but through his rhetoric of like, come home, take care of ourselves, let's spend money on ourselves. Americans are dreamers, no more immigration, build a wall. All of these things are kind of like, on
The
some level,
shriveling of an
retreats.
insect, the dying of
Yeah. And even Trump, when he was a better version of Trump in the 80s, when he was on Larry King or whatever, he was still kind of like that, this nationalism of kind of bringing things in. It might have something to do with the fact that he came from Manhattan. It's this kind of like pitched battle.
Maybe, but I mean, like, look at his investments. Like, the guy spends money and makes money like all over the world too, right? Like,
No
he's
question.
so, yeah.
Yeah, no question. Russia. Yeah.
I think in terms of what you're talking about, the thing that I guess I'd like to appeal to, I guess circling back to what I said before, is it feels like we're so divided today. But in 1950, like how often was like a Jewish guy from New York debating a guy that lives in like New Mexico?
Right.
It's never happening. So the division might have existed, but we didn't see it because those people weren't brought together. But now we've taken this version of the American experiment. We've got so many different people living in our country, which we've made work, and that's awesome. But now we're like bashing heads on everything. And I guess it feels so lame because it feels like such a libcuck thing to say, but I feel like at the end of the day, what we have to appeal to is America has only worked so far, and it will only continue to work if you can accept that some of the people living in your country are Nazis, and some of the people living in your country hate white people and want them to die, and it sucks, but as long as they're not calling for either side to be killed, you have to accept that these people are all going to live here and the country has to function.
Yeah, but the non-aggression principle is not enough. Like, I agree that that's reasonable and that we could kind of get along and maybe even kind of laugh at each other. I think there's something to be said even for like the friendliness that comes from like telling an anti-Italian joke with your Italian friend. Like you're kind of making fun of him, but in a way you're kind of both being human in a way. So I get that, but it's not enough. There has to be an overarching meaning of what it means to be an American. America is an ideological nation, just like the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was able to coherently do that. They attracted the minds.
But they didn't.
But
That's why they fell apart, right? Yeah.
Right, but they lost it.
But I think because
and
part
they
of
collapsed immediately.
But
when
part
they
of the
lost that
pursuit of that,
legitimacy.
part of the pursuit of that though was like the hardcore Russification of all of the little territories and states that they took over. And I think that's part of why it wasn't like the Soviet Union naturally grew out and expanded as it, expanded its empire and its ideology. A lot of it was literally like, half of you guys died from a famine. We're going to go ahead and ship 2 million Russians down to Ukraine. We're going to go ahead and take over all of your governments in Lithuania, Estonia. We're going to go ahead and do that. And so, of course, over time, like the people there never felt like they truly had to buy into the Soviet Union. They were just kind of like subjugated by the Soviet Union. It's like, okay, well, we're here until the Soviet Union falls apart, and now we're leaving immediately, which I think happened when the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union collapsed.
That's true to a great extent. There was also a kind of nation building thing of creating nations that didn't exist, giving them national poets. There's kind of countervailing forces. And obviously when they were invaded by the National Socialist Army, there was a call in the motherland and all that kind of stuff. Russian nationalism. Russians are kind of more equal than
Oh, and to your
others.
point, Russians still define themselves largely as we beat Nazis, and that's
Yes.
like their
That's
unifying
their
calling
only
card.
calling. And
Yeah,
it's that negative identity that you almost see against with Americans as well, where it's like liberalism can't assert anything, so it becomes this kind of donut or bagel with a hole in it.
Yeah, I would say Destiny's probably like going a little bit too easy on him and just having like a normal conversation with him. Did MindWaves freak out about this? Did MindWaves throw a fit? He better have. Does anybody know? Did MindWaves go off about this one?
So you can't really define, like, this is what it means to be a man in America right now. This is what it really means. Don't give me the non-aggression principle or I'm tolerant or whatever. This is what it means that my life has meaning. America isn't offering that. It's this, liberalism's this kind of donut where there's an empty center and that it can't assert anything. And I think if anything, there's like Hitler in the center. Because you can define something of I'm not Hitler, basically, is like liberal morality. That sucks, and that will collapse.
MindWaves did it in the stream today. Like he went off about this.
And I think the Soviet example is very interesting in this regard. You can't just define yourself on the basis of we beat the Nazis.
So what does so I still reject this. I hope I'm idealistic.
But as Destiny said, it was last minute. It was mentioned to him, but he didn't know he was talking to Spencer until the day of, basically. So again, we talked about this earlier. From what I understand, they told Destiny that he was debating Spencer. He just didn't take them seriously. He didn't know that it was real until the day of, or the day before. He thought that they were joking.
Because I would hope that we can do something that doesn't require a common enemy. But like, if it had to be one, like what would it be?
Islam could play that role.
Jeez.
I think
that won't work anymore, actually, because now all these conservative simps. It's so goddamn funny because 4 years ago, I fought against so many conservatives who were like, I think that women are sluts and they shouldn't do this. I'm like, listen, bro. And I'd say this just to trigger the fucking. It kind of sounds like you're talking about Sharia law. And like, no, we don't mean that. We would never do that. Blah blah. But now you've got all these Tate fans.
Together,
yeah, like actually, Muslims are pretty based. Women can't drive. They're not allowed to have a say politically sometimes. Like they have to stay in the house. Well, like I don't know. Maybe Tate was right when he converted. I was like, what the f guys are like 5 years late to the show. So I don't even know if you could get conservatives on that one.
No,
But
you can't now. I think Andrew Tate phenomenon is actually incredible because he's the biggest man slut on earth on one direction.
Gambling, haram shit.
Right.
Yeah.
He's
Runs
a
casinos.
criminal on another direction. He is a Muslim on another direction and a masculinity icon. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But so I don't think the Islam thing will work, although that was tried to some extent. But I think Russia as a big bad enemy is a positive manifestation, and I think Putin could kind of serve that purpose. But there also has to be this assertion of who are we?
In opposition to whoever we fight
And
against. Right?
yeah, it's in opposition, but it's also an assertion. It's not an argument, and it's not about tolerance, not about liberalism. It's an assertion of identity. Identity is not an argument. Identity is an assertion.
Sure.
And that is what we need.
Is there any common ground that really stands out to you in terms of Americans, like stuff that we really can agree on? Because it is hard to find almost anything.
Yeah.
I don't think so, actually. And this is always my biggest argument against Fuentes, because, and anytime I would debate somebody on the very far right, I say, we need to defend our Eurocentric, whatever American identity. It's like, give me some common values between, like, the gayest dude in San Francisco and, like, a farmer in rural Texas, and like you just can't. And the reality is like I can point to countries around the world where conservatives are going to be way more aligned with like Saudi Arabian values versus like the Rainbow Road and fucking Seattle people's values or whatever. And the reality is that like it's really hard to find a unifying identity in the United States. And again, it's the gayest thing I've ever said, but like I really do think it is all of the different opinions that we have here that still function under one system that makes us like truly unique as a country. But I mean, maybe it's not enough. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I would say like the thing that makes us American, the American identity, is not having an identity. Like that is the American identity. Is like normally we would say like culture is this thing that we all share, right? And I would say our lack of a shared culture is our culture. And I know that sounds contradictory, and it is in some way, but it also makes a lot of sense. Like we've always just taken from everybody else all of the cool things that they do. We always take all the cool things that they do and integrate it into our system and change it a little bit and tweak it here and there and make it better or worse or whatever. We got Taco Bell that's supposed to be something like Mexican food. It's just like an Americanized version of Mexican food. And, we have like Pizza Hut that's like, supposed to be like Italian food. It's just an Americanized version of Italian food. And we have all of these, different things that we take from other cultures, and that is kind of our identity, is in our like shared culture is the lack of culture, or the lack of shared culture. It is the melting pot that that makes us unique and gives us a different identity from everybody else, and that is the shared culture. That is the thing. I don't fully understand Apolloism, but I see through it, through a lot of what Spencer says, and even remember pointing it out to him in an interview with Stardust. I don't know. I've listened to him talk about Apolloism a couple of times. I think I even talked to him about Apolloism a long time ago. And I don't think it is what people say it is. A lot of people are saying that it's just like dog whistles and that it's like, it's just the new alt-right and blah, blah, blah. And I don't see that. I don't think that that's true. It might be, maybe I'm just missing it, but I don't see it.
Do you ever play PlayStation or Xbox or whatever?
No.
This fucking drove me crazy as a kid. You could never just play one or the other. You had to hate the other group too. You ever notice that? It's like, oh yeah, I play PlayStation. It's like
Super
true.
Nintendo and
Halo.
for me, but yeah.
Oh sure, yeah.
The thing is, unless we're a really small country, it's super hard to say this is American culture by pointing at certain traits. When going across the country, they are totally different. Right. Well, I mean, we kind of have small characteristics that are going to be considered cultural for different states. That are, that we would consider to be, it's just even then, even like a state is going to have the same issue as the country. Like there's going to be a lot of like subcultures that are very different within the state. And a lot of these, like I think the most consistency across the entire country is just probably going to be along racial lines. I think that that's where you're going to find the most consistency all the way across the country, is going to be based on racial lines, most likely. I think you're getting played by Spencer. I mean, again, I'm not getting played. I'm not running around preaching for Apolloism, but I like, people kept saying that he had like really a lot of like really strong statements when he was talking to Stardust, and I never watched her interview with him, so I don't know. Maybe we can watch that next if you guys want to, and we'll see if there's dog whistles in there. Because yeah, MindWaves. So I watched MindWaves go over my conversation with Stardust. He reviewed that conversation because I was just talking to Stardust about her ideas on platforming. I wasn't saying you are irresponsibly platforming. I'm saying you do not understand responsible platforming. And so he reviewed that conversation, and then he went and like wrote a whole document about it and linked my conversation with her, and quoted me a couple of times, I think. And so I watched him like review my thing. And one of the things that he said was that she was just missing dog whistles from Richard Spencer. And I don't know. Again, I watched Brittany talk to him about Apolloism, and it just didn't look like there were any dog whistles in there. It just seemed like a very different type of thing, almost like a religious type of thing more than anything else. And so yeah, like if you guys want to go over that next, we can watch that next. But I think a lot of people just look at Richard Spencer, and I still think he probably still has those racist ideas. I think he still has a lot of those the same like ideological things. Just I don't know that it's in Apolloism necessarily. I think that maybe he personally believes those things, but he's moved on from that as a movement and now is trying to start like a very different type of movement. That's what I got from him when listening to him talk about Apolloism. Why am I about to take my medicine, bros? I think I've like been popping these the whole time sitting here. I'm not even thinking.
Yeah, everybody would
Mortal
always,
Kombat 2 didn't have blood on the Super Nintendo, but it did on Genesis. So we were looking. I was a Super Nintendo guy too, and this was just an example where clearly I had to get a fucking Game Genie if I wanted the blood
put
to be the
blood
right
in?
color. Yeah.
yeah, because otherwise it'd be green.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I was deeply offended.
But yeah, it feels like every time when you're in a group, it's like, why can't you just like yourselves? It happens a lot with the CRT and the anti-black stuff where it's like white people. It's like, bro, why can't you just be happy for yourselves? Like, do you really have to? Or for white people and hating black people?
It's because we're animals. I don't. We're mammals, and that's why we do that. I mean, that's like the simplest answer. But I'm not saying that we should do this like merely on tribalism or like, I hate my neighbors because they're, they root for a different football team or whatever. What I'm arguing for is there does need to be a bigger ideological assertion, and I think this might come in a way after we go through this period. I think Biden, he's managing things, it's just fine, but I think we're all kind of aware that we're kind of at the end of something,
Maybe.
and what's going to come after that. I think there are a lot of. There are going to be some competing visions for a world order. Obviously, communism was a competing vision for a world order. Fascism was a competing vision for a world order. Islam can do that. It can function in that way. It has in the past. And it can create some discipline in society.
I feel like something that sucks today, and maybe it was an artifact, or maybe it happened in the history too. I don't know. But it feels like everything today is so politicized that it's really, really, really hard that we can't take credit for sick shit that we do anymore. Like in '69, landing on the moon was really cool. That must have been a really cool day to be an American when you're sitting down and you're watching TV and we landed on the moon. That's awesome shit. But nowadays,
I think it was a couple months ago, somebody in my chat was going off about like, going to the moon was one of the dumbest things ever. And I think I never really even thought about it that much. And when they said that, all of a sudden, this just thing inside of me, just like, oh my goodness, what are you talking about? And I think I gave like a 20-minute speech on why it's great that we went to the moon and like why we should be proud to be Americans and proud to be humans. And this is, I just went off, dude. I was all about it all of a sudden. I had never thought about it, never cared enough to think about it. Like, never really like, gave it the time of day. And then out of nowhere, I was going off about, no, what? No, it's the greatest thing we've ever done. Like, I think it was faux. And then after I finished, he was like, "That was a great speech, dude. Okay, my bad. You've convinced me. I like actually, yeah, the moon landing was a really dope thing. Actually, you're right." I was like, I never even thought about this before. Yeah, it was my patriotism coming out. Moon landing was fake. Oh, brother. Yeah, I think like the main thing that I was like as soon as I saw him say that, I was like, wait, dude, we're freaking animals. We're animals, and we went to the moon, bro. We left our planet. That is crazy. What animal leaves their freaking planet, dude? That is insane. And we did that. That is nuts. And I was talking to somebody today. I was hanging out with one of my buddies. We went hiking. And he was saying something like, our brains are almost like time portals through time, and we just like, they change and they morph and we remember things and blah blah blah. I was like, dude, forget our brains, bro. Like, yes, they do that, but our brains also give us the ability to actually time travel. Like, we can tell you how our planets got here and how they got their shape and how they started getting their, how they started like moving around and got into their rotations, and like how other planets like, got formed, and like all of this stuff. It's just freaking insane, dude. Like, we are literally time traveling to where we can tell you that there used to be dinosaurs here. How do we know this stuff? How do we know what was here before us? What other animal ever even cares? Like, nobody cares. Nobody's like, oh, I wonder what animal was here long before me. We're the first ones to ever know that we evolved from something else. Like, it's nuts. What up, Luke? What up, Andre? So yeah, I just like, I went off on this whole big long tangent about how great the moon landing was, and just kind of, I was just thinking out loud. Like, I was just like logicking my way through it in that moment. And yeah.
It feels like every American invention is immediately claimed or castigated based on your political rivalry. So, for instance, I might trigger you. I don't know where you guys stand on this. I personally think that the vaccination was like a model success of capitalism. That U.S. companies...
Oh, that's why we started talking about it. That's why we started talking about the moon landing, is because I was talking about how the creation of the vaccine is one of like mankind's greatest achievements of all time, and it will be up there with landing on the moon. I was like, it will go down in history as one of the greatest things ever. We created penicillin, we landed on the moon, and we created the COVID-2 vaccine. Like, that is what we will, that is how it will be remembered. And everybody acting like, oh, it doesn't, who cares? The vaccine doesn't even matter. Nobody even takes that thing. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, it will be one of the greatest things ever. And they're like, what? With the moon landing isn't even special. Like, that's not even one of humans' like greatest achievements. What are you talking about? And that's when I went off. Like, what?
Through innovation and working with other companies around the world, biotech in Germany, manufacturing in Switzerland, we found a way to create an insanely sophisticated vaccine in like 8 months.
It should have been like landing on the moon, right? It
That's
should have been...
so cool.
See? Yes! True! That's freaking crazy that they just said this. That is so nuts that they just said this.
and
Celebrated
it
like a
happened.
miracle.
Yeah, and Trump obviously wants credit for it. But like, no, that's political shit. Or I'll give the flip side, so I know a lot of right-leaning people are triggered right now. I personally, and I hate the guy because I think politically he's the most cringy dude in the world. But Elon Musk with electric cars and rockets are cool. That's awesome. The first time you saw one of those in SpaceX rockets come back and land on the planet, that was the sickest shit in the world. And same thing with electric vehicles. I mean, we probably would have gotten there eventually, but no doubt, I don't even like Teslas that much because the build quality is iffy, but he did something really cool with Teslas. There's charging stations all over the United States. Electric cars are being taken seriously. The car company is worth more than like every fucking car company on the planet, but we can't give credit. And these are American inventions. SpaceX and Tesla and the vaccine, these are American things, but it's all like held politically hostage now. So you said before we have to have like we have to have domestic and international, but it feels like the international facing version is like, it's like two parents disciplining a child. Mom and dad can't provide a unified front when they're fighting with each other constantly.
Right.
And in the United States, when both sides are trying to tear each other apart, like how the can we even present some kind of unified front to the rest of the world? You know, now with Biden, we're talking about how we want to help Ukraine, we want to save them, we want to.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true because literally every country has both sides fighting. Like every country with more than one party, their parties are all fighting. It's just like, go watch, what is it, the Japanese congressional hearings where they're all, the House hearings where they're literally getting into fist fights and crap. Like, yeah, everybody's doing this. I don't think anybody's looking at Japan like, they're fine. Like, we can go beat them up easy because they're not even a unified front.
Provide a strong American vision. And before under Trump, we were like, we want to disband NATO and fuck the rest of the world.
Right.
And you've got people like Angela Merkel and the Australian Prime Minister and the Mexican president saying like, well, we can't rely on America for shit anymore. And yeah, we're like schizophrenic in terms of domestic ideas. We hate each other so much that even when we accomplish good shit, we can't take credit for it. And it makes it impossible to provide like a unified vision of what America is and stands for to the rest of the world.
I agree. Yes, but I basically that's why I'm suggesting that we're kind of at the end of this era because you do need to do that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we need to. Well, I think we need to do. I don't know if we're at the end of an era. We always find a way to keep going on, but
Right.
A few publications were predicting like a vibe switch coming soon, and I think that was probably largely in terms of the arts or just people's overall disposition. But it does feel like the world as a whole is kind of growing tired of this sort of constant infighting and battling between both sides, and it does seem like there's got to be something on the other side of it, but nobody's really sure how that could possibly manifest itself at this point.
because yeah,
I hope so.
Political pundits, we feed into each other what the media does and what people want. Like, media wants to blame people for being stupid. People want to blame the media even though they keep watching it. There has to start to be, there needs to be conscious decisions. I think it has to come from media first. And when I say media, I include alternative media as well. So people like you and me, you have to make the conscious decision to start to bridge gaps, right? You can do partisan content for your entire life, but you are evil and you're destroying the country when you do that. When you do hyper partisan content, you are saying that like, we are different from these people on a fundamental level. They're evil, we're good, and we're going to fight that fight and advocate for a national divorce or whatever some people are fighting for. It's like, no, you. We're Americans. You need to be able to talk to the guy that either wears a hood or wears a black hoodie and wants to kill cops or whatever. You have to be able to bring these people together and talk. And if you're not willing to do that, you are actively contributing to the destruction of the country, in my opinion.
I totally agree. And I think there is space for someone who can lean out of polarization because
American culture dominates the world. The idea that any other nation has a culture anything close to ours is in pure copium. Yes, but what is that culture? Like, I was talking about this just like 5 minutes before you got here, that I think like our American culture almost is the lack of culture. The fact that we're very amiable, we're very quick to change, we're very quick to like take on other aspects of other cultures and integrate small parts of what they're doing into what we do and into our thought processes, and we're able to change very quickly and upgrade very quickly. Who cares? We're number one. True. That is it. That is, yes, that is it. We're just number one, and that's the end of it. Some kind of liberalism. That's what I would think. Yes, I would think it was some kind of liberalism where we have this like very like open idea to changing, being amiable, being being willing to bend and evolve. I just said it. You just said what? It's more a blank slate, allowing of anything, mostly the freedom of anything. True. It is. Our culture is cultural appropriation. That's what being American is all about. It's about appropriating culture. And that's why we're the best.
Now, the most successful politicians just lean into it so hard, and it just becomes nasty and meaningless. And there is a space. But again, it's like kind of an empty space, because I don't know, Biden hasn't quite successfully done that, even though he genuinely tried.
I give him credit
maybe
for it, but
just due to his age, basically. Is why he isn't successful, but also why he tried, because he can remember kind of back then.
Yeah, well, because he was a senator for like 7,000 years, right? And yeah, he's talked to and worked with.
He's also like, me and these segregationists, we used to get things done over in
They
Washington.
did.
We'd
Yeah,
go to the
true.
old Ebbett Grill and have a liquid lunch,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean. Yeah, so I mean, that's who he is. I think Trump at his best kind of tried that.
I
And
wish he talked about it. There were so many people on the campaign trail where it's like, are you going to turn it on and be the businessman that I think you can be?
right,
But
like, if you look at him most charitably, you could say he was kind of trying that. But he didn't. He leaned into it. He leaned into insane conspiracy cults at the end. I mean, it was a disaster. But there is a kind of space for something, and that's why I do think that we need to talk about these things religiously, like a vibe shift or something. It's almost like the polar the polar magnetism is going to switch or something. It switches every few thousand.
really,
years.
vibe is like a new age word for spirituality.
Well,
If you really think about it, right? Yeah.
There is some kind of collective consciousness and a collective mood, and I don't think
That is what Apolloism is. Like, that's why I say it's almost like religious in the way that he talks about it. Is that it's more about like a spirituality type thing, than it is like a racial thing. And everybody thinks that he's just recreating the alt-right in new words, and I don't see that. I don't think that that's the case. So yeah, we'll watch. People said that he talks a lot about the Apolloism in yeah, I did. Yes, I asked him a bunch about Apolloism on Politically Provoked. That's right. I had a conversation with him about it. And yeah, it just did not come across to me as this new, like, anti-Jew white ethno-state type thing. It just didn't. It seemed like, from having the conversation with him, it seemed like he still believes those things, but he's not like willing to push that anymore. He feels like that's failed, that's over with, it's done, it's never going to work. Liberalism won, they lost, and now it's time for something else. That's what I got from him. That's what he said. That's what he told me. And then listening to him talk about it, it seems kooky. It seems weird. It seems like an odd thing, but it just doesn't seem like a new alt-right. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem like the thing that all of the libs on Twitch that see, racists in their walls, it doesn't seem like it's that. It doesn't seem like it's what they're saying it is. Spencer knows better not to outright say it now. But how does he doesn't have to outright say it? That's what I'm saying. Like, there would have to be some sort of like clue that is what it is in order for people to say that's what it is. You can't just say that's what it is just cuz, right? Like, you have to actually have some context clues to say that is what it is. So just saying, well, he knows better not to say it. Okay, fine. You know better not to say kill Jews. So Sass wants to kill Jews. She is on her racist arc, so I guess that is possible.
I'm being like woo-woo in saying that, in the sense of what is the kind of music that defines a period where you just hear it and you know where it is? Like, if you think about
I don't have a history of saying wild shit like that. You have a history of freaking posting gorillas in chat and talking about monkeys every time we mention a black person. Yes, you do.
80s and like synth pop or Madonna or just can't get enough and all that kind of stuff. You're immediately kind of transported to that time. And at the same time, a kind of like the nihilism of punk, of like actively being out of tune and
Every
screaming
time.
and slamming your instruments, that also defined a particular era.
MindWaves is saying that the Apolloism is hella sus in an anti-Semitic eugenics kind of way. I know. That's why I started talking about this in the first place, is because MindWaves said that, and I disagree. And then you started telling me that Destiny was irresponsible in the Richard Spencer debate, so we agreed that I was going to go watch the Richard Spencer debate. As drunk as I was, somehow I remember all of this, and you guys don't. But yeah, so then we said we were going to watch this. And then people said today that like he went on, MindWaves finally went on today and told Destiny that he was irresponsible in this debate. But I don't think MindWaves understands Apolloism. I think he's just making a lot of it up. But this is without me knowing, right? This is without me knowing what was actually said in the Stardust debate, because he got his context from the Stardust debate. And so I'm going to go watch the Stardust conversation / debate / interview, whatever. And I'm going to see what it is. And we'll figure it out. Can somebody link that? Because I think she's talked to him 2 or 3 times now. So can somebody link the one that's supposedly about Apolloism in the Discord?
And even if it wasn't the most popular music, it was the kind of it was the music that defined the vibe of that period. So I do think we act collectively in
He went to D with it. He got the D. Let's
this
go.
way. I think that's a very real thing.
And it's interesting because like when I started doing hip hop podcasts like 2016, so around the same time that you were kind of invigorated with politics and in a different level, and generally even within the hip hop
level.
community, almost everybody
one way
would
of
agree
putting
that
it.
music at this point, hip hop is like incredibly bland, and that hip hop is ready for something new, something exciting, something that doesn't feel so stale. We just have no idea what it is. And I kind of feel like that's the general overall theme, because when I interviewed Nick Fuentes, I was ready to be on Media Matters and ready to be torn apart for having a conversation with him, and nobody gave a And a few years ago, I would have been.
I didn't know you heard him say it. I was just passing the news along. I didn't hear him say it. I didn't. Somebody else in chat was passing the news along earlier. So yeah, I have not heard him say it, and I don't know. But no, I heard MindWaves say this to Stardust when they were talking about platforming. The difference between me and MindWaves is that when I was talking to Stardust about platforming, I was talking to her saying that she didn't understand platforming. He's talking to her saying, you irresponsibly platform people. These are very different conversations that him and I are having with her, where like, obviously, if she doesn't understand platforming, it's more likely that she's going to irresponsibly platform somebody. But I'm not accusing her of irresponsible platforming, whereas MindWaves is. I'm saying you don't understand what responsible platforming is. You don't get it. And so that was what my conversation with her was about. But okay. Check out this video, Tucker Carlson versus Shapiro and the vacuum left by God at 6:23, where Destiny asks about having a grand narrative similar to this debate. Okay. Wait, did you post the link in Discord? Did anybody post the link to the Richard Spencer stuff? You guys are the worst chat of all time. You know that? I'm just gonna say it outright. You guys suck. So there's the one from 10 months ago. There's the one from 8 months ago. Richard Spencer on America First, Nick Fuentes, the alt-right, his shortcomings, and more. Richard Spencer, his views on politics, garden gnomes, and more. Is Fuentes America's future? Interview with Richard Spencer. See, the last time I talked to Richard, that's what I talked to him about. Is like, hey, like, this is like some stuff that America First is doing. This is some stuff that they say. Do you not think they're contradictory? Do you think they're doing things that the alt-right wasn't doing? Do you think that they're improving? Like, and that's one of the reasons that I want to do my next documentary on Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes and all of those things. It's like the evolution of the alt-right, what it's turned into today, how it fell apart, what were the problems, what changed, what were they successful at. Like, that's what I really want to get into that stuff, and I think it'd be interesting. Okay, so this is the most recent one. So I guess this is probably
There's been a lot of fallout from the last time I did an interview with you, and all of this week has just been people eviscerating me for even doing it. So I figured it would be a great idea to do a second one. Okay, what do you think of this tiki torch?
Are you?
Oh no, damn it. I didn't mean to do that.
Are you trolling me with the tiki torches?
I'm just getting your opinion.
Are you genuinely asking?
I'm just getting your opinion.
It's hard for me to look at a tiki torch and not just think of Charlottesville or something.
There's another like wooden tiki torch, but this one is black.
I'm not sure about that one.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
It's actually kind of funny, dude. OMG, I need to get that video of Trump listing things. I can't unhear it when Tom lists stuff. What are you talking about? When Trump lists things?
I have many friends, many friends. All of my friends, so many. Steve, I see over here. Marco Rubio is a very, very good friend of mine. Tom Brady's a friend of mine. My friend Elton John. George Steinbrenner was a good friend of mine. Howard Stern was a friend of mine. We've been friends for a long time. A friend of mine is a great manufacturer. A friend of mine is a great excavator. I have a friend who builds plants. I have friends that are reporters. A friend of mine who's in law enforcement. My best friends have become fire marshals. The generals have become very good friends of mine. My biker friends. A friend who's a doctor. A friend who's a farmer.
China's one of my favorite ones. That was one of the greatest ones. China.
I know the insurance companies, they're friends of mine. I have many friends that are liberal, and I think they're wonderful people. I have friends that are wonderful business people. I have friends that are very wealthy people. Friends of mine go bankrupt. I have many friends who are women. And I have some very smart friends who don't agree with me. I had a friend who's a very smart guy and a very streetwise guy. A friend of mine, he's a world champion. A friend of mine who happens to be a great athlete. He happens to be African American. You know, I have a friend. Big guy, one of the biggest in the world. I have a friend.
He happens to be
very
African American
guy. Tough cookies. I better not mention their names, and two of them are friends of mine. Friends also that have become addicted to drugs. My friend, he was my friend. He passed away. He was my friend. I have a friend every year he goes to Paris. I have friends that won't go to France. Friends that live in California. So many friends in New Hampshire. A lot of good friends out in Iowa. Friends that live in Texas. Friends in Wisconsin. I have friends that love to go to their church. I have friends that frankly aren't Christian. I have many Jewish friends. I have many friends that are Muslim. Many Chinese friends. Friends in Saudi Arabia. Friends in Mexico. Friends in Japan. So many friends in Turkey. Many friends in South Korea. I have so many friends from this area. Friends that live all over the place. I have no friends as far as I'm concerned.
That's a great way to end it. That is such a good way to end it. I have no friends.
Nobody can do it like me. Nobody can do it like me. Honestly. Nobody's stronger than me. Nobody has better toys than I do. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am. Nobody loves the Bible more than I do. Nobody builds walls better than me. Nobody's better to people with disabilities than me. Nobody's fighting for the veterans like I'm fighting for the veterans.
There's nobody that's done so much for equality as I have.
There's nobody more pro-Israel than I am. There's nobody more conservative than me. There is nobody that respects women more than I do. Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump.
Because nobody's ever had crowds like Trump has had.
There's nobody that understands the
You can't put an H on it, Z King. It's huge.
horror of nuclear better than me. And nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation. The sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means. Nobody knows more about trade than me. Nobody knows the game better than
Obama.
I think we're witnessing something really big take place.
Okay, so this is the other one. Okay.
White people as a group historically.
I think we're witnessing something really big.
Wait, this is the one from 3 months ago. This is the one she did after talking to MindWaves. Frederick Drongo. Frederick John Greasewes. He's actually Hispanic. He tells you guys that he's Australian, but he's really Hispanic. I don't think so. I think she's done an interview. I don't think she's done an interview after talking to MindWaves. I could have sworn she did. All right, hold on. Let's see. Whoops.
My perspective is like, nothing's going to happen, nothing's going to come of this, who cares?
Okay.
Or like what you're saying you are. Do you know what I mean? I think
thing he says gives the appearance of agreeance, whether or not that's how you intended it.
Wait,
let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish.
Okay, listen.
So, okay, so this is from 3 months ago as well. E.G. Stills with the top comment. My problem is that after Destiny was booted out of Twitch poll, there's like 7 people left that know how to debate. Everyone else sucks at it. There's just a bunch of people who can't convey their points without endless, well, stutter, stammer, gets interrupted, and gets upset. Huh. She didn't. The 3 months ago interview was the interview he had contention about. Are you sure? I could have sworn she interviewed him like right after. But okay. All right, we'll go with this one then.
Take place.
So she's had 3 interviews with him then. Because, yeah, I could have sworn when they had the conversation, she said, I've had 2 interviews with him. And this is the 3rd one. So I could have sworn, like, she specifically said numerous times, I've had 3 interviews with him. Or, sorry, I've had 2 interviews with him, and now...
I think something like DeSantis is just dead in the water.
I could be wrong, though.
Him
I'm
to
not sure.
become straight and then completely rip your look off.
Weirdly gay. The fact that he's doing that.
You would be. Oh no! Did the dog see me?
No.
Is it a German Shepherd?
I mean, look, the white race, we're the biggest criminals in world history. Like, why are we complaining about crime?
Yeah.
Like, we stole continents.
That's a very significantly different than what you would have said in the past.
Yeah.
Transcending race.
I can see liberals being like, well, he just needs to take his meds. You would have said that about Jesus Christ.
Oh, can you hear me? He can't hear me. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Nice mustache. How's it going?
It's going well. Thank you. Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it looks good. I don't know if you saw we're like in bizarro world right now. So just a few months ago, Nick had a mustache. I don't think it looks as nice as yours though. I will say that. Yeah. I guess I don't even know where to start. I feel like I feel like everything the past week has been out of like a sitcom or something. I have no idea what's going on.
Sitcoms are boring in comparison to what's going on.
Yeah.
I think this is like a portal has opened up and we've entered a new world or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we live?
We are live. Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. So, chat, can you hear Spencer Well, Mr. Spencer Well, or Richard, or whatever you all would like to call him?
Me Richard. What is your first name?
So I actually don't give my first name.
Okay, yeah. So just to explain real quick, anytime you guys see this logo up here where it says Tom on it, this means that if people want to jump into VC and argue with me on something, then they can do it. It's a bit quiet.
Sitcoms are boring in comparison to what's going on.
Yeah.
I think this is like a portal has opened up and we've entered a new world or something.
Yeah.
Sounds loud. I think your ears are quiet, but okay. I turned it up. So yeah, if you guys want to, it's for contention, okay? I don't want somebody to come in and tell me how great I sound or something like that. So yeah, if you want to argue with me about something or you want to disagree, that up there means that the lines are open. If you have streamer roles, you can jump straight into the VC. And then if you don't, just let me know in chat that you're in the waiting room and I can drag you in.
Name because it's on the internet, because a female on the internet, you know how that works generally, and
that
you know, but I'll maybe disclose that to you later, at probably off stream. But yeah, so yeah, I just go by Star Online. So and my first name is really very ethnic anyways. So yeah. Sorry. I guess I'm just like I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I want to figure out how long did Fuentes know Ye? I know he's been a fan of Ye for a very long time, but I had no idea that I would see them on the same platform at the same time.
I know, but it kind of just makes perfect sense.
I think it's just Richard that's really quiet, because Stardust is talking at a normal volume, but Richard is very quiet.
At the end of the day, I mean, I don't know either, but
Yeah.
I imagine that they haven't known each other very long at all.
Yeah.
Maybe there was some kind of communication. I mean, I think we learned at the Tim Pool thing that what was it? Milo wanted to get in touch with Ye, and so he contacted Alex Jones or something like this. So there are networks behind the scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it. I mean, this is how I would sum things up. Is this really my cup of tea? Like, is this what I want, or how I would articulate things, or what?
When someone criticizes platforming for a specific reason, it's not a dunk to say you platform the person you're criticizing by a made-up version of your argument. You're irresponsible by proxy. What? When someone criticizes platforming for a specific reason, it's not a dunk to say you platformed the person you're criticizing by a made-up version of your argument. You're irresponsible. Oh yeah. Well, so that's one of the things that I got into it with Stardust over. Is her and I had a conversation about platforming a long time ago, where I just felt like she didn't understand what responsible platforming meant, because she had a debate like on a panel about it, and everything she said I disagreed with. I thought it was all ridiculous. And so I had her on and we just had a conversation about it. I wasn't accusing her of irresponsible platforming. I was just telling her that I disagreed with her ideas on responsible platforming. And then she had her whole thing with MindWaves, where he was digging into her over platforming. He made an entire document on it. And one of the things that he does is reference my conversation with her. I think he reviewed it on stream and then like references it a couple of times in his document, that like her ideas on platforming. Then I went on to the map panel, okay, the pedo panel, and she posted on Twitter, anybody who's reviewing the map panel can no longer criticize me for irresponsible platforming. And so I went at her again. I'm like, this is so stupid. What is wrong with, like, that is not irresponsible platforming just by showing somebody who is irresponsible on your platform. Like, that doesn't mean you irresponsibly platform them. You can still responsibly platform somebody who is irresponsible. And so if we have conversations with pedophiles, we can dismantle their arguments and make them look bad and all of these other things. And if we do that, then it's still responsible platforming. And so my whole thing was like, by you making this argument, by you saying that people who show that debate where we responsibly platform pedos, and then everybody who reviews it is probably responsibly platforming it as well and talking about why it's wrong and all this other stuff, you're showing that you just don't understand what irresponsible platforming is. Nobody's saying you can't have Richard Spencer on. They're saying you can't have him on in a very friendly way where you're just like sitting around, chumming around, just hanging out with him and being buddy and making him look like just a normal guy, to where people might think, oh, this is a cool dude, and just go start watching him, and then he starts to have some crazy beliefs that start to seep out, and they seem normal now because they've already thought, oh, well, this is a normal guy.
What have you? No. Do I find this a bit crazy and maybe like a train hurtling down the tracks towards a disaster?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
However, do I recognize the power of this? I do. And it has a religious power to it. And I listened to, let's say, an hour and a half of the conversation. So I heard a huge chunk of it. Maybe I missed a few things. But it was absolutely compelling. And it has a religious like feel. I mean, there's an obvious religious feel, and they're always talking about the Bible and God and all this kind of stuff, and the Jews and so on.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it was like, it was compelling in the way that it was
An interview is different than a debate. I think a lot of people missed that with the Star Richard stuff. I don't think so. I don't think that was a good excuse. I think that her saying over and over, well, you don't understand the purpose of this. The purpose is not to debate him. The purpose was to have an interview with him. It's like, well, yeah, that is the part that people are criticizing you for. That is literally what people are criticizing you for, is having him on and not like, so think of who's the dumb British guy who used to be on CNN, and then we recently reviewed his interview. We recently reviewed his interview with, who was it? With Kanye. Piers Morgan. Yes, thank you. What's up, Queeman? Stardust still insists she pushed back in the interviews. She did not. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I felt like at parts she's saying I shouldn't push back because it's just an interview. That's not the purpose of it. And then at other parts she's saying, yeah, of course I pushed back. I did that. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But anyways, so if you watch Piers Morgan interview Kanye West, he's doing it in a responsible manner. He's pushing back. He's asking questions that would challenge Kanye to actually explain his worldview, right? That, like, you can do interviews and still push back and And you don't, like, when I say push back, I don't mean you have to give an argument for why they're wrong. I mean you actually challenge them and make it obvious that they don't know what they're talking about. That I think any good interviewer, any good journalist is going to try to get to the bottom of things and challenge people. And I would say that, yeah, like that is a necessary component of a responsible interview. In my opinion, he debated Kanye. It went from interview to a debate. I think that Kanye was challenging Pierce on like a personal level. That's when we watched it and we reviewed it. That's how it came off, is that Kanye was getting really upset with the questions and Pierce kept saying, dude, I'm just asking you the question. Like, and I'm asking you the question and then I'm allowing you to answer. And then Kanye got really upset and started challenging Pierce on a personal level. And I think that made it turn into more of like a heated debate. But at first it was Pierce just saying, like, Pierce would say things like, yeah, but do you not think that that's wrong? Well, do you not understand why Jewish people would be offended by that? Yeah, but do you not think? And so it was still questions. It was still him just asking the questions and allowing Kanye to answer. But then when Kanye starts asking him questions and making him answer questions, yeah, now it's turning into a debate, of course. But I think Pierce, before it even got to that point, was doing a fine job.
Inviting you to join a movement and something much bigger than yourself, something much bigger than the Republican Party, something much bigger than the right.
Yeah.
I mean, this.
What, did Destiny stream just end? Yep. Did he go over to another platform?
This is maybe I'm overestimating things because I got so kind of emotionally charged by this totally wacky but ultimately compelling conversation. But I think we're witnessing something really big take place.
Really?
And it's not necessarily something I support. It's probably something that I'll be in kind of opposition to be honest, and critical of.
He's on Rumble
But-
now? Okay. I was asking because, yeah, like we go from like 10 to 30. It normally means Destiny got off.
I recognize power when I see it. And this has the power of belief behind it. And the power of just letting go and not trying to like say things the perfect right way so that you don't offend this audience and you calibrate everything. No, it's about letting go.
It can be debated if interviewing Ye was responsible given that Yerp is severely medically ill. Okay. So I guess let's do this real quick. So I think irresponsible platforming starts with like a single idea that you have a responsibility not to put bad into the world. Okay. So this doesn't mean that you have a responsibility to put good out into the world, but it does mean that you have a responsibility not to put bad out into the world, right? So now, if you're interviewing somebody, you have to show them for who they are. Like if you're interviewing, if you're debating them, if you're going to platform somebody, we would expect you to show them for who they are. Not everybody's capable of that. And I think that that's what E.G. Stills was talking about in the comment section. And he was saying, not everybody's capable of debating somebody like Richard Spencer. And that's the problem, is that people think that they can just go talk to somebody like Richard Spencer because other people on this platform are doing it. And that's just not the case. Not everybody's capable of this. Not everybody should be doing this. And that's like, some people just need to be honest with themselves about their shortcomings and go do something else instead. And so yeah, so if you think that somebody should be categorized in like some sort of negative light, or in a positive light, it would be good that you show them for who they are, that this person is categorized and characterized accurately. And I think that that is like an important part of platforming anybody, is that you're getting across who this person actually is. So this is actually a problem with Destiny sometimes, is where he'll have a point that he wants to argue. And this isn't just Destiny, this is a lot of content creators, where they have a point that they want to argue and they disagree with the other person. But now, to win the debate, they start going into rhetoric mode where they just need to make that person look bad when the person isn't bad. But they need to make them look bad, right? So let's take my debate with Destiny, my most recent, not my most recent one, my debate with him about communication, where he over and over is accusing me of being like a red pill, like Andrew Tate kind of guy, right? He is categorizing me and characterizing me inaccurately and putting that out as though like that's who I am, making it sound like that's who I am and that's the type of person I am. And I think that that would be irresponsible. I think that that's messed up as well. So I think doing it one way or the other, whether it's like making somebody who's bad look good or making somebody who's good look bad, and that's an overgeneralization, I understand, but I'm just trying to get through this quickly. When I'm talking about irresponsible platforming, this is generally what I'm talking about. It's just this right here. I think you have a responsibility not to put bad out into the world, and I think you have to show somebody for who they are accurately. So it's, like I said, this is by far an overgeneralization of it, but I'm just trying to make this as simplistic as possible so we can get back to the video.
Raw. And that I just found it amazing, to be honest. And I think this might very well be historic. I mean, we might be.
Actually, can somebody get me MindWaves document on it? I want to see, because I would assume he has like some sort of premise at the beginning that would summarize that. Maybe he did it better than I did. Can somebody post that in Discord if you find it? I think that would be helpful.
Entering into kind of a new political world, a post-American one in many ways. And so despite my own criticism, despite the fact that this is not my movement, it's not me, it's not what I resonate with, I kind of have to tip my cap.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tip my cap to Nick. I mean, to Kanye even. I think the guy is damn authentic. I mean, I'll tip my cap to them. They have created something wild and beyond me and beyond the right and beyond politics. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah. So I guess the first thing I wanted to ask you about, when Yeezy first, or Ye, I don't know what's his preferred name anymore, but when he first put his video out on Twitter, we immediately saw Milo. And let me see if I can.
The problem is that Star isn't a confrontational person. That's just not true. That's just not true. She's confrontational when she chooses to be. Like most of the stuff that I see from her is her screaming and yelling incoherently. Like she can be very confrontational when she chooses to be. It's not she's not like averse to confrontation. I think that she's probably a very agreeable person, as am I. Like I am mostly just a very agreeable person. I'm normally going to be fairly passive, and I would rather get through things like more amicably rather than start some sort of confrontation. If there's confrontation, I'm fine with it either way. That's fine. But like normally it just causes more problems within a conversation.
I can share this with you because so here it is. You can see Milo here. And like when you first see Milo, he's like straight up ripped your look from a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
yeah.
I found that very weird. See, when this came out, I think this came out like the day. Yeah, there you go. That's the shot. It's like a bad version of me. It's like bizarro.
Wait, is that Milo? I didn't know that was Milo interviewing Ye. I didn't know that was him. What? I had no idea. Yeah, I didn't know that. I had absolutely no clue that that was freaking Milo, dude. That's nuts. You guys were blowing me up with this freaking clip. Like, look, look. Nick was with Ye and Trump. Z King, member for 2 months. Let's go. Yeah, okay, well, I feel bad for this. I saw the big meetup. I just didn't know that that was freaking him. I posted the MindWaves manifesto in general. Thank you, Freddie. Freaking awesome. Okay. Responsible platforming manifesto. My goals suggest why you should care about responsible platforming, outline what I believe is or is not responsible platforming, give guidance on how we can avoid irresponsible platforming, counter bad arguments in defense of irresponsible platforming. What is not an example of irresponsible platforming? See, damn it, dude. I was hoping that he was going to start off with like a premise as to what, like why you should responsibly platform. Before we talk about what is irresponsible platforming, let's talk about what is not necessarily irresponsible platforming. Whether or not you are engaging in blah, blah, blah. What is responsible platforming? Responsible platforming is the ability to platform problematic rhetoric and ideas or people who represent those ideas while taking steps to nullify the consequences associated with platforming. Yeah, see, when he says taking steps to nullify the consequences, that's saying like you shouldn't put bad out, right? So why should we care about responsible platforming, and how do we make sure that when we platform someone, we do it responsibly? He said we do it responsible. Wow. Are there certain methods or steps we can take to do so? What are the dangers of irresponsible platforming? The radicalization of your own audience, the rehabilitation of extremists, real-world consequences of dangerous rhetoric. He got it right here. How can you responsibly platform someone? Yeah, it would have been better if he had started off with like some principles to say, if you agree with these principles, then you should agree with the idea of responsible platforming. But okay, that's fine. He did not ask for my advice, so. Is this from MindWaves? Yes. Milo and Sneeko? Oh, that's Sneeko sitting over there? I didn't know that either. Okay. Damn. I didn't know any of that.
Evil me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to, when this came out like on Wednesday or Tuesday of last week before Thanksgiving, and I would say that this came at a point where I was kind of critical of this whole thing.
Yeah.
I do think that Milo is like a hermit crab. You know, hermit crabs don't have an actual shell. They don't grow their own shell. They go and climb into other shells of other creatures. Like or the cuckoo bird, the origin of the word cuck is very much.
Seems like a tautology. Good platforming is platforming that limits the consequences of bad. It is. Yeah, it is. But I think in this case, like that's okay.
Much like that. It lays its eggs in someone else's nest.
Yeah.
I do feel like there's something weird going on with Milo, and I don't think I'm like being self-centered saying this or narcissistic, because Milo has had this like extreme.
I keep getting Tom subs indirectly. Well, you don't have any now, so you better ante up.
Antipathy towards me. He's held up a hard drive and said, I'm going to ruin everyone's life. I've got the goods on Spencer and everyone. So the guy is weird and obsessed, and I think he is a lying sociopath. So when I saw stuff like this, it was weird. Like they're trying to reinvent 2016. Like, let's bring Spencer back, but in a new form. and I was kind of more critical of it.
Yeah.
And I do think that Milo is a snake in the garden. Like I could see this moving forward, or I could see Milo like running off with $100 million and we never hear from him again, and he's like on some island or something. I could imagine him doing that because I think he's an entirely mendacious, rather evil figure. But what I saw, I'm just reacting to what I saw today.
I think just being flamboyantly gay makes you come off as evil, and that's all it is. Is Richard Spencer is just being homophobic right here. That's all that is. That's all that
What I saw today was just raw authenticity and really powerful stuff. So that whole thing was weird. I think you actually DM'd me and you're like, whoa, Milo, I thought you were there for a moment, or like Milo's stealing your look, or and it is that. But I have to kind of give credit where it's due.
I remember MindWaves saying this, that like the first like 5 minutes is literally her just saying yeah over and over and over. She's like, no, it's not, but it sounds like it is. Yeah, it sounds like that's it's literally what it is. It's just her just saying yeah.
I think they've kind of moved beyond that. I think they were maybe trying to recreate 2016, or Milo is kind of showing me up, or Milo is weirdly obsessed. Who knows? But I think they've kind of like moved beyond that, and they're now in this raw, authentic space of just like emotion and religiosity.
Yeah, so it's interesting because when I initially saw that first video, not even like talking about today, what happened today, but with the first video I saw, some friends and I watched it, and one of them speculated, do you think that maybe Milo is trying to get some of Richard Spencer's audience, like old audience maybe, like kind of recreating the look?
You should probably get away from the religiosity stuff then, because if that was the case, like Richard's following was not religious. Like, it was never a religious thing, and if anything, they were like dogmatically atheist. They were all definitely against the religious stuff. Isn't complaining about how platforming of bad actors is bad because it will influence people to join their cause, inadvertently admitting that brainwashing through propaganda is real? Yeah. But it's also the other side's brainwashing of propaganda. I don't think anybody believes that, like, who in the world doesn't believe in brainwashing from propaganda? Like, who are those people? I've never heard that.
Kind of trying to recreate that that feeling behind what he's doing, this momentum behind what he's doing.
I think he was, and I think it was more for the mass audience, because remember the mass audience, they're not listening to this live stream, like they're not keyed in.
Complaining about platforming isn't admitting that propaganda works. It's just the lack of respect for the audience to hear it. I mean, to a point, yes, but like, I think it's just a lack of respect for humans in general. Like, if that's the way you want to put it, humans are pretty easily swayed one way or the other. They're like, we're very easily impressed upon, and we change social norms by stigmatizing different things, and that's kind of how we change, norms and morals and all of those gay things. Is we make it stigmatized and try to get it out of the regular like media and crap like that. So like, parents not wanting cuss words to be in movies is part of that, or not wanting sex, or not wanting outlawing racism, like, or sorry, not racism, slavery. Like, all of these different things are like, if you want to put it that way, then like all of these things are a lack of respect for people to say that, like, yeah, they're not all going to be able to figure out not to do this by themselves, and so we take steps to influence people in a positive way or not to influence them in a negative way. Like, if I asked you, like, hey, should you go tell people to have sex with little kids? You'd be like, no. I'd be like, come on, man, just go start telling people to have sex with little kids. Tell them it's fine. Tell people who trust you and who look up to you to go have sex with little kids. You're going to be like, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, you don't, because, yeah, that would be ridiculous, right? Like, that's not a good look, and that's not a good thing to influence people on. So it's not just that people could be influenced in a negative way, but also that, like, you would look like you're normalizing this stuff, and normalizing it is bad because we don't want it to be a normal thing. So this is just part of the process. It just seems like a normal part of morals and social norms.
And then they know all the nuances or whatever. So they probably have an image in their memory of like the fashy haircut and the guy in the suit. They probably saw that and just kind of assumed it was me or conflated Milo and myself or whatever. I think it might have been an...
If all it takes is propaganda to believe in either commenting atrocities or committing atrocities or not, isn't that indicative of a lack of moral consistency? Yeah, of course. But if there's 7 narratives, if there's 7 narratives playing at once, will we believe all narratives at the same time? No. But, excuse me. Let me ask you. Are you more likely to be an alt-righter if you hear them and their ideas once or twice than you are if you've never heard their ideas at all? Which one's more likely?
An attempt to kind of like reinforce that.
Yeah. It's interesting. I just thought about it. It has to be really weird for, Milo is straight now, apparently. He's like ex-gay now. And for him to be, for him to become this, sorry if this, I apologize in offense if this is offensive, but for him to become straight and then completely rip your look off, that has to be a very weird kind of
weirdly gay. The fact that he's doing that,
yeah. To take the words from Nick, honestly, yeah. Weirdly gay. Question for Richard Spencer: if you were stranded on a desert island with what?
It's weird because Richard and Nick had like a huge beef for a while and had a long back and forth, and now all of a sudden, I don't know what an alt-righter is. Okay, a Nazi then. Are you more like the same exact thing with a Nazi? Are you more likely to become a Nazi if you've heard their ideas? I don't think you need to know what an alt-righter is to answer the question, but are you more likely to become a Nazi if you've heard their ideas once or twice than you are if you've never heard their ideas? Which one is more likely? One person has never heard the Nazi ideas. The other person's heard them once or twice. Which one is more likely to become a Nazi? Or 2 different streamers, have audiences of thousands of people. Which audience is more likely to end up with Nazis in their audience?
What 3 items would you bring with you and why? I really love these types of questions.
Okay. So I guess a solar battery pack, a jam box, and Depeche Mode's Violator album.
The fact that you're trying to control your audience makes it propaganda. That's just dumb. That's not true. No, that's stupid. Me not wanting to like push bad ideas on my platform is not controlling my audience. It's me controlling my platform.
Nice.
Because we're never getting off this island, right? And we can find food, like we can fish or something.
Yeah.
Like if I was on here saying like, hey, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with exposing everybody to really bad and harmful ideas, that they could possibly be convinced of. I would expect people to be upset with that.
Collect rainwater, but you need some form of entertainment.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, and then you were talking about Milo being a
Yeah, Coma, I've even heard Spencer say a number of times that he was not ready to be a leader, that he was not prepared for that. It wasn't something he wanted, and he was just trying to figure out how to be that person while he was like way after it happened. I've read the 12 points of Nazism. I'd honestly believe that the ones who are less exposed are ones likely to become Nazis. I don't think first hearing about them is relevant since we learn about them first in school. Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm saying that they didn't learn about them in school. I don't know why. There's no way you think that somebody who's never heard of Nazism is more likely to become a Nazi. There's no freaking way, dude. There's no way. You learn about them in school in a responsible way, where they are portrayed as people doing bad things. They are portrayed as bad people doing bad things. That is responsible platforming. That's what that is, okay? So, there's no freaking way. I don't know why you're playing coy with me. There's no way you think somebody who's never heard of Nazism is more likely to become a Nazi. You don't believe that, okay? I don't know why you're playing with this question. It's not that complicated. That's a narrative, Tom. That's not responsible platforming. Why do you think the two are mutually exclusive?
snake in the garden, and I think that's something really interesting that you bring up, because I don't think I've seen a figure in the kind of the right-wing space that doesn't view him that way. I think most people do view Milo as kind of a guy who's willing to pull the rug out from under you.
If everyone comes together to make sure gay people are portrayed in an unpalatable light, that is a propaganda movement. Yeah, but that's totally different from trying to control people.
Oh yeah, I think he is a very vicious figure. I noticed with Laura Loomer was posting on Telegram, he had a falling out with one of these grifter types. What was his name, Berkman or something, like the guy who did all.
Everyone learns about Nazis being bad. Nazis still crop up. It's the environment you're in, not what you hear. No, I don't. I mean, it's some of both, right? So there are going to be people who are going to be in environments that are conducive to becoming a Nazi and are not going to become Nazis. And it's about like, so I was a big fan of Richard Spencer for a while. I really liked him. I really liked a lot of the stuff he had to say, especially the pro-white narratives and like building a white movement and white people being oppressed and all this other crap. Like I was totally on board with this stuff. But I grew up in a family that was very respectful of Jews and like, you know, really, we celebrated Jewish holidays. We celebrated Hanukkah. We celebrated Passover. I worked with a nonprofit called Worldwide Jewish Missions. Like my dad did a bunch of what do you call it? A bunch of like sermons on Jewish people and gave like classes and on Jewish culture and all sorts of crap, right? So with the alt-right, I could never buy into the anti-Jewish stuff. I just couldn't. Like, there's no way. I could not buy into that crap. Because I grew up... Did you have a Jewish family? No. But I grew up in a way that is, like... That just gave me the tools to already understand anti-Semitism. And, like, those were the things that ended up, like, turning me off from the alt-right, was realizing how anti-Semitic they were. And so, yeah, so like I was already given those tools. I was already given that information and I was already capable of understanding. But I think lots of times if we just portray something as bad, like tautologically, like it's just bad because it's bad and therefore it's bad, then I think when you start to learn about aspects of that group that are not bad, you're going to be more likely to to fall victim to their propaganda, right? So if we're just telling everybody, oh, Nazis are bad because they're bad, they're just like evil, they were always evil, and that's just why they're evil, is they were all born like demons from the womb. I think once you hear like, oh no, some of these Nazis actually had families, and they had children, and they loved their families, and they loved their mothers, and they had dogs, and they would pet their dogs, and they would give them treats sometimes, and they were all, the Nazism was like a brotherhood, and they all appreciated each other, and they gave each other high fives and encouraged each other. And like, the more you hear these positive notions about them, the more likely you are to become victim to like this sort of propaganda, where all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, there's some actual good aspects to them. I've been lied to my entire life. This is nuts, right? This is part of, so I've had a number of conversations with Quibbles about this, where he's saying, hey, people who are bad, we just need to portray them in a bad light and just tell everybody that they're bad, and just tell everybody that they're evil, and they're all evil, and that's it, and that's the end of it. And I keep saying, no, that's how you create more of those people. That's how you end up building those movements, is by shielding people to the truth of the matter. Right? You have to give them the nuance. You have to give them actual understanding about these groups. Otherwise, they're going to be more likely to fall into those groups. And so that is how I ended up listening to Richard Spencer, is because I kept hearing he's a racist, he's evil, he's this horrible guy. And then I go listen to him and I'm like, wait, he just says that it's not bad to be white. Like, that's all it is. And all of these people are freaking out about him. This is insane. These people just hate white people, is all it is. If they just didn't hate white people so much, they wouldn't be calling him racist. And no, oh freaking crap. And so yeah, so like that was one of the reasons that I started to listen to him, is because I was already given this picture that says he's just evil. He is just the evil, bad, racist guy, and that's the end of it. And then when I listen to him, and he's like, no, I don't hate black people. I actually like black people. I have black friends. I have no issue with black people. I just really like white people. That's it. That's all it is. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've been lied to about this guy this entire time, right? It's easier to fall victim to that sort of propaganda. No, Tom, you're wrong. Hitler hypnotized everyone with his speeches, and they suddenly committed war crimes for no reason. True. That might make you divorce from your current beliefs, but it won't make you pick up new ones. I don't know what you're talking about. So like, I generally, when I'm talking about rhetoric, I explain to people, everybody in my audience has heard me say this 1,000 times. People believe things based on the community that they want to be a part of, right? So if I'm sitting at the losers table and all the cool kids are sitting at the cool kids table, I'm likely going to pick up things that they do and that they like and that they believe, and I'm going to start projecting those things so that I can be one of them, right? And I'm not doing it like in my own head. I'm not faking it. I'm not trying to like fake this other person. I actually just am becoming a different person. That's all it is. And this is common when people move from one group to another, or one bubble to another. Hey, and we start to believe different things, and we start to. Anyways, the point is that like you can. God damn it! Why? The point is that like most likely what's going to make people change their minds is like is peer pressure. Is like when I talk about, I was a Republican, I was a right winger, I was, all of these things for a very long time, very conservative. But I didn't want to be a liberal, but my mind was changed like over time. They just had better arguments. They just understood things better, and they seemed to come at things from a much more pragmatic lens. And I started to realize, oh my goodness, everything that I've been told about these people is completely wrong, and they actually just make a lot more sense. It's just pretty simple. They're just right, and we were just wrong, and I was wrong. That's a rare thing to do, though. When my family is Republican, all of my friends are Republicans, like everybody that I work with is Republican, that's a very rare thing to do, to all of a sudden decide, well, I'm just going to go against my entire group of friends. I'm going to go against everybody that I know and possibly be cast out and looked at as the bad guy now. Because I know everybody hates the libs. They all hate these people. And I'm going to become one of the people that everybody hates. That is a rare thing to do. That's not something that's common. So when you say that, like, it's part of, what did you say? Yeah, it's about the environment. Like, the environment is definitely part of it. Like, where you grew up. This is why there's, most states are going to be by far majority red or blue. They're going to be pretty staunchly one or the other, because that you grow up with those beliefs at that point. You start to you're just taught these things from a very early age, and there's no reason for you to question them, because what benefit do you get from that? What benefit did I get from changing my mind on, like, politics and stuff? I got no benefit from that. I'm not any better off from it, and if anything, I'm only worse off from it. What benefit do I have from leaving religion? Absolutely none. Like, I'm not any better off than I was when I was a Christian. None. There's no benefit from this. And if anything, it just makes things harder for me. So that's a rare thing to do. Most people are willing to just continue lying to themselves so that they can stay within the group that they're comfortable in.
All those crazy press conferences with about Elizabeth Warren being a sex fiend, or it's just some absurd nonsense. And he had a falling out and was trying to hire someone to kill his dog.
That's so strange.
And assuming those are authentic posts, even if he's joking, that strikes me as sociopathic rage. I mean, normal people, you can get mad at someone, you kind of get over it. The sociopath never gets over
so
it. The
quiet.
rage is the only kind of emotional feeling that they have, and that just struck me as totally bizarre. But yeah, he's promised to destroy everyone. I'm going to bring this thing down because I wasn't supported by the Trump movement and so on. I mean, some of these emotions were articulated in better ways today. I mean, I think it might have been Ali who was saying, like, Trump, this is something I've been saying for years.
Ali Jamal.
You wanted to take over the government. Like, you wanted to do a kind of weird, buffoonish coup, and you let these people, you hung them out to dry, and like, you're a billionaire supposedly. Like, you can't just talk about the fact that you feel sorry for them. You've got to do something for them. That's a much better way of articulating that. I think Milo articulates that in terms of vengeance. Like, I'm going to tear it all down. It strikes me as that. Look, my impression is I would never communicate with him. I think when there's someone like that who's that kind of mendacious and toxic, you just kind of isolate yourself. Like, don't, I would never communicate with him in any fashion.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that Lauren Southern, I saw like a few months ago, came out with a pretty big YouTube video where she talked about all the inner workings in the far right, and one of her main things that she brought up was Milo, and how Milo was spreading all sorts of rumors about her. And Laura Loomer, actually, the past few days I noticed on Telegram, she was really going hard after Milo. And then after today, it seems that after she got onto the call today on InfoWars and spoke with Alex and spoke with Nick and Kanye, it seems like she's not so concerned about Milo anymore. And she's super supportive of Kanye, actually.
Well, I think it's gone beyond Milo. You know, Milo, he is who he is, but he is a performer. He was working behind the scenes. He was an intern for Marjorie Taylor Greene, etc. But he's naturally the guy who wants to be on stage. But this is a lot bigger than him. You know, in 2016, Milo was articulate, to be fair, but you know, he was a prop, really. It was like this flamboyant gay man who loved Trump, and so the alt-right can't be homophobic or racist because look at me, I'm gay Jew who loves black men, and what, you know, a bit of a prop-like quality to him. But you know, look, if we had done this live stream yesterday, I probably would be more critical and like poo-pooing and making fun of them. But, you know, look, I call it like I see it. And you know, when I see something that I think is powerful, I mean, look, maybe disastrous at the end of the day, but powerful, I have to acknowledge it. And I think this has just gone beyond Milo. Like the raw authenticity and just, it's not even Christian nationalism. It's like primitive in a good way, Christianity that is just on stage, just flowering. And this is a powerful thing that is going to shake things up. It's going to be very attractive to a number of people. A lot of black people are going to be attracted to this because it
he said Loomer called in. I believe he was talking about Loomer, I think.
Resonates with them. I think a number of white people are going to be really attracted because it resonates with a Christianity that's very important for them. And I think also, like, the GOP, can they really...
Oh, no, she definitely said Loomer. She was talking about Warren Southern first, then she said Loomer afterwards.
Really denounce this? And I'm sure some of them will. Like Mitch McConnell will be like, no, it should be a Republican who goes on stage. But can they really denounce it? Because they're ultimately...
If we are only right because there's more of us and we have more power, then why not just be proud of waving our collective big phallus in smaller populations' faces? I mean, we do. I don't know why. I don't know where that came from, but we do.
Ultimately denouncing their own people. Like this was like a raw expression. It was like the id, or the soul of the Republican voter, just laid out raw. Can you really denounce that and represent those people? I don't think you can. So I was amazed by what I saw today.
Yeah, it certainly was something. It definitely looked like it you know, for a long time, Nick Fuentes, his kind of biggest achievement, I think, was America First and that movement taking off, really, and having such a strong base with that. But I think him working with Kanye has actually kind of even evolved that and evolved this into like a different type of movement. I almost felt like Alex Jones didn't really know how to react in the moment to
You're
Kanye.
right. Yeah, I noticed that as well, because Alex Jones is in his way kind of stuck in the past. Like Alex Jones is kind of from the Ron Paul era. You know, we love the Constitution and free speech and no war and all that, and we're libertarians. And you know, even Nick Fuentes, this has moved beyond him because, you know, Nick Fuentes came on the scene as a Republican who was a conservative who's a...
Yeah, I would say definitely for sure, so far, she has not pushed back whatsoever. But I don't think he said anything like super disagreeable either. So I guess if you believe he's a Nazi saying all of these things, then yeah, I would imagine you're going to be really upset with everything that he's saying. But I don't even know that that's true either. So I don't know.
Attracted to the alt-right, but was ultimately about nationalism. Like we support Trump, we love Trump, we want to reform immigration and culture war maybe. This is moved beyond him, and I think Nick is playing second fiddle, but I don't really mean that as a criticism. Like he'll kind of jump in and reframe or rearticulate something that Kanye says, but that's a new position for him. But it's maybe actually a good position for him to be. And Kanye is playing first fiddle. I guess he's he's just out there just like emoting and channeling. And again, I would not have predicted this, but I just see this as successful, maybe ultimately catastrophic in the sense of like, where does this type of energy lead? Is it going to lead to another J6? Is it going to peter out because it leads to like, I was just imagining this like, because it's questionable whether Kanye wants to run for president. That was one thing I did notice. Like Alex pressed him, like, you're running, you're announcing, and he's like, no, hold back. It's a walk to the house or something. Like I could almost imagine this emerging as like a pilgrimage from around the country, and they end up in a Kanye concert in Kansas or something, and it's just this like gospel, and I could imagine something like that, and it kind of flaming out. But nevertheless, I think it is going to be really historic, and it's moved beyond nationalism. Like Nick he might be able to talk about like, COVID vaccines or immigration reform, but that's secondary and maybe tertiary. The real thing is this, we live in this age of anxiety and multiculturalism where we have difficulty like connecting with people, even our neighbors. We live in a time of lowering expectations. It's probably very significant that life expectancy started falling in 2016 when Trump was elected. And we any poll you take, are your children going to be better off than you are? No. Are we on the right track or wrong track? Wrong track. We live in this time of anxiety, and you have to offer some sort of answer to that. Like, how are we going to work our way out of this? And the liberals have an answer, which is really frustrating and unfulfilling. It's like, go to college and we'll have a little.
You guys will grow to appreciate the big zoom in on the Factorio games.
Diversity, but not too much, and it's meritocratic, and work in corporate America and get a house in the suburbs. It's not fulfilling. It is not universalizable. Like that can't be given to everyone. And so there's this like loss and hurt and pain, and there needs to be a solution to it. And the solution that has been offered throughout world history and these times of anxiety and even collapse have been a new religion. And this is kind of an old religion.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so you think that this is like kind of bringing a new spirituality, like a new spiritual movement or something like that?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. And it's a kind of Christianity, but maybe one that's been calibrated. It's like Christianity 2.0 or 3.0, whatever we are at now. And it's something new that entered the world. I mean, when you think about like the collapse of the Roman Empire, what really took off?
All those times that I just sit around thinking about the collapse of the Roman Empire. You remember those times that you think about the collapse of the Roman Empire? You guys remember that?
What was the amazing world-shattering movement that emerged, in the last 300 years of the Roman Empire? It wasn't like nationalism or something, or like closed borders, or let's reform the empire. No, none of that. That's boring. That's like, you do that in peacetime. In the time of anxiety, what emerged out of that was a major Christ movement that was taking off like wildfire. I mean, I've heard, I think Bart Ehrman said this. He said even if Constantine hadn't personally converted to Christianity, the Roman Empire still would have gone Christian due to in his as an estimate as an historian, just the base of support that was emerging. Something new was there to answer that. You have anxiety. This is your medicine. This is your way out. And so I do think this is entirely spiritual. To think of it in terms of politics, or even like Holocaust revisionism, or like Hitler was cool, or whatever Kanye said, I think that's actually missing the point. Like it's offering meaning to people's lives, and they feel like they have empty lives. And this is offering something. I said this earlier, and I've noticed this trend on.
Yeah, he's definitely just rambling right now, but I'm waiting for like the dog whistles about Apolloism or whatever. I want to get to that.
On like liberals on Twitter, and one of the ways they'll criticize Kanye is like, oh look, he's a divorced dad or whatever, and that hits a little bit hard here, as I am a divorced dad, and I know how like difficult, that genuinely difficult, frustrating, and kind of helpless, and sometimes you feel. But like you're missing the point. You're saying that like, oh, he's a divorced dad. That's being bitchy. And annoying.
I agree with you.
Like he actually has, like, that's a painful thing that a lot of men go through. And he is a divorced dad, and he's like channeling his anxiety and frustration and looking to God as an answer. And I think that, so those kind of petty criticisms of him, you know, oh, he's a Hitler enthusiast, or this is all about Kim, or this is all about some Jewish banker who screwed him over. All of that it might be true, like kernels of truth, but it's ultimately missing the point. The big point is that we all feel empty in this age, and he is offering a fulfillment. He's filling up the cup, and that is just immensely powerful. So that's why I have to, you know, doff my cap to these guys. It's something what they're doing. It's powerful stuff.
I guess the only thing I would say is that, you know, well, first to respond to what you're saying, I kind of agree with what you're saying when people make, you know, petty digs like that. It's like the same thing with like when people ever make a dig about people being like single mothers. I'm not really a fan of that either, right? It's just a painful process for whoever's going through it. But as far as the, so I definitely see your point in like tipping your cap to them, right? Because they've kind of reached like this velocity now with their movement. But I guess I kind of just, it looks like, you know, you see a train kind of like rumbling past, and you don't know if that train is going to stay on the same track or if it's going to like kind of derail. And so it's kind of, there's so many ways that it could. Yeah, because the Republican Party is up in arms with each other over this, it seems. And there's a lot of infighting even within like the Trump circles about what's going on here. So, yeah.
As I said before, if it were just Nick, and so you could go and look at his hundreds of hours of live streams and find some place where he used the N-word or he denied the Holocaust. You could just be like, oh, this kid's toxic, we hate him, you know, get rid of him. But it's gone beyond that, you know. And I don't think, you know, some of them will denounce it. I just don't think they can, because they're denouncing their own people. Like, they recognize the power of Trump, and they ultimately bent the knee to it. They recognize that this was touching their voters on like a gut level. And you could say he's vulgar, you could say it's stupid, you could say it's uncouth, but you could say that until the cows come home, and you're never going to get anywhere. You have to kind of like accept it and try to integrate it. This is even more radical. I mean, this is more radical than like Trump, you know, the pussy grabbing episode, or the what is he retweeted a Mussolini quote, or this sheriff star and Hillary Clinton. Like, this is much more radical because they're just outright saying it. They're being totally authentic, but they are being authentically Christian. And so I don't, anyone who starts condemning them is going to lose at the end of the day.
Okay, so you think even though...
Anyone? Or anyone that's like a Trump fan or like a Republican? I'm not sure what he's saying here.
A lot of Trump's, like Trump-affiliated people right now are kind of denouncing it. You think that, like, overall they're going to end up coming to their side?
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to integrate it, or they're at worst they're going to kind of try to ignore it. But like this, I mean, first off, like let's look at this in terms of like politics. So I think something like DeSantis is just dead in the water at this point. This is like the Chris Christie campaign or Jeb. It's just it's an attempt to go back to business as usual, and you can't ever go back to business as usual. That kind of stuff. First off, it can't win on a national level, and it's not as popular as they think it is. And
wait, isn't that literally how we got our current president? Was just saying we're going to go back to business as usual?
It's just it's going backwards. And so they have to recognize this force. They have to understand that there's this melding of religion and politics where we are now. Because, you know, the Trump movement, what is their policy? I mean, if you went and interviewed a Trump fan at a rally, like what do they...
Yeah.
Like, you know, what do they actually want? They want to control the border or something, or they want... I don't even know. Even that is vague. I mean, there's no policy.
Well, to be fair to as well, but we could probably say the same thing about Nick too, right? Like, at a certain point, Nick, his policies, what he really supported was very up in the air. And even now, I was listening to that Alex Jones conversation, and it seems like he's even shifted some of his previous positions, like to today, essentially. Definitely. Just to be more marketable to a larger audience.
And that's fairly normal. I mean, I can't criticize anyone for shifting their positions. You know, I've shifted my positions. But the question is there something behind that shift, or are you just kind of floating around, you know, listlessly going to this and that? No, there's something behind my shift. And I think with Nick, he's maybe not consciously recognized it, but kind of unconsciously recognized this melding of politics and religion. Like, I told this story in some other videos, but I'll retell it here. So this was back on Good Friday this past spring. And I was actually meeting someone for dinner
Whoa.
in Kalispell, which is a little bit south of Whitefish, where I live. And Whitefish is a resort town, kind of proofy and rich. Kalispell's more blue-collar, feel America town. And I was driving down to Kalispell, and there was this truck that I saw that had like a pirate flag and an American flag and was honking its horn. And I was like, what's going on here? And then I get closer to downtown, and their trucks like revving their engines and like doing donuts. And they had like Confederate flags and American flags, Trump flags. I was like, what is going on here? And I was walking to the restaurant. I passed this woman who struck me as kind of a liberal. I was like, so what's going on with this? Like, this is like a drag race in the middle of Kalispell on Good Friday of all time. And she said, they do this every Friday. It's the Trump people. And then after I ate dinner, I was just walking back to my car, and this little car drove by, and a guy jumped out, and he just saw me. He goes up to in my face. He goes, "Fuck the liberals, fuck Joe Biden," and then he jumped back in his car. I was like, man, things have really come full circle. Like, I was the Hail Trump guy, and now I'm being harassed by the liberal as a liberal, probably because I was dressed in a kind of snobby manner or something. I was wearing like cool clothes, so they're like, he must be a liberal. And because it was class based, and it was all about dudes and their trucks wearing like Carhartt, sweatshirts and hats. So it was really authentic, but it was really passionate, and it wasn't about anything. Like, what policy of Joe Biden do you dislike? He couldn't name it. It was about something else. And so politics and religion have melded, and it's an identitarianism like based on politics and polarization in a weird way. But what I'm seeing now is this, like, with Kanye, in his weirdly articulated manner, he is articulating a kind of like religious vision about this. So that's why, I mean, is it my cup of tea? No. But like, is it a big, powerful cup of steaming tea? Yes.
So I think I could agree with you that it's you can see a lot of momentum behind this, and it's kind of it's a little bit intimidating, honestly, to see how quickly things are developing. But at the same time, there are a lot of people in the chat who are pushing back, and I tend to agree with them that I don't know how viable it is for Kanye himself to even beat DeSantis, because it seems like DeSantis seems to be still the most popular candidate out of everybody who's running right now. Do you think that that's going to change?
Well, is he running as in the Republican primary? I mean, that would be a question. What is he doing?
Kanye doesn't have a chance to win anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter. He can't possibly win anywhere at all, no matter what. He's freaking crazy.
Don't know. We don't know what this thing is yet. And it could materialize as just like a weird...
Like, what is... All right. Is there a part where we get to like what Apolloism is? Because that's what I want to care about. Okay, here we go. This isn't about Apolloism, but this is more about him being a white nationalist.
Okay. So also last time when we spoke, I had asked you if you had any advice you would give to Nick Fuentes. This is back before all of this developed, right? What advice you would give to him. And what I remember, one of the things that you said had to do with people using him. You were very, very cautious. You said if you were going to give Nick Fuentes any advice, you would be... Oh no, did the dog see me?
No. No.
Okay.
Zeus,
sorry, terrible joke,
Zeus.
but sorry. Is it a German Shepherd?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So sorry.
No, Zeus, stop, sit. Okay, stop.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. Right. What was I talking about? I don't even remember.
My advice to Nick was don't get used.
Yes, don't get used, right? And I think that was interesting because I remember a few years ago when you were kind of seen as like the leader of like this alt-right movement, and then Milo kind of came in as well and started to kind of siphon some of that support that you had and started using it to give himself momentum. I guess I saw it in that manner. Would that be an accurate kind of assessment of what you think happened, or?
Well, so I think it's different situations. I definitely think that the alt-right of 2016, 2017 actually remains attractive. And the mainstream right will denounce it, but the mainstream right will also try to be it. And I've noticed there's one guy named, I think his name's Benny Johnson. Is it? He's like with TPUSA, and I saw this video of him of like, what do you meme, or like the meme war or something, and he did all this 80s kind of retro wave. Like all of this is just lock, stock, and barrel from 2016. They're just they're just copying it without even adding anything to it. And so I think that whole notion of we need a energetic magic force online, that's the only way we can win. We don't have the establishment power, so we need people working for free creating magic on the internet. We need that to win. I think they're actually correct about that. And there's been this attempt to recapture it. So my view of being used, it wasn't so much used by the GOP. It was, hangers on, people who were just turned out to be liars like Milo or Eli Klein, or just a whole succession of leeches. But I think Nick had a bit of a different challenge, in the sense that in 2020, he was the Republican establishment felt like they needed to fight the election. They needed to maybe even take power, to put it bluntly. And they used Nick. They saw we can dispense with Nick if we need to, because he's a Holocaust denier or a racist or whatever. But we can kind of use that energy. He's getting 10,000 people at a time on a live stream. He has this rabid fan base. He gets boots on the ground or butts in the seats. He can do it. We can't, because we're boring Republican institutions. So we're going to use him. And so I think he was kind of used in a different way. But I think kind of, and I would say this genuinely, again, I don't agree with Nick, and I definitely never would have done what he did in 2020. But, I kind of feel for him in the sense that, you have all these characters like Ali, you have women for.
What did he do in 2020? What is he talking about? The January 6th stuff?
Trump or Women for America First, the Trump movement itself, they're going to use you, but they're not going to back you up when you go to jail. Did Trump say anything about the Oath Keepers? Did Trump give money to the Oath Keeper, to their legal defense fund? No, they were dispensed with. And so that's a real issue. Now, to give Nick credit, I mean, he's kind of like this Ye-ism, if I'm not, maybe I'm overestimating it, but it seems to just be, it has the possibility of being like bigger than the Republican establishment. And he jumped on that train too. So again, I have to admire his audacity on some level, but I don't think he's being used at this point. I think he's not being used by the GOP. He's on a ride. Now, where this ride is going to take him is really questionable, and whether this burns itself out or ends up in disaster, fair points. But he's kind of overcome the issues that I talked about a few months ago.
So do you think Kanye is in the right mental space?
I can see certain mental problems with Kanye. They're you can see some grandiosity in Kanye. When he'll say like, God is using me, and I'm I'm a billionaire, all this, you can see some grandiosity. Is he on the autistic spectrum? I don't know, maybe, but he also seems to be deeply empathetic. Is he on the paranoid spectrum? Maybe. I mean, I don't want to suggest these things, but I think all of these things miss the point. Like, all of those things might be true, but that doesn't detract from his authenticity. Like, I can see liberals being like, well, he just needs to take his meds.
I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You cannot support the transgender community without doing this. Or you can support the transgender community without doing this. Your side is gonna roast you now. Hope you're ready for the tolerance. Elon Musk commented, Tesla Powerwall enables your home to operate normally during a power outage. Shut up, Sass. Why are you so autistic? Stupid. No, you can't. By endorsing the concept of transgenderism, you have already reduced yourself to a mere person with a uterus. You cannot push back against this nonsense without rejecting transgender ideology. Fundamentally, there is no middle ground here, Anna. So I was talking to somebody about this today, and this is actually a question that people have been asking in a lot of my comments. But there's been this whole drama with the with Philosophy Tube saying that they don't believe in gender dysphoria, and they believe that it's a category error. And I like more and more I'm starting to believe this as well. I've had a bunch of trans people in my community say things like, I don't have gender dysphoria. I have sex dysphoria. It's really dumb that they say we have gender dysphoria when we don't. We have sex dysphoria. It's not our gender that's the problem. It's our sex that's the problem. And this makes sense because their gender seems to stay consistent, right? Like they'll express their gender, they'll have the same gender identity, they'll have all of like, you know, the same things fairly consistently. But their sex, like say a trans person, they transition to a woman, they still have dysphoria. Why? Why, if their gender has changed, why do they still have gender dysphoria? Because their sex has not changed. Their sex is still the same. And this is one of the things that I talk about where we say like, it's about, gender, sex and gender are different things. Oh, are they really? Okay, cool. So if we say the bathrooms are segregated based on sex and not gender, you're going to be cool with that, right? Like, no, of course not. What? No. Like, well, okay. Then either you don't believe sex and gender are two different things, or you believe you're the opposite sex, not the opposite gender, right? It's the same with like prisons. Like I had the conversation with Rose the other day. This is a common thing. It's like, if we just say like, the WNBA isn't really for women, it's for females. So you can't be in the WNBA because it's really based on biological sex. That's the difference, is the biological sex. And they would get upset about that, right? They'd be like, oh no, that's bigoted. That's so messed up, right? The problem is that it's a sex issue. The problem is their sex, not their gender, because they can have a different gender expression, but they can't have different chromosomes. So the dysphoria doesn't always desist, or it might desist some, but rarely does gender dysphoria just go away. And the reason it doesn't go away is because the problem is the sex. The problem, I think this more and more, the problem is sex. It's not gender dysphoria, it is sex dysphoria. I thought changing gender elevated dysphoria, at least somewhat. No, so for the most part, dysphoria goes down. If it elevated dysphoria, why would suicide rates go down? That doesn't make sense. Like, why would doctors recommend people transition? Like, this is like, I've got a broken arm, doctor. Okay, cool. Well, let me break your shoulder too. Like, alleviated. Oh, alleviated. Yes, it alleviates it somewhat. Yes, but that's what I'm saying is it doesn't go away. It desists to like some extent, but it does not go away. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Philosophy Tube's coming at it from a completely different angle where they're saying it's not gender dysphoria because gender does not exist. Because they're just a gender abolitionist, so they can't believe in gender dysphoria if they don't believe in gender. But they're also not saying it's sex. Whereas I'm thinking, yeah, it probably is sex. It probably is a category error, and it's probably sex. I think that's likely the issue. Like, gender is like a group of heuristics that are going to signal your sex, right? So why do they transition their gender? They transition their gender because they want to be viewed as the opposite sex. So they... What do you mean when you say category error? We're saying it's gender dysphoria, but the category should not be gender. If the dysphoria is not from their gender, the category is sex. That's the categorization that's actually causing the problem. It's a sex dysphoria. How would we test for either hypothesis ethically? I mean, I think we've already done so. Like, I think literally everything that I just said is pretty much what kind of proves this. Is like, the more somebody's viewed as a female, the less dysphoria they have. If they're viewed as feminine, that's not gonna really get rid of their dysphoria. Like, they would be fine being looked at as a masculine female. So yeah. But yeah, this stuff's weird. I heard somebody call a woman a birthing person the other day, and I thought, wow, dude, the feminists are gonna hate this one, dude. Like, your womanhood is all reduced to your ability to have babies.
He's just bipolar. He's great. You know, I can see them saying that, and it's like, you would have said that about Jesus Christ. You would have said that about Martin Luther. You would have said, Sir.
How would we measure how much dysphoria someone has? Yeah, it's gonna be pulled to some extent, like just the same as any other mental disorder. They're all based on like what the person reports.
Isaac Newton is a real jerk, and he should, you know, we should call him into HR and tell him that he needs to be kinder to his colleagues or something. You know, like it's meaningless. Like he is doing something authentic. People like Christ, if he existed, or Luther, or whatever, they were grandiose, but that just means that they were powerful. And diagnosing them with mental illness, I think is just very weak. You know, you could diagnose most great people with mental illness. Leonardo da Vinci, was he a narcissistic person? Was he probably, you know, was Beethoven autistic or something? Yeah, I bet. I imagine.
Yeah.
What's your point? You know?
Yeah.
So I think it's the wrong way to.
Well, the point is that we probably wouldn't ask any of them to lead our country. Well, we would appreciate their art. Like all of the people that he's mentioning, we would appreciate their art. So just like with Kanye, yeah, we all enjoy his art. We appreciate him as an artist. And nobody's saying, don't listen to Kanye's music. He's crazy. No, of course not. We're like, hell yeah, I like Kanye's music. He's crazy. Like, but we're not saying, hey, they're crazy. They should run for president.
Criticize them. And I think anyone who criticizes them in this way is going to lose.
Okay. What I also found really interesting about the Alex Jones interview is Alex Jones straight up.
Tom, did you finish the Destiny and Spencer talk? Yes.
Asked Nick, are you a white nationalist? And Nick's like immediate response was no.
Yeah.
And that was interesting. I think because from the rhetoric that I've seen from Nick, it always seemed that America First, when he would explain it, he would talk about how he believes that white people should remain a majority, that white culture should remain like the central point, things like that. And I didn't see those points come up today.
No, he was de-emphasized. I mean, Nick's pitch, I would say in 2017 when he came onto the scene was, I'm a normie Republican, so I can appeal to normie Republicans. But don't worry, I'm actually a white nationalist. But this is the way that we red pill people or move.
It's so freaking cringe that Nick still denies being a white nationalist. It is the cringiest thing of all time that he still tries to play this game where he's like, what? I'm not a white nationalist. What are you talking about?
The Overton window or whatever. I think he's...
It just means you don't know what a white nationalist is, bro. That's all that means. Either you don't know what a white nationalist is, or you're just a liar.
Beyond that at this point. And I think he's kind of beyond race, actually, at this point.
Really?
I think this is Christian.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people have gone beyond, I think I've gone beyond race in many ways. I think it's useful for analysis, and I do think that like race is real, like biologically speaking. And
what?
It does seem to kind of miss the point, It's like when you think about the power of Beethoven, he is a European. He's a German. You can't take that away from him. But like, is that really what it's all about? And so I think, and I think all these guys, the kind of like boomer contingent in the dissident right or whatever, they're just talking about immigration and black crime all day, and they're on a treadmill. Like Nick is on a train barreling towards an unknown destination. I'm kind of on my mythic quest, spiritual spirit quest, like going off in the wilderness with my,
the Apolloism.
Yeah, exactly. It's a spirit quest. Yeah.
Okay.
We're taking it easy. It's slow. We're gonna get there, but it's gonna, but these guys are on a treadmill, and you have an illusion of progress on a treadmill. It's like, I've run a mile. No, you haven't. You're exactly where you were beforehand. And so I think all that kind of like nationalism, or just like it's about race and it's about immigration, that stuff is just not going anywhere. And if you want to go somewhere, you have to move beyond mere race. You have.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like I like when he says this stuff, I think I believe him that he's realized when I talked to him about this, he literally said liberalism won, and there is no point in time where all of a sudden like the white nationalists get to come back and get their W. Like, no, it's never going to happen. We're never going to stop immigration. We're never going to lower immigration. If anything, it's just going to keep going the opposite direction. And we were delusional for ever thinking otherwise. So yeah, I forgot what I was talking about.
You have to ultimately do what Nick is doing. Like, just it isn't even Christian national.
Oh yeah, but yeah, like I know lots of people are gonna be like, "Oh, you're just falling for the rhetoric, Tom. You're just falling for the dog whistles." But like, I don't think that's good enough. I think that you have to come up with some evidence that he does believe those things. You have to come up with some evidence that says that I'm wrong. Because I can show evidence of him just talking about this as evidence that you're wrong, right? So I need some evidence as to like why I would think otherwise.
It's like a nationalist who happens to be Christian, or it's Christianity. It's like the Christianity 3.0. It's.
I thought he was an identitarian. He is still an identitarian. Again, it's not that he doesn't believe those things anymore. It's just that's not what he pushes for. He understands that that's like a pipe dream.
Religious, and that's the way that you move forward. Like, religion is more powerful than race. Just like endlessly talking about how, can you believe they're doing this to white people, or we're connected as a unit or whatever. No, we're actually not. Like, there's really serious divisions in the white race, and those divisions are actually religious. We went to war. The white race murdered each other over whether the bread and wine are a metaphor or not, or the real thing. And I say that kind of jokingly, but it's true. We murdered each other over different versions of Christianity in the wars of religion. Religion is clearly more powerful than race.
I didn't just say what. What did I not just say? I don't. What?
And so if you're gonna try to move forward, you have to get beyond this like immigrants suck, you know, white people, yay. It might be kind of radical on some level, and it's kind of interesting on some level, but it's just also kind of just played out, and it's not really the future on some level. And what I mean, just mere nationalism in that. It's not the future. Nationalist parties in Europe exist. They're never really going to win, and they're kind
not
of
even
petty
the
and
future,
meaningless,
bro.
and they're kind of empty. And you know, if you're going to move forward and change history and develop, you're going to have to move beyond immigration, crime, stats. You know, the white race. Or at the very least, you're going to have to say, what is
that
the
even
white
the
race? Like,
future, bro?
We have something that we bring to the world, that we.
The religion is the ultimate tool for authoritarians because you don't have to prove anything. Well, yeah, like with what he was saying to Destiny is, it's one of like the hallmarks for I'm blanking on the word. I am not convinced. I would not recommend anyone follow Spencer down the Apolloism route. Do you think I'm saying that we should recommend people follow him down the Apolloism route? Like, just because I don't think that his Apolloism is white nationalism doesn't mean that I'm like signing off on his beliefs or anything like that. I'm not saying that I am now an Apolloist. What's the... I can't... a fascist. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Earlier, he was talking about, like, the fact that you need a... Like, you need somebody to fight against. You need to have a bad guy to rally the troops. And that's, like, a hallmark of fascism, is to have somebody to be the bad guy. Somebody to push back against. Somebody to like point at and say, this is why we all need to come together now.
We bring to humanity. That's what it's not just about like these damn immigrants or these damn blacks or you know doing nonsense over in Chicago. That's boring. That's lame. That's negative. That's petty. It's nasty. You have to say something like, we have there's a spiritual core to who we are, that we are bringing something to the world. That's powerful.
Interesting. Yeah. So I would say that that's a very significantly different than view than I think you would have said in the past, right? Transcending race. So yeah, and it's similar to arguments I've seen between Christian nationalists and white nationalists. And you know, it's always very interesting to see those two sides kind of clash with each other. And at the end of the day, it is true. You know, there may be, like, I'm not going to deny that there are differences between different people, but those differences are kind of negligible in the long run. And when you're kind of,
I doubt he's gonna go that far. I think, like he said, he's still a race realist. He doesn't think that like pushing for those sorts of policies is actually helpful. It's never gonna get anywhere, and so you need to move past that.
looking to build a society. You want to build a society with people who share the same values as you, people who can cooperate and work together in a society, things like that. Yeah, but it's super interesting to see that change with you.
I'm saying he has not changed as much as you think he has, and I think Apolloism is likely identitarian at its core. Right, but that's what I'm saying, is that, like, you guys can think that all you want, but, like, you would need some sort of evidence for that, right? Just saying like, well, he believed these sorts of things in the past, therefore he believes them now. Like, there's evidence that he's changed. So I would need evidence that he hasn't changed. I can give evidence that he doesn't believe those things. So you guys would have to give evidence that he does believe those things. That's my point. Is that, like, I'm not saying go follow Richard Spencer. Apolloism still sounds really stupid. But if everybody's going to keep saying he's dog whistling, he's still a white nationalist, or he's still pushing white nationalism, he's just doing it through Apolloism now. Yeah, you would have to have some evidence for that. He's become self-aware. Yeah, I don't know if I would say I think he's more self-aware at minimum. Yeah. Oh no, this is a bad idea. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. We're gonna die. Oh. Never mind. The Apolloism seems similar to stuff like the Idonic Rite. Is there evidence he changed his views on Jews or just race? I don't think he's changed his views on either one. I think that that he's not pushing for that anymore. I think that he still has the same I think that he still has the same beliefs overall, but I don't think that he's like that the movement that he's trying to build has anything to do with that stuff anymore.
As well as with Nick, and whoever else. But where was I going with that?
The people who, I think smart people will recognize this.
Mhm.
And it's not, again, it's not denying race as a biological fact, which I won't do. But it's, it's understanding, like, what am I doing? Like, why am I here? How am I going to add to the conversation? How am I going to improve the world? Racialism is just pure negativity. It's just endless whining about like the immigrants or the blacks or what. And there's something to be said for that. There's something to be said for everything. But it goes nowhere. It can't go anywhere because it is it's a negative ideology. It's about complaining about crime or something. I mean, look, the white race, we're the biggest criminals in world history.
Yeah.
Like why are we complaining about crime?
Yeah.
We stole continents. I hate to break the news to you, but we did that. Not you. I'm talking like the vague racialists. We're the biggest war criminals in world history. So just talking about like the fact that whites might on average behave better, even that is kind of deceptive because so many whites right now are really losing their shit. I mean, the suicide rates, the kind of like we are in a really bad place actually right now. And
you guys wanted evidence. Oh my goodness. What the heck?
And just saying like we commit crime at a lower rate than African Americans in Chicago. Who cares? And like something that moves forward. I do think that Nick and I very different paths. But like I think we both have probably recognized this
based war crimes against the Nazis.
This issue that you have to tap into something transcendent and something ultimately positive to fulfill yourself. And purely negativity is just a non-starter. No one wants to hear it.
Yeah. So I just have a couple of super chats here. One person said, I'm not ideologically inclined. I'm based in ethnicity. I find the left-right obsession with controlling people's thoughts and history and reality is destroying them. That's an interesting comment, I guess. Another super chat.
Controlling people's thoughts. That's what religion does. It controls populations on a wide scale through the psyche and not through force. Or even consent, as like for instance, if you're a small family living somewhere, you all love each other and you're going to kind of work together. You don't have to order someone to go milk the cow or make dinner. It's like, you're all on the same that works on a very small scale. And making people do things through force can work for a certain amount of time, but what are you going to put everyone in a prison or something? It doesn't work. You need the psychic power, the psychological motivation to control huge amounts of people. And so you might not like it, the super chatter, but that's how the world has operated, and that's how the world continues to operate. And then it's how any sort of history is going to progress, is through the psyche.
You know, I think you may have successfully upset some of the chatters in my chat more than I do on a regular basis. So somebody says, Richard, which conservative commentator do you find most repulsive? Also, is Nick sincere in his public beliefs?
I think he is sincere. You know, he can be kind of annoying at times and flippant, but I do think he's kind of ultimately sincere. I wouldn't say that about Milo, and I definitely think Kanye is sincere. The other question, what was the other question?
Which conservative commentator do you find most repulsive?
That's a hard one. There's so many. I find them all repulsive, I guess, in different ways.
Okay. Yeah, this is... Dang, it was a 3-hour conversation. We got 30 minutes of it. The Destiny Richard Spencer one. Yeah, I can't find anything on Apolloism. From what I understand, it's something that he's still building. Like, he's still trying to, like, get the tenets down and get the entire thing really, like, ironed out currently. So I guess he's still not really talking about it. But he's working on it with other people. What is Death Note? Is this a freaking anime? It is. What is wrong with you guys? What happened to you? You guys have problems. All right, what was the thing? Somebody was telling me to watch something by Destiny earlier.
I blame conservatives for this.
This is it. Okay.
Why? Really simple.
This is really interesting. So Tucker Carlson...
God doesn't exist, but God is real. If there's a vacuum inside your brain that the concept of God can fill up, eventually left to people's own devices, people will fill up that vacuum with some kind of a notion of divinity or God.
Damn, girl, you get thicker.
Jesus Christ.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
Well,
you should not be surprised.
I agree to a certain extent. I think that the question is when the pedal hits the metal. Like you talk in the book about technology and how it's shifting and taking away jobs from folks. Yes. And you make specific reference to truck driving and the fact that there are going to be these automated cars on the roads. So would you, Tucker Carlson, be in favor of restrictions on the ability of trucking companies to use this sort of technology specifically to...
I remember this. This is an old conversation. Is it not? Am I crazy? I could have sworn this was old.
Sort of artificially maintain the number of jobs that are available in the trucking industry.
Are you joking? In a second. In a second. In other words, if I were president, when I say to DOT, to Department of Transportation, we're not letting driverless trucks on.
Oh, damn. No. Why do you think my something is
4 years oldish? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. This is old, dude. I watched this a long time ago.
It's my NDI is lagging somehow.
It's on the road. Period. Why?
The trucking actually maintain the number of jobs that are available in the trucking industry.
Are you joking? In a second. In a second. In other words, if I were president, when I say to DOT, to Department of Transportation, we're not letting driverless trucks on the road. Period. Why? Really simple.
This is really interesting. So Tucker Carlson, I think is, if I had to guess, I'd say Tucker is a little bit closer to Steven Crowder than he is to Daily Wire. Like,
what? What does that even mean? Like, ideologically, I don't think so at all. I don't think that's true at all.
I would put him on the spectrum. Like if I don't know what the center of the concern.
He's just a populist. Like so Steven Crowder is closer to populism, but not a paleocon. He's more of a neocon. And Ben Shapiro is very neoconic. I think your link is outdated, maybe not. Is it the thing in you're talking about for my Discord? I will change the link then. But yeah, so he, like, Ben Shapiro is very, like, a neocon, kind of like a libertarian neocon. And Steven Crowder is very much a neocon, but a little bit more populist. Whereas Tucker Carlson is definitely a paleocon and definitely a populist. Like, he is very populistic and very neoconic, for sure. I guess that would make him closer to Steven Crowder, I suppose. I guess he's not wrong. Yeah, I guess he's right.
Yo,
what's up?
I heard you wanted to talk or no?
Did you?
Did you? Well, what's your general opinion on this Spencer shit?
I don't. So I've talked to him about Apolloism, and it doesn't seem like anything's actually like come out about it that's substantial just yet, or like concrete. It just seems to be like a lot of vague notions, but everything that I've heard about it just seems to be like a very like spiritual, almost religious type thing, instead of it being about race or anything like that. It all seems to be very different this time.
Well, what have you actually seen of it? Like what are you basing that off of? Just from what he told you, or
with him. Yes, and then even just like the stuff that we just listened to about it. So what do you know about it that's different?
I mean, you could look at a lot of the writings of Mark Brahmin when he's even talking about it. There's a
That's
link
the
to.
guy that he's working with on.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it specifically is glorifying Aryans and holding up Apollo as like this ideal that is the manifestation of like the perfect Aryan person, and like, yeah.
So is it just for white people?
Yes. It is. It's not in the sense that it's like they welcome minorities into it, but it idealizes whiteness.
It in a way that's bad.
Yes, in a way that's bad. Yes.
Well, because I think that like every time I hear him talk about this stuff, he does seem to like. I think that he probably holds the same beliefs, but I think that the way that he talks about it, he makes it sound like he acknowledges just the fact that. So when I talked to him, literally what he said is liberalism won, and we were idiots forever thinking that it wouldn't. Like we were idiots forever thinking otherwise. The country's only going to become more racially diverse, and it's only going to become more left-leaning and more liberal, and we were dumb forever thinking otherwise. And he's like, and then I started to realize actually like the benefits in that and how childish we were forever thinking that race mattered as much as we did. And he says like, he says, I still believe race is real and I'm still a race realist, but I don't know that there's a hierarchy of races. And I think that there's a lot of like different aspects that I've grown to appreciate with everybody. And I think that a lot of what he says, I find to be like very true. Like, can I go ahead or do you need to respond to any of that?
No, I think that that's fine. I don't really have an issue when it comes to that. I mean, I would take issue with some of the misconceptions about race that he has, but the issue comes with like how baked in the anti-Semitism is to everything that he still espouses. The idea that Christianity is just a ploy by the Jews to cuck Aryans and all this shit. Everything that he talks about is always in opposition to Jewish people. So,
okay. Where did you find? Because we looked for Apolloism, and I couldn't even remember.
I mean, even in the conversation with Stardust, he was talking about he sort of made reference to it.
I didn't hear that part.
He said
we skipped through a lot of it because it was just insanely boring.
He said that basically that Christianity and Judaism go hand in glove, and
I agree with that.
Well, in the sense that they're both Abrahamic, but he talks about how Christianity, it's this idea that Jewish people have crafted Christianity as this religion that glorifies meek and weak characteristics, and it's the idea that they want Jewish people to not embrace these other ideals, these Apollo-esque sort of ideals of like power, creating a society, like all this other shit, right?
He says that Judaism upholds meek ideals.
That Judaism, through the creation of Christianity, does do that.
So what does that mean, through the creation of Christianity? Because I would agree that like it seems as though Judaism was more about like power and like hierarchies and like being strong, and Christianity is more about like loving people and being nice and helping others and that sort of crap. And so that's I'm trying to understand that delineation.
Did you see the part in the conversation with Stardust where he's talking about how, well, like he's talking about like, well, what is the white identity? And he talks about how like, well, white people are violent. Like we conquered people. Like, we established this. Like he says that as if it's a bad thing, but that is the ideal that he is holding up, that Apollo represents, and he wants white people to like sort of identify with.
This is something that I was explaining during it, is that a lot of the things that he seems to talk about are very fascistic at minimum. I don't know about anti-Semitic, but
he's only liberal in the sense that it's the status quo and he has to fit within that box in order to maintain, or like in order to achieve his political goals now.
But I don't even know what those political goals are. Like, it doesn't seem like he's actually pushing political goals right now. And he hasn't yet, as far as I've seen. Like every time I see interviews with him, or I've talked to him, or
well, because
Stardust
his main goal right now is just to come off as reformed. So he's just doing a media tour to sort of like reform himself. He's trying not to get into the weeds of like specifics and stuff like that. Nobody's really pressed him on it for it either.
Yeah, because I the last time I talked to him, and I really wanted to focus on Apolloism and understand it, he didn't want to talk about it. He kept saying like it's still new, it's in its infancy, like we don't really know what it is yet. We just know it's a very spiritual thing, and we're kind of done with the race stuff, and it's more about like religion and having a, you know, something bigger than ourselves and that sort of crap. So yeah, he is very vague with it.
Yep, purposely.
Well, so, I mean, so that's the part that I have issue with. So this is what I was saying in my chat. Is I'm not saying that Apolloism isn't this thing. My issue is that I have issue with people saying that it is that thing, that it is this white nationalist or anti-Semitic movement. And I just have not seen evidence of that. But
I can definitely send you some stuff talking about Apolloism, or from Mark Brahmin himself, and some of the stuff from Richard Spencer that gives you a better idea of like what exactly Apolloism is.
Okay. Yeah, because I've looked for it and I just haven't seen anything. So that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. And anybody out there, you can always ask me. I you know, if it's easy to disregard because he comes off really like agreeable in these conversations on purpose. So everybody's walking away with this idea of like, oh well, he didn't say anything egregious. Like, what's the big deal here? And it's like, well, yeah, but if you really look into what he's espousing, it's actually pretty rooted in like anti-Semitism and eugenicist sort of ideology. So yeah,
I would like to see that, because I was just recently pretty far right, and you see this consistently with people who move from being far right to like towards the center or the left or something like that, and everybody still finds these reasons to believe that they're not authentic and that they didn't really move, and that they still hold these old beliefs, and that they're just trying to be more palatable to the center and blah blah blah. And so I'm just like I'm very averse to that sort of thinking, and I think it just triggers something in my brain to start pushing back. Because even the same crap happened with Lawrence Southern. It happened with Hunter Avallone. It happens with everybody, where people just find a reason to still call them far right. And they did it to me as well. Just still finding reasons to say that I'm still far right, and that I'm just trying to be more palatable. And so I wouldn't even say that argument.
I wouldn't even necessarily say that he's like grifting, because I feel like Richard Spencer now isn't really any different than Richard Spencer of 2016, or at least not by much. It's just that the reason we're seeing this shift is because he's lost his audience on the right, and his credibility and all the connections that he has, and so now he's sort of clawing for relevancy in whatever space he can do, which happens to be centered left-wing spaces, I guess. So if
that was true, though, I don't think he would be complimenting people like Kanye West and Nick Fuentes as much as he is. Like Nick is somebody who he's always had problems with, and like a back and forth with.
Well, the thing with Richard Spencer is he has to stay true to what he espouses, and he has to say all the right things so the right wing will still sort of be able to agree with what he says, but he wants to be able to say it in an agreeable enough way to where like more moderate people won't really second guess it.
See, that's interesting, because when I talk to gripers, they get really upset if you mentioned anything that a white person has ever done bad, right? They get like very uptight about it, and And when he starts talking about like, who cares that black people commit crimes at a higher rate? Like that just means that they're more that they're more violent now, but white people have always been more violent. Like that's something that Groypers hate. That's something that pisses them off more than anything, is a comment like that.
I don't think he's trying to get he's not aiming to sort of appeal to them anymore. He's still trying to appeal to the right wing, but maybe not like Groypers or like, you know, he's already lost that community.
Okay.
He's trying to play both sides, and it's a very hard thing for him to do, but he is doing it, and I do see him like sort of giving off this image of being reformed to like a more liberal audience.
Because yeah, initially we ended up on this rabbit hole because the other day we were talking about something, and somebody brought up in my chat that Destiny like did a really poor job at debating Richard Spencer. And so I was like, did he? Like, I feel like if I had faith in anybody to not do a poor job against Richard Spencer, it would probably be Destiny. Like, he's probably the one person that I would have trust in to you know, be responsible in a conversation with him. And so then we went through the conversation, and I would say he does definitely make Richard Spencer seem very palatable and reformed. Like, he makes him seem just like an average Joe, and it almost makes it sound like him and Destiny are on the same page across the board. He sounds like freaking Destiny now. And I think anybody watching that conversation would come out of it saying, oh, Destiny and Richard Spencer have the same beliefs. They have very similar political ideas. But then after we finished it, everybody's like, yeah, MindWaves went off about how irresponsible this was. And I was like, crap, again, dude? Like, I don't understand how this keeps happening. I don't understand like what it is that he's saying. So yeah, I'm definitely interested to look into the Apolloism if you have something on it.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to talk with Destiny is because I wasn't really sure how the conversation really got organized behind the scenes. Because I had sort of, when I watched the full video, he even asked him about Apolloism. It seemed like he didn't even really understand what Apolloism is. So I was like, okay, so he's probably going into this debate without any knowledge of what Richard Spencer believes or anything like that. Hold on, I gotta answer the door. 1 second.
Yeah, go on.
Guess how much it was?
Who went and told him that I wanted to talk? Which one of you? Which one of you said that?
All right. Yeah. So I'm back.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So I asked him. I was like, you know, did you know that you were going to be talking with Richard Spencer, or how did that sort of happen? And he was like, well, the idea was sort of floating around, but I really didn't know up until the day before it happened that he was actually going to be having that conversation. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess that sort of makes sense how you wouldn't be prepared to necessarily have that conversation, or at least prepared up to the standard I think you should be, right?
From what I understood, he knew ahead of time, but he thought they were joking. He thought it was a joke that Richard Spencer was going to be there. And then he found out that he was actually going to be there, like the day before.
Right. So like, yeah. So I understand it. I would still say that like that sucks that you know, but like my frustration with that conversation is that okay, so Adam seemed to go about it by saying, okay, well, I'm gonna have this guy on because that'll be for like really interesting content, and I'll have Destiny on to oppose him. So like I don't have to worry about irresponsibly platforming him because I have good opposition there to take care of it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, when you have somebody come on, even if it's Destiny, you need to, like somebody with Richard Spencer, and you like, you know, the conversation. I mean, Adam even sort of tried to make it adversarial, or like try to make Destiny push back in a certain way, but like nobody really knew how to really push him on anything, because again, he's not saying anything specific, he's not saying anything too disagreeable, and if you don't know anything about him or what he currently believes in or is espousing or anything like that, then well, how could you, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I don't know, that's sort of where I'm coming from with it.
Yeah, we only watched the part that Destiny posted the 30-minute clip from it, and then afterwards realized that it's like a 3-hour long conversation that they only clipped 30 minutes out of to post on Destiny's channel. So I didn't actually watch the 3-hour long debate.
Yeah. But yeah. Yep. Destiny sort of okayed me in that conversation and didn't really go anywhere, so
I can imagine. Yeah.
But I'll shoot you those that stuff. If you really wanted to get a real quick like introduction into it, there's a YouTube channel on on YouTube. It's called fuck, I forget the name of the channel, but just look up REM theory, and it's like a video series. It's like a 3 or 4 part series that sort of talks about REM, which is a work by Mark Brahmin.
Rem the Bath Boy.
Yeah, and it sort of talks about it, and the last one is like, okay, well, why Apolloism, and it talks about Apolloism in the last one, but it's a lot of it shows the anti-Semitism in it and a lot of stuff like that.
So I got REM theory video series. You said it's in the last.
I would watch all of them if you could, but yeah.
Okay.
Let me here. I'll just find the first video.
Because yeah, I'm looking at it. There's let's see, 1, 2, 3 videos. They're all about 10 to 15 minutes long. So
yeah, and that channel has other videos talking about this sort of shit, talking with Mark Brahmin about it, stuff like that. I think there's even some stuff with Richard Spencer on it. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, because what I was Googling and what I was YouTube searching was Richard Spencer Apolloism, and just nothing came up except for stuff from like 5-6 years ago. So
Yep. And the whole way that I found out about this Apolloism shit was actually an interview with Mark Brahmin with JF. And he basically, this whole REM theory thing is basically a big part of it is Brahmin wanting to look at like all different types of media, from movies to comics to whatever, and he sort of analyzes it in this sort of Aryan versus Jew sort of dynamic, where Jews are creating media to sort of uphold the ideals of Judaism, and sort of will put in characters that reference Aryans and like cuck them, or like make them to like look like the fool, right, or something like that. It's really bizarre. But yeah.
Let me ask you a question. This is totally off base, but based on what you were just saying, it made me think of something. Oh, actually, real quick. The reason that I'm looking into this stuff on Richard Spencer is, you know about the documentary that I'm working on Destiny, and the plan is to do another one afterwards on like the alt-right with Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, like kind of what it evolved into and like why it fell apart and all of that sort of crap, and really get into like all of the Gamergate crap and how like in Trump getting elected and all of that stuff. And I think that would be really interesting after like after it's all happened and done with, to have like a look at all of it as a full thing. And so yeah, I really want to understand what it is he's doing now before I start getting into that stuff. Obviously we're not done with the Destiny documentary yet, so it's a ways down, but I still want to look into this crap. But yeah, that's the main reason that I'm looking into this. So I'm working on a video essay right now, and you know the whole thing with like Jews controlling the media. Do you think there's much of a difference with the idea of whiteness and colonialism, where they're talking about the same thing and being influenced in the same ways? Because Jewish people really are more likely to be liberal. They really are more likely, they do run a lot of the production companies, the financial institutions, some of the most influential institutions within our country. They really do run these things. And so if they are very liberal, they are obviously going to influence the country in a liberal direction. And do do people have a right to be upset about that and them being Jewish, or are black people who do this whole whiteness thing, are they justified in having the same issues with white people?
So the problem is that while, I mean, descriptively, I mean, it absolutely is true that Jewish people have, you know, that demographic leans a certain way politically, and that they do have, um, you know, overwhelming presence in certain things like banking or maybe media. Um, that's fine. The problem isn't the overrepresentation. The problem is when people start to extrapolate from that there's some sort of conspiracy to like fuck over white people,
Mhm.
which is the sort of narrative that's been propagated.
Right, the cabal stuff, right.
Exactly.
So you would say that it is justified if they look at this and say, like, hey, this group of people is more likely to be liberal and they are influencing media in these institutions in a more left-leaning direction that would be negative for the right wing.
I would say it's wrong to make that like. I don't think it's wrong to say that like well, just because a demographic leans a certain way politically, I mean, of course the media that they create is going to reflect whatever they believe, right? So like
Mhm.
it's just it's weird to racialize that
Mhm.
to the point where it's like, okay, well now we need to criticize this group of people as a whole, right? It's like,
Right.
well, okay, but the issue here isn't that they're Jewish. The issue here is that they have a belief that you don't that you don't agree with.
Right. So would that be different from whiteness and colonialism?
I'm not sure the connection you're trying to make there. What do you mean?
So lots of the issues with whiteness and colonialism is that like black people don't get to really have their own culture and exist in their own way because of whiteness and colonialism and the fact that it's just kind of pervasive in the way that we run countries in the West and all of this other crap, right? So they lots of times with farther right people who have issues staying on platforms and maybe even getting jobs or not getting canceled, like the kind of narrative is just like, yeah, dude, like we're becoming more progressive and you just kind of either got to get on board or get, you know, or you know, that's it. Like you just have to get on board or life's gonna suck. Why wouldn't that be the same answer for somebody who's black and doesn't like having to deal with like white culture and having to like integrate with those sorts of ideals as well?
I'm trying to. I feel like you're asking me a couple different questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just don't know how to answer your question, to be honest.
Do you understand what I'm asking, or is it that you don't understand what I'm asking, or are you not sure how to answer?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're asking me for. Like, what do I think about how like white people could sort of feel that the culture war has left them behind, and how that sort of alienates them from people that hold those beliefs?
No, so okay, so I'm like one of the things that I'm going over in this video is a lot of like Professor Flowers clips. And it seems like a lot of the ways that they talk about white people is very similar to the way that that the like white nationalists would talk about Jewish people, and that the or even just like progressives in general, is that like things are moving in a direction that that they don't like, and the rest of us are just like, yeah, like you just kind of have to integrate with society, like that's just kind of how this works. We stigmatize things that we don't like, and everybody else just kind of has to jump on train, otherwise they're going to have a hard time with it. It seems like that I I'm starting to like question my like beliefs in whiteness and like the I guess how like forgiving I was to the ideas of like colonialism and CRT and all of these other sorts of things, because there seems to be a lot of crossover in the types of rhetoric and the way that they talk about it and the types of problems that they have. It seems like if I was going to be consistent, I would have the same answers for black people as I do for white nationalists.
I mean, I don't, I see the parallels you're trying to draw. I see them as like a little bit different. Considering I guess the historical context of the issue, or even like the present day sort of, like I would say that I would say that the idea that white supremacy, or like like the idea that black people still face, I just sorry, I'm just trying to answer your question.
Mhm.
I would say that black people that feel that way, right, that constantly want to characterize white people as colonialists, or as like being the enemy, similar to like how anti-Semites do with Jews, I would say that like that is just as wrong, right? Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't know how to answer
It's okay.
your question. Yeah.
I heard you talk to somebody about this recently in a debate where you seem to be like sympathetic to those ideas as well. And
So what ideas exactly?
like whiteness, colonialism. I forget her name. It's the trans woman who was upset
Polly?
with Portland is burning. Polly, yes. You were talking to Polly, and I assume like you were giving her a lot more leeway just to be like charitable to her, because the ways that she talks about race are pretty regressive in a lot of ways. But yeah, like a lot of the things around like whiteness and colonialism and that sort of crap.
Well, I mean, everything I said in there, I technically agree. The thing is, I really do stand by what I said. It's just that like I was being hyper charitable to her, because I know that when she talks about those things, that like she tries to use those as like a cudgel, right? Whereas I'm just sort of like seeing it as like a matter of fact, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
Like if
I
there was
just-
anything that I like said in there that like seemed like a little bit too far, I mean, I don't know, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, and that like that's the same way that I think about it. I just yeah, I the only reason I'm asking is I normally I ask a ton of people a random questions about stuff that I'm doing in video essays, because I hate to get this stuff wrong. So I
Well-
try to like challenge myself on it as
So,
much as possible before I
in
put
that
it out.
in that conversation, the reason that it sort of got brought up that way was because we were talking about, it was the idea that that black people being anti-Semitic was actually a problem, right? The sort of
Mhm.
tendency that black people have from towards anti-Semitism,
Yeah.
and where that sort of stems from, right? And I think, I mean, it would be correct to, if we're asking like, okay, well, why is this the case, to look at like, okay, well, what about this demographic would sort of lead him in that direction? And a lot of it is related to slavery and oppression in the United States and stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
And sort of tying whiteness to Jews, and the lack of sort of identity or heritage, really, and stuff like that, right? Like there's a whole number of factors that sort of go into it, and so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she was trying to say that they got their anti-Semitism from white nationalists, and because black people were colonized, they like the idea of anti-Semitism was kind of forced upon them, and so therefore it's not their fault; it's white people's fault. That's
Right,
the
she was
narrative
trying to
that
use
she
it
was
as like
going with.
as like a way to absolve them from the responsibility of
Right.
their rhetoric or their beliefs, right? Whereas it's like, in my opinion, well, if you're anti-Semitic, I don't care why it is that you're anti-Semitic. That's still a problem, and I can still call you out for it. But she was obviously unable to. But yeah.
Okay.
All right, my dude. Do you have anything else though?
No, I think that's it. Yeah, I like I said, I didn't really have like major disagreements. It's more so that I just don't know enough about Apolloism, and so far everything that I've heard from him seems to be general statements that I would agree with. So, yeah, we'll definitely look into this. Somebody in chat said, I don't get what MindWaves wants done about Spencer. What is his prescription? I would assume your prescription is just to push back more, right?
Well, I would say that if you're going to platform like somebody like Richard Spencer, I would think that it's necessary to be able to sort of understand where his beliefs come from, and when he brings up Apolloism, or like vaguely references that, be able to like push back on it and on some stuff. Like Richard Spencer was able to like say that he still believes in race realism without Stardust really even saying anything about like, well, okay, well, what do you mean by that, right? Like,
Yeah.
which was very bizarre to me. But yeah, it's shit like that, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he. I'm like, I'm not calling for people to like blacklist him and or not platform or anything like that. I would just say that stop giving him the ability to go on platforms and sell himself as being reformed or anything less than what he is, which is anti-Semitic and still very much, you know, I would say a white supremacist in the way that he idealizes these sort of Aryan ideals that he bakes into Apollo, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling them earlier, the reason that I started listening to Richard Spencer was because the way that he talked about, like, oh, I'm just in favor of white people, I'm not against anybody else, and like all of these news outlets, the way that they framed him made it seem like he just wasn't the bad guy that everybody else was making him out to be, and this made him a lot more palatable and more agreeable to me. And I started to like him more and more until I found out about all the anti-Semitism, and then I definitely didn't like him anymore. But but yeah, back when I was younger, that like the way that he was framed for a long time made him seem like just a normal dude that everybody hated because they hate white people.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, it would be the same thing that you're worried about happening to other people where they're making him seem more palatable, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. And unfortunately right now, it's been successful. I mean, in the conversations that he's had with Stardust, in the conversations that he's had, the one that he had on No Jumper, everybody's walking away with this impression that like, oh, well, he's just a liberal now. Like, what's the big deal? Like, oh, like, and everybody's like,
He's a
oh,
Bernie Sanders voter.
oh, this Apolloism thing is it's just it's some mystic, you know, nonsense, right? And it's just like, okay, well, no, I mean, it's nonsense, but like if you look at it, it literally has a bunch of the same shit that he you know, the same problematic shit, the same anti-Semitism, the same idealizing of the white race, you know, everything like that. So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, man.
Peace out.
Later. You guys are freaking weird. Just go grab random people and say, hey, Tom wants to talk to you. Didn't have any disagreements with him. But when you tell me it was Chud viewers that did that, it makes sense all of a sudden. Those guys, yeah. Okay. Well, what were we? Oh, yeah.
Conservative Party is, or if I put like this is like the start of the Conservative Party, like it feels like you have like the Daily Wire is this kind of like very center right thing. It's probably the most sane part of the Conservative Party right now. And then you've got like Tucker Carlson is here, and then like right here you've got like Steven Crowder. This is kind of what it feels like. Tucker might be more extreme than Steven Crowder.
Tom, do you not want to watch the rest of the No Jumper thing? I think I'm down for it. I just think that you're talking about the conversation with Richard Spencer, right? Yeah, I'm down for it, and I think we'll probably watch these other videos as well. But I don't think I'm going to be on stream much longer, and so I think I'm gonna just watch this. I believe this is a short video. Yeah, it's 43 minutes. Destiny's conversation with Richard Spencer is 3 hours on No Jumper, so that's going to take a long time. But we'll REM Theory or Destiny, both. That's what I'm saying, is that I would want to watch both. Probably on the next stream, we'll watch Destiny talk to Richard Spencer on No Jumper, and then we'll probably watch some of the REM Theory videos. I doubt we'll have time for both, but yeah, but I'm talking about both. I don't understand what you guys are upset at, like, or what you guys are even arguing in chat. Like, yeah, the Stardust stuff. If from the way that we just watched that conversation, if there are issues with Richard Spencer, I would agree with MindWaves on his criticisms of the way that she platformed him. But either way, it's obvious coming out of that conversation that she just doesn't understand responsible platforming one way or the other. Yeah, but he was also too dumb to debate Katie on her dumb takes about rape. Well, that's a completely different conversation. Yeah. Or I guess you're talking to them.
I just haven't watched enough stuff of his recently, but this is like what it feels like. Like, it feels like, yeah, this is what it feels like, but I'm not sure.
Tom, would you platform Hitler? Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I could be wrong, but let's see.
Trucks on the road, period. Why? Really simple.
So like Tucker Carlson has like this populist outlook here, right? Where he doesn't care about capitalism, or he doesn't care about the economy, or he doesn't care about reality. He just wants to be like hardcore protectionist. Like, this is the guy where it's like sewing machines are invented, and he's like, well, if we make sewing machines, it's gonna put women weavers out of business. We can't have them, right?
Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school.
We are upset because MindWaves has nothing. Well, that's not true if what he's saying is true about the anti-Semitism within Apolloism, right? That, I don't know, that I think he'd be wrong about that. Because everything that he was mentioning during these conversations, the one with Destiny, the one with Stardust, everything that he kept saying, I kept pointing out, saying, yeah, these are the things that he was talking about with Apolloism. These are the things that he was mentioning when he was talking about Apolloism. These are the things, you know, the spirituality and the you know, like having somebody to push back against and all of this crap. Like, he would be correct if the anti-Semitism is actually in there, and if this is actually like is it? I don't know. We haven't gotten that far yet. But you don't know if it is either. I don't know, and you don't know. And so I'm not going to start arguing, well, that no, it's not, you're wrong, because I don't know if it's actually there. I'm admitting I don't know. And so I would like to find out first before I start saying that he has nothing. But you're saying you don't know, and also saying that he has nothing.
Isn't this several years old? Wait, is this clip years old? Is it really old?
Yes, that is years old. That's what I was saying,
in this country, in all 50 states. By the way, that's the same group whose wages have gone down by.
Tom Foolery, I would say that responsible platforming isn't a real thing. I think we just fundamentally disagree, or more so that I don't believe in it. I have a conversation with Stardust, if you want to go watch that, from like a year ago. We also talked about responsible platforming at the beginning of this entire thing, where I kind of listed out like pretty basic principles where I would assume that we don't want to do bad or put bad out into the world. And so, and I would assume that we don't want to help grow platforms that we believe are doing bad. Those are like, so that doesn't mean you can't talk to these people. It doesn't mean that you can't have a conversation with them. It doesn't mean that you can't, It doesn't mean that you can't engage with them. Piers Morgan has an entire channel where he just talks to very controversial figures that most people wouldn't platform, but he does a really good job of it. And he interviews them and pushes back in the interview without debating them. Like, he's not there like debate broing these people. There's very simple ways of doing this stuff. It's not as complicated as lots of people make it out to be. And I think Stardust makes it out to be a lot more complicated than it actually is as well. I think these are just very simple things that you can do. Because the controversial figures or ideals doesn't stay contained in a neat little box. Eventually it gets out into the real world. Responsible platform works if everyone does it, in my opinion. I highly disagree. I don't care if it's going to get out either way. That's a completely different conversation as to whether or not you help. That is like, whether or not you are helping that thing is a totally different conversation. Like, at that point, I can just sit up here and start talking about how great it is to be a Nazi and a rapist, and how great it is to molest children and all of this stuff. And you guys would all be perfectly cool with all of that, because it doesn't matter one way or the other. People are going to rape and be Nazis anyways. No, of course you care. This is what we're talking about. It's like, ideals don't just get put out just by me saying the words myself. Other people can come on here and say the words as well, and those ideals are still being espoused one way or the other. A person's thoughts, if he's not preaching them to others, don't matter. I agree with that. But he's saying that if they are pushing Apolloism, and then you go find Apolloism, and that is what they're preaching, then it does matter. So no duh, like I've said this a million times, if Lauren Southern is actually a secret Nazi, but just never talks about Nazism and never actually pushes those ideals, then I don't care. I don't freaking care if she's a Nazi, because she never talks about it. If you go watch a cupcake person on YouTube who makes cupcakes and they make the best cupcakes, we're not going to say, hey, they can't have a YouTube channel because they're a freaking Nazi. No, because they don't talk about their Nazism. They talk about cupcakes. So with Stardust, she isn't talking about cupcakes. She's having him on actually talking about these ideals. He's actually talking about the things that he believes, and he's actually pushing things about Apolloism. And if Apolloism actually is this anti-Semitic and white nationalist fascistic sort of thing, then yes, that would be a problem. This is why Destiny said he wants to see that what Spencer has said about it himself. And all that MindWaves could give him was vague reference to Apolloism. Oh my goodness. I literally just explained this. I'm sorry. I don't think that you guys can gauge this, because you're not disagreeing with me. At no point have you guys disagreed with me. You're just repeating yourselves and go in looping right now, okay? I have already explained vague reference equals pushing. Yes. Yes, it not only put, like, he's said numerous times that he will be pushing Apolloism. He has said this. He has said that this is his big project and that this is the huge thing that he's working on. It's just not ready for public consumption. So yes, this, like, 100%, the vague notions are pushing or eventual pushing. Apollonianism. Krontos talks about himself being a Muslim. Why are we ignoring this and going into Apolloism? Who the hell is Krontos? I'm disagreeing with the external, not the internal. Not with what responsible platforming is or isn't. Just the regulating of others might not even be you. It's MindWaves for me. Okay, yeah. Go watch my conversation with Stardust. Again, I have not accused Stardust of irresponsible platforming at any point. I haven't done it. It's not a thing that I've ever said. But I have said that she does not understand responsible platforming. And that was my issue with her. Not that she does irresponsible platforming. And again, if MindWaves is correct about the things that he says about Apolloism and about Richard Spencer, then he would be correct about her irresponsible platforming based on the conversation that we just watched. For sure. All right, I'm going to hit play. I got to grab some food real quick. I'll be right back.
11% over the past 30 years. The social cost of eliminating their jobs in a 10-year span, 5-year span, 30-year span is so high that it's not sustainable. So the greater good is protecting your citizens from, look, capitalism is the best economic system I can think of, I think that anyone's ever thought of, but that doesn't mean that it's a religion and everything about it is good. No, but there's no Nicene Creed of capitalism that I have to buy into. What I care about is living in a country where, you know, decent people can live happy lives, actually. And so, no, I would say immediately, no, are you joking? And I maybe would make up some pretext for public consumption, like, oh, they're dangerous. The technology's not quite finessed. No. But the truth would be, I don't want to put 10 million men out of work because you're going to have 10 million dead families, and the cascading effect from that will wreck your country. So
it's like, this is like a child's understanding of economics. It's like insane to me that like you could take like one semester of high school econ and realize like it's like lump of labor fallacy. It's just like such a stupid point that like new technology comes in and there's just X group of people will be unemployed because we ran out of work in society. Meanwhile, the United States is at like a 3% unemployment rate because we can't find enough people to work the jobs that already exist. Damn, and then that ends there. NYPD is setting up barricades outside Manhattan Criminal Court ahead of Trump arrest. Oh shit. Is Trump in New York? Do you think he'd try to like... Do you think he would try to leave the state? He came back to the state to be arrested. Proud Boy showed up in New York today, got no love from New Yorkers.
I came here to help people, not get the shit beat out of me. I have 2 other fucking buddies now. No, they put in a car. Where's your car? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you people.
Have you had any Swedish food? Yeah, I go to IKEA all the time, bro.
Go! Yeah, get the out of here! City, come back to Long Island, you
I kind of want to build out a picture of the world for you. It's a little bit of a jigsaw. I want to put the jigsaw pieces together first. Tell me what you think of it. If I said to you, numbers don't exist, but numbers are real, how would you parse that statement?
If you would say numbers don't exist, but numbers are real, then I would imagine that that what you mean is that like numbers are some sort of like arrangement of things that humans kind of create. They don't exist in the world. It's a pattern that we kind of say exists. But when you say they're real, you might mean that there is some real descriptive power to them describing reality. So for instance, the number 1 and the number 2 are not real things. But if I were to say 1 + 1 = 2, like if I have 1 banana and then 1 more banana and I put it together, I have 2 bananas, that's like a real phenomenon, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, so they don't exist, but not only do they describe the world, but in a sense, based on how well we manipulate numbers, they can affect the world. Would you be able to similarly parse the following statement? God doesn't exist, but God is real.
Yeah, it could be, sure.
There's something about being human that has some sort of an intrinsic proclivity or some notion of God, divinity, sanctity. If there's a vacuum inside your brain that the concept of God can fill up, eventually left to people's own devices, people will fill up that vacuum with some kind of a notion of divinity or God.
Possibly, sure.
This doesn't mean we're all born with the concept of God. It's more like God emerges from the interactions of culture, language, hierarchy, things we don't understand. But I've been trying to think of like why it's so universal. So in marketing, there's a concept called brand territory. You know, marketers look at customer minds as like there's a lot of association space inside people's brains. Concepts that are associated to each other tend to kind of cluster together. For example, cluster of concepts might be like liberal politics, political commentators, and a streamer who goes by Destiny. So if you're a liberal who regularly watches political content online, you're also more likely going to relate to Destiny the streamer. This association space is kind of like a mental real estate that everyone has. And there's two kind of like association space. There's mapped association space and unmapped, or like you can think of it as like the fog of war kind of association space.
Okay.
When was the last time that, say, you were using a product from a particular brand and you switched over to a competing product from a different brand?
I don't know. I'm sure it's happened. I don't know if I can think of anything off the top of my head, but why? Or I mean, like maybe when I buy like a new keyboard or something, but...
The reason I bring it up is like mapped association spaces are mental real estate where some brand or concept is already squatting. But the fact that some brand has a hold on that particular space in your head doesn't mean it can get complacent, because there are other brands constantly trying to move into that territory, right?
Okay.
So like Adidas wants into Nike's territory, or you know, Vaush wants into Destiny's territory. You may probably want a little bit into Hassan's territory. And whether you know it or not, your mapped association space is like in a state of constant war, and usually also a state of like constant stalemate, because the mental real estate market does tend to settle down over time as brands prove themselves. That's happening. The other kind of association space, the unmapped one, do you have an idea of where you might look for if you wanted to find unmapped association space?
What would you look for if you were looking for unmapped association space? I have no idea.
So there's like the mental real estate that's lying unoccupied by any brand or idea because no one knows it exists.
Yeah, it would have to be some totally new but I feel like with the internet and everything, I feel like we're inundated with so much shit. I can't think of anything. Yeah. Well, maybe right now, I guess for newer generations of people that are a-religious, I mean, it may be religious space, sure.
So every new generation is its own huge, like, unmapped association space because they haven't had time to solidify their identities yet and the brands that they identify with, right? Yeah, right? Like, the most intense example I can think of was, like, I used to play video games as a kid, I'm sure you did, but I didn't really think of video games as, like, narrative-driven until Final Fantasy VII kind of arrived on the PlayStation 1. And suddenly, like, it kind of, Final Fantasy dominated the narrative video game RPG market that no one ever knew existed until it arrived, right?
Sure.
So, now when it comes to new generations, kids, these are like the most fertile kind of unmapped association space. They're undefended, they're uncontested, they're super suggestible, and it's kind of fucking hilarious to me that when we talk about society and culture and all that, we kind of casually make distinctions between boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, zoomers, as if this was like a natural way to stratify and categorize people. And the hilarious part is almost no one seems to acknowledge that that whole category.
Okay. Freaking Abaddon. I asked you who Karantos was, and you started telling me what Islam is. I'm asking, who the hell is Karantos? That what Islam is does not help me understand who the hell Karantos is.
Categorization started as marketing terms. It started because advertisers needed to optimize for like different population groups. And they came to realize it wasn't just enough to target people by age, you had to target them by cultural generations, right?
Sure.
So now let's go into religion. Over the dawn of civilization, people discovered God, discovered religion, And because there was unmapped real estate where a concept like God could easily grow and establish itself, it basically did, especially because the early civilizations were like so isolated from each other. So the different gods, as far as I know, weren't really like competing, you know, unless maybe, and if you had like a pantheon of type of god like the Greeks or the Hindus did, then
Wrong, I said Karantos is the guy who talks about Islam and excused Islam wanting to kill Destiny over him making jokes. Okay, I don't know anything about this, so I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Seems to be more irresponsible than platforming Spencer, so he can make a vague reference to Apolloism. Wait, who's platforming the guy who threatened to kill Destiny? Or excusing it, like Destiny and Wick? And they were okay with him doing that stuff. You're saying they didn't push back against that stuff, right? They platformed in a very friendly manner and were like, hey, this is awesome that you excuse people trying to kill Destiny. Wait, who's they? So Wick had a Muslim panel or Destiny had a... Wick had a Muslim panel that Destiny was on? Why would Destiny be on a Muslim panel? All right. I don't know anything about this, so it's a pointless argument.
it wasn't a competition as much as just like stratification, but everybody bought.
And let's say you're right, then I would just say that they're wrong. Like it's that simple. If you are correct, then they did something wrong. There you go.
Into the fact that there was like this one single pantheon that explained everything. And when it left unchallenged, this concept of godhood basically became like a core, intrinsic, immutable part of your identity and how you view the world. And this happened over.
That's how we feel about Apolloism. We don't know anything about it, so it's pointless. MindWaves isn't saying that he doesn't know anything about it, though. And I'm not making any claims about this thing, because I don't know anything about it. You're the only one who thinks that you can make a claim without knowing anything about it. I'm going to go look this stuff up. MindWaves tells me about it. I'm going to go find it. And I'm going to look it up, and I'm going to watch it.
Over the course of centuries. So then if I ask you, how did something like that was this strongly built into the culture around the world, why do you think it began to fade over the last century and a half or so?
Well, let's see. So you're saying that concept of God, a heavy part of our space, why did it start to fade? Going by what you've spoken to me so far about, maybe I would say maybe because nobody's competing as much for that space once it starts to fade. Although I feel like Islam has started to do that a little bit. I'm not sure why.
Okay, so my theory is the concept of God basically became too big for itself, too big to serve. It was basically so integrated into every part of society, especially what it meant to have a functioning society. That when I think I'm just pulling this straight out of my ass.
We call it. You can just say conjecture. That's a smart way of saying it.
Conjecture, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like pulling it out of my ass feels more honest.
Sure.
So, I think it was a little bit the fact that people saw that there were other religions with their own gods were doing just fine. So the first thing was, hey, apparently our version of sanctity isn't the only one that works. And that's what started the initial troubles with it. The second part was, I think, the arrival of the middle class as a distinct demographic group. Like, you've said this like a billion times, I think, as people got richer, they began to realize that you didn't actually need God to be a good person, to follow your dreams, to meditate, to build and raise a family. You kind of just needed like good public infrastructure, good personal interrelationships, good health, good education. And I won't say that that killed this, like, you know, abundant adherence and like of God. Like, I won't say it killed the notion of God, but that notion began to seem optional.
Sure.
And a lot of people did began opting out. So you got your atheists and agnostics.
And then your weak Christians and your weak Muslims, like people that are kind of
Yes.
faithful, but it's really just like a cultural thing that God's space is kind of not being occupied as much anymore.
Exactly. In your head, that God space is like now only partially occupied, maybe throughout the year, you know, maybe during festivals or like particularly intense life events. You think you turn to God, but for the most part, you tend to go on without it. The problem is, especially with atheists and agnostics, I will say
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't care about this. Why was I supposed to watch that?
Let's face it, our world is in decline. All across the West,
What? Alright, fine. I'll go back.
I am kind of mostly an atheist.
Okay.
You can say all you want that you don't need God, and maybe you don't. And that's why you evicted God from that mental real estate. I'm just going to call it the divine real estate, you know? I'm not talking about God, I'm just talking about the space
That part of
God has
your
in your head.
Yeah.
So maybe you evicted God from that divine real estate, but that doesn't mean that you demolished the real estate itself, right? I have a feeling that if you don't fill that divine real estate where God used to live with something else of your choosing, then it's going to be filled with something else not of your choosing. Like, I feel like every single one of you, like non-religious people listening, there is in your head an unoccupied divine real estate that almost creates like a vacuum that other ideas and concepts are always going to try to fill. And whether you acknowledge it or not, there is a non-zero chance that you will someday eventually end up filling it with something that will potentially radicalize you. What do you think that looks like? Stuff that, you know, replaces God in that real estate?
It's probably some like overarching, guiding, spiritual or purpose-driven thing. That like that there's something in life that gives you like purpose and meaning. Like so like questions of like why are we here and what are we here for? These are things that are largely spiritually driven or were largely spiritually driven, and without God, that space just ends up becoming kind of empty. And I guess as an atheist, you don't readily fill that space. That requires like a great deal of like actual deliberate thought to do so. A lot of people probably haven't.
One, it requires a lot of actual deliberate thought to do so, but the other thing is like even knowing that it is a space that needs to be filled in the first place. That to just acknowledge that, I feel like most people aren't aware that space exists in their head. So usually you end up filling it with stuff like, you know, ethno-nationalism or, you know, Hitler's pure Aryan race or a communist utopia. And even if you're like personally immune to this, even if you can personally put like a giant not for sale sign in front of your divine real estate and continue to function like a normal human being, that doesn't mean everyone else can do that. In fact, I don't think most people can. I think most people will want, over the course of their lives, to fill that real estate with something else, whether they know it or not. And that's especially true if you have kids. I feel like it always used to bugger my mind. I used to hear about, immigrant families who tend to be kind of like loosely religious or mostly agnostic atheist, and they go to a different country and their kids grow up and they grow up feeling alienated in that country. So that kid looks to the spiritual or religious tenets of their home, like the parents' home country.
Wait, who
And
just told me this? Was this an off-stream conversation? I either had an off-stream conversation with Farah or I was talking to somebody else who
I think
said
that
that...
you were talking to Richard Spencer, probably.
Did Spencer say this? I feel like I spoke to somebody. I feel like I spoke to somebody off-stream personally about their family.
Off-stream, I wouldn't know. Of course.
Yeah, where somebody spoke about their parents when they came to the United States, they got more religious. Was it a caller? Maybe it was a caller. I don't remember. I feel like I've had a conversation with this recently with somebody, like a personal conversation. I don't think it was Spencer, but I don't remember. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coma, I thought you were non-religious. And why are you not showing up in my chat? What the hell? I don't understand what's happening. Okay.
I like everything I'm saying now. It kind of like got triggered by your conversation with.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, never mind. I was looking at my phone. My phone's like 5 minutes behind.
Most people aren't keeping, that giant not for sale sign up in front of your divine real estate. That's especially true of your kids. And if you don't help your kids fill that divine real estate with something of their choosing, then you're leaving it open for someone or something else to fill it. And that's how kids tend to get radicalized. And it's a coin toss on whether that someone or something else is like good or bad. And when it goes bad, it goes really, really bad.
I don't think people have, I don't think science replaces religion. I think it can, make people lose faith in religion or make them not want to be religious anymore. But I don't think it replaces religion, because I think most people believe in science in the first place. And I don't think people become dogmatic about science. I think that science just is what it is. I think it's more of a pragmatic thing. But I think you'll normally replace religion with like a job or friends and family or like something else to care about. And I don't, when he says like most people need that, I don't know if that's true. The more and more that like we're kind of becoming less religious, I don't know if we actually need that. I think that I think that people alive currently need it because that's just been an important thing within their life. But I wonder, like, if they just grew up in a society that never had religion and never had any sort of idea of like a higher power or a higher purpose, if they would ever care about any of these things. The whole bad atheists or secure people narrative is literally religious people propaganda to keep people indoctrinated. It's religious propaganda to keep people indoctrinated. I don't know if that's true. I'm getting a whole lot of clicking sounds. And I'm still blurry, dude. I'm even more blurry now. That's a little bit better. Preachers literally say this, Tom. Yes, but okay. Hold on. You say they say this, but I don't even know what this is when you say the whole bad atheist or secular people narrative. I don't know what that is. Like, they actually believe that, like, being secular in and of itself is bad. Not that the person is bad, but like secular, like not having God is bad. Like it is wrong in and of itself.
Now, before Spencer, there was actually a different trigger for this conversation that had me thinking about this for almost like the last year.
Uh-huh.
And that was you were on a panel, I think early last year, around this time, with Nick Fuentes and Infrahouse.
Uh-huh.
And you were talking like, I think Kanye and some other shit. But at the end of the call, you said something interesting, and that it was kind of nice how Fuentes and Infrahouse.
Fair, I do think spirituality is far superior, but I think religion is just the layman's gateway to spirituality, though a lot of people get stuck on the way there. I don't know. I think like you can just transition into another gender and just become trans or non-binary even. Just change your pronouns, and I think that'll get you there.
Hans had this whole grand narrative thing going on.
Yeah.
That was all-encompassing. It addressed every part of society, every part of the human experience, gave answers to the most common hard questions, and the fact that they're terrible answers.
Just change your pronouns to they, them. That will give you all the meaning in life you could possibly imagine. All that you could ever want is in the they, them pronouns.
Doesn't matter. Point is, those answers fit together very nicely. That's what makes them so compelling. Right?
So compelling.
And they're also compelling because one of the major functions of the concept of God and religion is like a societal anchor.
Yeah.
It's a thing you all gather around. It's a thing you all try to aspire to. It's the thing you return to when...
Talking about how atheists hate God or don't want to believe in him. I'm sorry, I'm not getting it. Do you think atheists want to believe in God? Dude, my headphones are popping. I don't know what's going on.
Things get scary, you know. It's what do you call it? It's a congregation point.
Yeah.
If you want to try and build a grand narrative that can keep out competing toxic grand narratives, I think you need to understand the building blocks of grand narratives. Because I listened to your conversation with Richard Spencer, and you were talking about how pissed you were.
Freddie, I just saw the article you posted. Okay, I'm gonna look at that.
That it was some kind of social taboo these days to get hyped up about the cool shit that USA does. And I felt you so fucking hard, because that's how I feel about the progress of humanity in general. Like, if you're going to define God as omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, going everywhere, being all powerful, knowing everything, then okay, there's one thing to look at, you know, the progress we've made technologically, scientifically, socially, philosophically as a species over the last like 3,500, maybe 12,000 years. But there's some other facts. Like, if I ask someone to look at the coldest place in the universe, with the, you know, the background temperature of the universe is like 3 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero, but that's not the coldest place in the universe. The coldest place in the universe is in the University of Kyoto in Japan, where they cooled matter down to a billionth of a degree above absolute zero, and that means interstellar space is literally 3 billion times hotter than that.
Okay.
The hottest place in the universe isn't at like the core of some like neutron star, which is like around 100 billion Kelvin. the hottest place is like Brookhaven National Lab, and it's in New York. But these guys basically collided gold atoms together to achieve a temperature of around 4 trillion Kelvin,
Okay.
which is about 40 times hotter than a neutron star. So there's other facts, like in the last 80 years of history have been like the longest peace we've known, I think, in human history. You know, where like no two major world powers have gone to war with each other. Most of humanity was historically with smallpox, like a disease that probably killed, I think, more people in history than anything else. And we eradicated that bitch in the last, I think, 50 years.
Well, yeah, we had. I don't know if it's coming back now, but yeah.
Smallpox? Nah.
Yeah, I thought, weren't there a couple? Or no, I might be thinking of measles. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
in the
you're
United
talking.
States. Yeah.
That's measles. We didn't eradicate measles. We only eradicated 2 of them, but one of them, I think, killed more people than anything else ever have. So that bitch is dead, and we got reusable rockets, probably getting closer and closer to an AGI. You know, I know they keep saying that sustainable nuclear fusion is only a decade away, but it's like.
Although they're getting closer. It seems like they are making progress. Yeah.
They are making progress. So like, I think when they say it's only a decade away, is that they underestimate how much work there is still left to be done. But every time they figure out what they underestimated, they get a better picture of how close they are, and they are closer. And that fucks with me that we've basically managed to command so much of nature and overcome our limitations.
Here's a question. I'm curious if you thought about this before.
We were just talking about this earlier, like how weird it is that like we've left our planet, that we're able to manipulate the Earth as much as we are, that we're able to like know what happened millions and billions of years ago in the universe, and like all sorts of crap like that. It's so strange, dude. It is the weirdest freaking thing in the world.
When it comes to physics, when I used to be a little bit more digging into this kind of stuff, so here's something that would be kind of depressing and is a little bit scary. What if we actually have solved essentially like the majority of physics? There's still like a couple of like small loose ends to tie up, like reconciling gravity and QM, although we've got kind of working models for some of this. What if we figured out most stuff and this is kind of it? Like there is really no getting off of this planet. There is no like faster than light travel or teleportation. We have like a pretty good working understanding of the universe, and we're basically at the bounds of our knowledge of physics. All we can do is kind of like iterate and refine on small engineering designs at this point. But for the most part, we've got most of it figured out.
Sorry, what was your question?
Like, if that was the case, it seems like that puts us like out of the bounds of being able to solve things in terms of like
that would suck, but I can't say definitively. I don't think anybody can that is the case, right?
Sure. But I'm thinking of like, when was the last when was the last big breakthrough in physics? Do you know?
The last big breakthrough, I mean,
because I feel like all of our breakthroughs have been like in engineering at this point, but in terms of like actual knowledge of physics, I don't know if we've like shattered anything. Like the last big thing I can think of was the Higgs boson, which people are putting in chat, but that wasn't a breakthrough. That was just confirming the models that we'd already like mathematically arrived at.
Okay, in terms of like, okay, I don't know what, I can't remember what the last big breakthrough was. The last awesome confirmation of our existing models, I think, was like the last year's Nobel Prize for physics, where, you know what? I'll come back to the Nobel Prize in physics if you want me to. It's like really cool, but I don't want to get. I want to answer your question first.
Sure. Yeah.
There are like a couple of problems to answer the question. First, there's the expansion rate of the universe.
Yep.
We know the universe is expanding and it's accelerating.
I feel bad listening to this because I don't have much to add to it, and I'm just playing his freaking videos, and that's it. We're just watching we're just doing a watch party of Destiny on here. I don't know. That's why you need to lay down the law, Tom. How much of this is left? Yeah, like 20 minutes. Damn. Yeah, we're gonna move on to the Apolloism stuff.
Let's face
Hello.
Oh, you're here. Let's go. Let me mute the stream. Hey.
What up?
Hey, how's my audio, by the way? I heard after the call yesterday that it was popping.
Yes, it was popping a lot. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool.
You were a little robot-y.
I run a virtual audio mixer, and from time to time, it's really rare, but once in a while, I have to like reset it. And that was one of those times, so.
Yeah, I've thought about using a virtual audio mixer. So I've got, I've. Do you have a Shure?
Yeah, I do. I'm not on it right now, though. I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah, I have one as well, and I can't use it. And somebody told me that I could get like a virtual compressor.
Why can't you use it?
Because I don't have a compressor.
Well, you don't have to have a compressor.
I do for this one. It sounds like crap. It sounds like super muffled.
Do you have a cloud lifter?
No.
That's just a gain. It's just a gain booster. It's like you
It's
can actually
not the
get
gain.
a off.
It's not the gain. It's muffled. Like it sounds like I put like a pillow over it and then started, or a pillow over my mouth and then started talking.
Which one do you have? The SM7B?
I think it's right here. Let
Like
me
the one
check.
from Joe Rogan's podcast? The one everybody has?
I'm not sure what
Not
the
sure.
Shure is.
Get it?
Yeah, it doesn't say on it. I'm not. Let's see.
What's it look like?
Model MV7X.
Oh. I don't know anything about that one.
Yeah, it looks like the ones from Joe Rogan, like just a little bit shorter. I think I've got it up on stream right now.
Oh, that's like the new little one.
Mm-hmm.
That one has the USB output too, as well, right?
No, this is.
Oh, then I have no idea.
Yeah.
All right.
It's what the last time I talked to somebody about this, they were like, "Oh, that has the USB and the." I was like, "No, that's not this. This is just the what's it called? I don't know. Whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't know either. Well, the mic that I'm on right now, by the way, good news, it's only like $89.
XLR, yeah.
Yeah, it's an XLR mic. Yeah, there's new ones on Amazon right now that are pretty they're pretty swifty. They've got the USB interface built in, so in case you want to travel and plug it in your laptop or whatever, you don't have to bring your whole rig. But it's also got the XLR out, so you can run it into your mixer and do post-processing.
Yeah, I don't have a
and
mixer.
the sound isn't bad. It's not top quality, but it's not 10 out of 10, but it's probably 8 or 9 out of 10.
I'm not using
for
a
like
mixer.
80
I've got
bucks.
one somewhere though. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's got voice changer on it and everything.
Well, anyway, I run mine into I have the Rodecaster, like a mixer.
Okay.
And then I use a virtual audio mixer as well, so it's got multiple channels, but it's in the computer.
Yeah, I want to get a Rodecaster.
Anyway, how's it going?
It's going great, man.
Sweet.
Yeah. What's up?
I tuned in a minute ago, but it was like a little bit back in the stream. You were talking to somebody about Richard Spencer, and looked like you were just about to get back into it with the Apolloism. I don't really know anything about that yet.
Yeah, I don't either.
But you made me want to ask you a question because, you know, I've talked to your dad, so I like you were referencing your upbringing with regard to
Jewish people and Jewish culture, yeah.
Yeah, philo-Semitism. Which is like you're in love with Jews. Or your
That,
dad like
yeah,
worships
that's
them
what
essentially?
people have said, is that that he dang it, that I'm sorry, I'm really tired right now. I'm blanking on the word, but pretty much like he turns it into he fetishizes them. That's what it is. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think that's incorrect?
I don't know. So like my other brother is a pastor, and he said that he listened to Mio talk to my dad, and he agreed with Mio that he really liked a lot of the stuff that Mio was saying, especially as far as the Bible talks about like Christians being the new Jews and the new chosen people and all of that crap. He's like, but then he started sounding like super anti-Semitic, and he's like, then I had to kind of jump off board there. But he's like, at the beginning, I really liked him. So, yeah, I don't really have much of an opinion on it anymore. Like not being a Christian, but when I was a Christian, I felt like it really seems weird to say that they're the chosen people when they don't even believe in Jesus. It's just a
It's
very
weird to
odd
say.
thing.
Who's the chosen people?
Jewish people.
It's weird to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
so
how I
that
felt about it, but I don't know.
I wanted to ask you about it because I don't really understand your perspective. It's so odd because you don't even believe in any of it, right? You don't believe in Jesus or the Bible or chosen people or God or any of it, right?
Right.
Yeah. So are you atheist or agnostic? Which way do you consider yourself? It's the
Probably agnostic. Like I don't believe that like there's no way there's a God, but from reading the Bible, I think that
Yeah.
it just doesn't seem like that's possible. But it's possible for something to exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably just not the Bible God.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if I was going to give my best guess, I would have you ever seen Men in Black?
Sure.
So you know how at the end it turns out that they're just living in like a tiny little universe inside of like another universe?
Yeah, inside of a marble, inside of somebody's pocket.
Right. I
Yeah.
almost wonder if we are like that, just like these little tiny minuscule creatures on something else, right? So like we can see like microscopic things that live on other things, and they just have no idea that they're living on something else, right? They can live on like the back of a cat their entire life, and they're just so small and so microscopic that they have no idea. And I wonder, yeah, like could our entire universe just be so small that like everything with like planets and stars and universes, these are almost like atoms and neutrons and all, to a bigger being somewhere else, and we're just like our time moves in different, at a different pace, and it just like we could have insanely short lifespans to these other beings, but our time moves so much slower that we feel like things are lasting a really long time, when in their lifespans it could be just a matter of a second. So yeah.
Yeah, it's Horton Hears a Who. Do you know that Dr. Seuss story? It's the same thing. It's like a whole civilization lives on a little mote of dust.
Yeah.
And
right.
Yeah, same idea. And yeah, and I don't remember, how old are you again? You're in 20s or 30s?
34. About turned
34.
35.
Okay. Yeah, right on. Well then, okay, so then if you don't, so then how does it cause you to look at your dad's love for Jews as like a spiritually destined people? Because that's his whole lens requires that there's a prophecy in the future and a special spiritual promise from the Bible God to them. And so the concept of Semitism itself, I mean, like Semite means sons of Shem, and which is Shem is the inheritor of the prophecy through the continuation of the bloodline through Noah. Like, so they are an ethno-religious group, meaning that their religion is based on their ethnicity and their race. So their whole belief is that they are the only race that God actually loves, and the rest of us are like beasts. So they're like the original white supremacists.
Mhm.
So like in a weird way, being anti-Semitic is being anti-white supremacist, really. But if you want to call them white, but they're like, so Semitism is like a refined Jewish supremacy concept. So being anti-Semitic means anti-Jewish supremacy. So then we call people anti-Semitic as though they're the bad people, but the Semitic people are the supremacists. So like, how do you rectify all that in your mind?
I mean, I think the Bible is able to be interpreted in so many different ways, and religion is fairly dogmatic from the beginning to where, like, there's tons of people who believe all sorts of crazy things based on their religious beliefs, and that's just another one of them.
Wait a minute. So, but the thing is, all right. The Bible is Christian, but like the Jews just have like the Torah, right? Which is in the Bible. But how does your answer my question? I didn't get that.
I'm saying that it's just like any other religious belief to me. It's not any different, or it's not special in any way. It's just like any other religious belief.
So so then, thinking about it. All right, so then the question that I heard brought up earlier to you, or maybe you were bringing it up, it was something like, well, is there something similar to how black people look at the whites as colonizers, versus whites looking at blacks at Jews as Semites? Like white anti-Semitism, is it somehow parallel or somehow congruent with the way that blacks are anti-white?
Yeah,
because
was I
whites have
not
been
making sense
colonizers?
in the way that I was asking?
I just wanted, I don't know. It was hard
You
to
didn't
understand
seem to
exactly what you were saying,
understand.
but I was
Okay.
kind of picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah,
But
I feel
what it made me
like
think of is that,
this.
like,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
well, yeah, what I was noticing is that, like, what was missing is the distinct difference, which is that white people don't look at them. We don't have an ethno-religious complex about us being the rulers of the world, destined by God to like subdue all other nations. But that's a Jewish concept. And so the idea that, I mean, yeah, there has been a lot of expansion, and the tragedies of, I don't know, when Rwanda was colonized, you can say, like, was it better for them or worse? It did end up bad in a lot of ways. It's true. And the idea of capturing slaves and bringing them to America, was it good for blacks or bad? I mean, there's pros and cons, but definitely a lot of suffering involved.
Mhm.
And then the question of even who owned all those slave ships becomes interesting, but that's a whole other conversation. But the thing is that with the Jewish question, it's different, and I wonder if you think it is or not, and maybe you don't. But they have a religious concept is pretty significant.
So the difference is going to be, for somebody like me or for MindWaves, is the idea of malice behind what it is that Jewish people are doing. That there's like this, cabal that agrees to brainwash people and put out propaganda and push these narratives to change society and to make these differences within the world. Like, that's going to be the major difference, where white people are just doing what white people do, and it's just their culture that's just so happens to be being pushed on everybody else. And so that's the kind of the way that I was trying to frame the question, is by saying that even if we take that malicious idea away from the Jews and take away the cabal and say that doesn't actually exist, it still makes sense that they would somehow end up pushing their their ideas and their beliefs into mainstream media and making it more likely that more people are going to buy into it. And then that, if that's the case from a more pragmatic view, then that would be very similar to like the way that lots of people talk about colonialism and whiteness and that sort of crap.
Interesting. So are you saying that? Well, so which way do you see it? You see like there isn't a cabal, but you're saying that you can still see how the effects of something similar to, like the effect of whether or not there's a cabal of an intention to subvert. You're saying maybe the subversion, as we're calling it, the proverbial subversion of what the Western world, maybe it's not even a cabal, not an intentional conspiracy to harm the West. Maybe it's just Jews are being extremely influential, just like as they do. And then that's having essentially the same type of effect that we would expect if we believed in a cabal and a conspiracy.
Yeah.
So
I'm
really,
saying,
it doesn't really
right.
matter if it's intentional or not. It's essentially playing out the same way. And so which way do you think it is? And does it, how do you think about that then?
What do you mean?
Like, does the presence or lack of intention make a difference to you?
Well, yeah. So just the same with like, where if black people are super upset that within Western civilization, we've agreed that you have to be groomed and have a nice haircut and shave and wear clothes that are presentable, and that these are going to be heuristics of somebody who's disciplined and somebody who is willing to buy into society and act a certain way, and like they're willing to buy into our social norms and do the things that we expect of them, right? These are things that we've already decided on. Whereas some black people might be like, well, what the hell? Like, what if I want to have long dreads and wear my pants below my waist and all of these other things? And I'm still super disciplined and I still do all these other things. Like, you're just kind of writing me off based on the fact that I don't buy into those social norms. And I'm saying, well, yeah, that just kind of sucks, but whatever. Like, just buy into the social norms then. Like, it is what it is. Like, you just got to kind of buy into it. And I would say the same thing with somebody who's like, this is messed up. They have these very progressive beliefs, these Jewish people, and now they're in all of these positions of power and in very influential positions. And now this is going to influence society in a more and more progressive way that we're not happy with. And I would say the same thing. Like, yeah, that just kind of is the way it is. Like, sucks. Just do better. Like, you're gonna have to buy into it, or it's gonna suck for you.
Yeah. Okay, that's pragmatic. Yeah, so you just have no judgment about it either way. Like, if it's, if you lose, you lose. Take the L. Really. That's
yeah,
it.
kind of.
Like,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they're bigger and stronger than you, and you can, fight against it all you want, but.
I don't even want to say it like that, because it's not that might makes right. It's that this is the way it's going to be anywhere. Like, if I go to Africa, they're going to have their own social norms. They're going to have their own heuristics and their own rules and their own ways of doing things that I'm going to need to buy into if I want to live a life there as well, right? And and I would understand that what is best for me is going to be to buy into their social norms and do that. Now, I might not like a lot of their social norms, and I might push back against a lot of it and say, like, we shouldn't do this. But at the same time, there's just not a whole lot that I can do about it. Like, there's not, like, me by myself, I can't do much. But so even like with political beliefs, we'll all say, like, hey, we want these changes. Like, these are things that we should do to do better and to make, changes through a democratic process and blah, blah, blah. But that's like all we really can do, right? There's not much more that you can do than that.
Reminds me of the other question I was going to ask comes from, like, you were saying that you used to be real into Richard Spencer,
Mhm.
but then you found out about the anti-Semitism, and then it was because of the way that you were raised by your dad that you just couldn't buy into all that.
Yeah.
But then now you're in a place where you're like, you've abandoned all of that stuff. So then what? So like you were raised in a way to like see Jews as like special and chosen and all this stuff, but now you don't believe that anymore. But you're still like, but you still reject the that part of it from Spencer. How come?
Because I still don't believe that there's some sort of malicious cabal in the background that's organizing all of this. I think it's just the way it happens to be. We've had this debate a couple of times now where like we go over kind of all the facts.
Yeah, me and you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm still, I've just never heard you say that before. I didn't know that you were into Spencer. I never was, but that's an interesting key to the puzzle. I'm still trying to understand you. You're a strange anomaly. Somebody who I mean, I had that conversation with your dad, that debate. Like, that's a very particular type of upbringing.
Mhm.
Like his views are completely not normal.
You say that, but
And
I don't know that they're all that far off from like what his generation of Christians believed in. Like it seems
now you're
to
not
be
wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of
yeah,
that.
it's very like boomer neoconic sort of beliefs, but
Right.
he
Yep.
is more of a paleocon, like a paleoconic nationalist in his like political beliefs. So
Unrelated coma. Tom's dad is emblematic of boomers. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a lot of propaganda in the evangelical movement, things like that, in the Americanized church. But what I mean, like, but he dedicated his life to it, like as a missionary, and he's brought you around. You guys celebrated Jewish festivals, and
Yep.
so he's got it ramped up to 11 or something.
Oh yeah.
But most people, when they leave that thing that they were essentially force fed as a child, like they question it all. But that's what I was looking for. So the missing piece to you is whether or not there's any type of organized conspiracy. Like there's a secret side to it.
Right. Because so the way that we essentialize it is kind of my issue. Like I think black people are part of the process. Black people are part of the social norms. They're also like they influence the rest of us. They have influential positions in media. They're all over the NBA, the NFL, rap and music and all of like pop music, and they have a ton of power in social norms, right? So it's not as though they're just completely helpless. And I would say probably even like a disproportionate amount of influence compared to their size. And they still like if all of us started running around saying like, wait a second, these black people are influencing our culture and this isn't right, and people are wearing sweatpants and baggy clothes and their hats backwards, and like people will be like, well, yeah, just like that's kind of the way it is. Like if people listen to a lot of rap music, they're gonna start to like that's gonna reflect in their lives, and it just is what it is. Like maybe if you don't want that to happen, then just don't listen to rap music. But those people, even like we all influence each other in some way. It's just that it's not like a bad thing unless there's some sort of negative outcome from it. So, yeah.
Yeah, and there are positive and negatives, but so you're saying it's the same thing, like, but so blacks, how did they ascend? Just like through being like cool, like they got cool slang words, and they kind of invented jazz, which became rock and roll, and they started rap and underground style movements, like, and they're like good at sports, which is cool. Like they can do
that, and
they
like
can slam dunk.
yes, yeah, there are things that they have there. It seems to be like genetically and culturally they're more capable of or more skilled at, and there's a lot of those things, especially in media and or in entertainment, that we appreciate, and so they've done really well in those areas.
Yeah, true. They do be good at singing and dancing for real, like no joke.
Yep.
And Duncan.
They do be.
So sort of like that with Jews. Jews, like they're ascendant at what are they really good at? Like blacks
Who?
are really good at the Jews. What are Jewish people good at? The way
I
blacks
mean,
are good at singing and dancing, Jews are good at.
it seems like similarly they seems to be uh culturally and genetically they have a lot of discipline. They highly value education. They're very like family oriented, which means that they're all there for each other and they help each other and they have people to lean on.
True.
Similar to like Asian culture as well. Same thing. That like I would say Asian culture in these areas are going to be very similar to Jewish culture. So yeah.
They just have strong families and education.
And maybe even like good genetics for high IQs.
Huh. But what does that result in? Like so, but like blacks are getting ahead because of like their influence is in the area of pop culture.
Yeah,
Right?
entertainment. Yeah.
And entertainment and athleticism, which
Mhm.
is entertainment. So they ascend in entertainment, and Jews ascend in. It's not that just we have like they have power because there's like so many good Jewish dentists, which there are, or so many good Jewish.
Well, I mean,
what are
we've
they?
talked
What
about this before. Like, historically, we can look at these things and understand why that there are Jewish people in specific positions based on, like, especially with banks and the way that loaning was done, in like in like Catholic laws and stuff like that, about usury and that sort of crap. So, like, we can see some progress there. There were like the loaning for people within their families and nepotism, to where they're like people who were able to gain powerful positions were able to help their family with powerful positions, and over time it just ended up being disproportionate.
Have you looked into the history of like the big banks, like the Warburg and Rothschild banks? Did you get the impression that it just came because of that?
What do you mean specifically?
Well, I mean, like there was a massive conglomeration of like almost like a uber dominant level of financial control in the hands of these couple of banking families, and I don't know.
Right.
It's an interesting, compelling story. It's a rabbit hole I went down years ago. I'd have to brush up to go through the details again. But the impression that I got, and it depends on who's presenting the info. But there's a fair bit of. It wasn't just, I mean, it's one way. It's a very charitable reading to say that it was just through like because the Catholics sort of arbitrarily limited
Well,
themselves.
no. I'm not saying that that's it. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of other things in that gap. There's a massive gap of history missing there. But this is what sparks that off, right? This is like kind of the beginning of that story. Because even when you get to the Rothschilds, you're there has to be a reason for why they already have why they're already in these positions to to end up with that power, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? And jumping ahead to the other part. So understanding you though, we've talked before, and when I've said, but what about all these things that are changing? Like all the norms are going away, and we're just our culture's being shifted fundamentally away from what we would call like traditional or whatever. And you've said though that you're like, oh yeah, I think that's a good thing. So it's sort of different though than the prescription you would give to like the black person who wants to wear dreads and saggy pants or whatever your example. And you're like, yeah, well, just just get over it. The dominant culture doesn't accept that. You can just be pissed and push back, but that's not going to do you any good, because you just have to have a pragmatic approach and just accept it and just get along, because you're not going to change it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like you can try to make those changes at the same time. Like you can advocate for those changes at the same time, but in order for people to listen to you about those changes, you first have to buy into those heuristics.
Right. So more people are going to listen to you push back against the colonizers if you're wearing a three-piece suit.
Yeah.
That the
If
colonizers
you look like
brought.
Malcolm X or
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you try to dress in African garb and have a plate in your lip, you can be as right as you want. Nobody's going to listen to you. That's the point. Yeah.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah. So, because like, what if for them it is better? Let's say, for the sake of a thought experiment argument, if it was better for, let's say, like somehow genetically blacks just like, this is just stupid. I'm not saying this is how it is, but like, what if like having a schedule and showing up on time is just like against their genetics or something, and they're just being forced into this frame of like white supremacy of having to be on time and cut your hair, have straight hair, and all this stuff. And for them, it's just super oppressive. And so, what's really best for them and their people is to absolutely break free of any type of sort of like civilization, and just like, what if they're just genetically predisposed to live in a mud hut and like chase down their prey with a stick? I'm just saying, like, in the most extreme, insane thing. So you're saying like, but they would have to adopt modernity to somehow get back to that, or do they just have to forever be destined to live in something that they don't fit in anymore?
Well, I don't even think that they would have to adopt modernity to get back to that, because I think even now, black people are in like less positions of power, yet people understand that and advocate for them anyways. And so I would hope, if that was the case, that we would advocate for some sort of help for them, or for some sort of ethno-state or whatever it is that would be most beneficial. Like, I've talked about this a bunch of times on stream. I think it would totally like make sense if all of us had not just mixed everybody and we all just kept our own ethno-states and all stayed separately, and there might have been a lot of benefits to that. But it's obviously not the case, and we're already like way too far down this line to where we could go back to that. But that's only with the idea that we are capable of all living together within a society, and we're able to fix all of the issues that we find ourselves in. But if that wasn't possible, if we weren't able to do that, then yeah, I think even today we should still be advocating for ethno-states then.
Even if if it were still possible, then we should. But since
I'm
it's
saying
not, then
if we
it's
weren't, yes, if it like, no, so say they were incapable of actually integrating into society and living by our norms and rules, then yeah, we would have to separate somehow.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, well, I feel like there's more I want to ask you, but I don't want to just like press you to reiterate yourself. I haven't heard all your streams, and I don't want to like drag you through something you've probably talked about a bunch of times, but I just find you to be such an interesting case. Because your upbringing with your dad, and like a missionary to the Jews, and then you get involved with somebody who's anti-Semitic, and then you're into his views, but you can't go that far. That's a fascinating, like, you're an interesting case. You're a rare, gem, I guess, in this conversation.
Well, all of that was even like later on down the road. Like I'd already gotten out of prison, and I want to say I was like maybe
You went to prison? I forgot about that. I think I heard that before. I don't remember that story.
Yeah, I was like 21 to 25 during that time.
Oh yeah, that's
And
right. You went through a rough patch. It's all coming back to me.
yeah, so um when I liked Spencer, it was more about like the white brotherhood, you know, we should be allowed to be proud of being white too, and why are black people allowed to do this and white people can't do this, and it's because
Wait,
everybody
did your
hates
experience
us.
in prison like make you feel that way? Is because of the racial segregation in the lockup?
Well, I mean,
much-
not not really, because I grew up in an all-black neighborhood and went to an all-black school and an all-black church, and I
So that
I
made you hate black people.
no, I'm saying like I didn't have anything against black people. It was more so that I just started to like think that some things might be unfair for white people, um and yeah, I started debating some of those things and felt like I was losing, and did more and more research, and started to feel like I was wrong, and changed my mind on a lot of that stuff.
About wanting an segregation for whites or more fairness for whites.
Yeah, it wasn't even
Wrong about
I
that.
never like was I don't know that I was really ever looking for segregation. I wondered a lot if it was possible for us all to live together. But I think that I like one of the things that lots of people do, even on Cozy, is that they'll like give you a bunch of videos of like black people punching white people. And when you see like these compilations, it starts to give you this idea that it's just way more disproportionate than it actually is, and that it's like a way bigger problem than it really is. And um and so yeah, like you can see a lot of these things and start to think that there's these big problems that exist that don't actually exist. And so then yeah, once I started looking at like statistics and polling, and started doing more and more research on this stuff, I started to think, you know what, like even historically a lot of this crap would make sense, considering the way that black people have been treated in this country. Like they're not like even looked at as socially equal to white people just yet, and so it would make sense that there's some leeway given until they can gain some sort of equity in the meantime. And yeah,
Some
like
leeway.
it was
That's such a funny way to say it. Like, yeah, we got, we're going to give them equity and social standing, and we got to expect that for like a certain amount of decades, they are going to beat the shit out of our kids from time to time. And that's just going to happen.
no, I don't think
Like,
that they're
what the
doing that. I don't know. I said
What
that
do
I
you
don't
mean?
think that they're.
You said
that
you've
I
seen
don't-
the videos.
Yes, I was saying that I've seen the videos, but there.
So you've
like,
seen,
I think
there's
that it's
hundreds
happening
of
just as
videos,
much
and for
of
every-
like white people beating the
what?
crap out of black kids too. Just we don't like racialize it
do?
and turn it into compilations.
You think they're really?
Mhm.
So like in the same way, like sometimes there's like 30 black people fighting at the airport. You've seen 1,000 of those videos, right?
Yeah.
And so you think that there's 30 white people fighting at the airport and beating the shit out of each other too, and we just don't ever see those videos?
Well, no. Hold on. That's a very different thing. Like,
Okay, well then at the restaurant where the 20 black kids jump on the one white boy because one of them said that he said the N-word, and they like kill him. You think that there's like the reverse video exists and there's hundreds of those videos and we just never see them? I'm asking you an obvious like lose-lose question. Like, do you
no,
think
no, no,
that-
no. Hold on.
Like,
I'm saying that there
There's
are
no way
like,
you're saying that.
No, I'm saying that there were these same types of things for black people during like Jim Crow, right? There, like it was the opposite direction during Jim Crow, where like black people had to be these little stiffs walking around everywhere and would still get the crap beaten out of them by white people.
Yeah.
And so it's obviously going to be like a cultural difference one way or the other.
Right.
And
So
I
now
think
that we've
but
given
I'm
them
when
a
I'm
helping
talking
hand
about
up, now
leeway,
we're
I'm
gonna
not
get it
talking
back
about
on
that.
us.
No, when I'm talking about leeway, I'm not talking about that. Like I think that there's a lot of like toxic aspects to black culture currently, and I'm not saying like, oh, they get leeway with this sort of stuff. What I'm talking about, like with things like affirmative action or some bull crap like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. But not with the fact that they're just like
No.
they're prone to just acting out. They misbehave.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, definitely not.
When do you think that'll go away?
I mean, it takes. So even with lots of things, there's a lot of ways where they're just kind of behind the rest of white America in like, in social norms. So even like when being gay becomes normalized within white America, like it takes a lot longer for it to be normalized in black culture with like, toxic masculinity going away within white culture. It takes a lot longer for it to go away within black culture. Like there's just going to be some differences there because of the segregation. And yeah, it just all seems to be culturally built in because of like issues throughout history where we've kind of split everybody off.
Oh, okay. All right. So forgive me if I'm again.
Yeah,
I might be asking you to reiterate things you've been over 1,000 times, but I don't know your view on this. I mean, we've talked a handful of times, and it's actually usually been you like helping me out of a jam or something like that. It's been cool. But now I'm more interested in you than like I haven't got to hear your side of things. I've been starting to tune into the show and hanging out, and I'm finding it kind of fascinating. But so the question would be then, where do you, after you've done some research, looked at statistics and stuff that brought you around, where do you fall on the question of like how IQ plays into this? Do you think there's anything to that?
No, I would imagine that IQ plays in like, so, okay. So let's imagine like white people are like innovating, creating new technologies, doing all sorts of things socially that where they're really moving quickly. And we have this like group of people that are just on an island. It's another group of white people, and they're just on an island, and they kind of stay there living a very like nomadic sort of life, where it's very tribal, and they hunt for their food and gather and that sort of crap, right? And then all of a sudden we just like mix everybody in, and they come live with us. I would imagine there's going to be like generations and generations of genetic makeup that's going to play catch up, but I would imagine it would catch up fairly quickly, just because you just have to work those parts of your brain or work parts of your I don't know what to call it, like your DNA or whatever to catch up. So like we already see that black IQs are catching up at like a fairly fast rate, where it's only a matter of time where theirs is caught up to like white average DNA. And you can see that there are parts of Africa where they had much higher IQs than the average white person, and they did have a more like civilized society and advanced society, and so they happened to just have higher IQs from there. So the parts of Africa where they happen to have lower IQs, it doesn't seem to be an African thing or a black issue. It just seems to be like, specific tribes from specific areas are going to have to play catch up, whereas other black people have fairly high IQs and higher than average.
So probably from the lower average IQs is where we probably captured most of our slaves, which became the African Americans.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, you're not going to go towards a civilized society to capture people. Otherwise, they would have just captured white people.
Yeah, in fact, it's probably the smarter blacks that were capturing the dumber blacks and selling them to us.
Correct.
Yeah. But then, so how does their IQ get raised genetically? Is it through interbreeding with us, or is it like something that happens just through being around us? Their kids end up getting
smarter? It just happens by engaging within a specific type of society. Like it just
that makes IQ go up.
Yes.
what's the mechanism there? It's
I don't know.
genetic? Like it
Yeah.
changes our genetics just being
Yeah.
in a certain place?
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
Really? Well, that's fortunate. So so the more you hang out with smarter people, the more chance that you just have a smart kid.
Yeah, I forget what the rate was, but it was something like 20 points go up every 50 years or something like that for black people. Like they're moving at a very fast
Jeez.
rate, so it's not it's really just doesn't seem to be something to worry about.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. Um, are all of our IQs going up? Like on average?
Yes.
Epic. Yeah, we're getting so smart. All right. So
We are.
but as far as like it solving the problem though, that's the answer to that. But do you think that there's a degree of in the meantime, how much of like the behaviors that we find to be, hurtful or harmful or costly to us come from just the current state of IQ? Do you think like is that part of how you see it? Is that like yeah, they act like this? It's partly because there's systemic inequalities, and maybe partly because they're just like different than us to a
Yes.
degree for now. That's gonna change in time, but for now we're just kind of waiting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I would imagine even with white people, the crap. Who are the Irish freaking like poor nomadic people who were always like doing drugs and witchcraft and everything? Gypsies. Even with them, I would imagine that they had like lower IQs and had trouble integrating. And when they did integrate, they were integrating as within like gang lifestyles and gang culture and finding ways outside of the system to make money, and that then that happened
Irish
with
thug life.
yeah, and that happened with Irish people in America as well, not just in Europe, but they did the same thing here in America, Irish and Italians. So yeah, it just seems to be a part of the process.
All right. Well, that's a cool way to think about it. I just didn't. Thanks for clarifying these things. It just helps me know you better. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I
what else?
enjoy
I feel like there was
talking about myself. So
let's go. I feel like there's still probably more I want to ask. I don't know exactly what to. I mean, I don't have you for. If I had a 2-hour interview, I'd probably write some questions down beforehand. But there's more I want to know about, like how you see the Jewish issue, which, by the way, is evolving for me presently. I should just say in passing. But I think I kind of see it similar to you, except for that for me it's more. I don't know if it's more philosophical. It's actually, I think, it sounds like yours is as well, but maybe not the same. We're coming to the same conclusions, maybe through a different path or something. But like I'm starting to think that, like this whole thing that we are currently in is just destined to pass away, and we're just going to be replaced through. We're about to go into like the super AI future, and we're going to colonize multiple planets, and we're going to lose our consciousness completely into the machine anyway. And some people, if people would say that that's satanic or whatever, it's like, well, be it what it is. I think that's what's about to happen. I think, and if you believe in the Bible, like, God let the world be destroyed by a flood. And so there's precedent for God just to let things get super fucked, even if you're a Christian. Like believing in it just doesn't seem to be a problem for me. But the idea that we're gonna pull out of this and like somehow recover and go back to some like previous way, or like you said, go back to an ethnic segregation, it's like forget it. It's just like it's not in the cards. No matter how much you want it, it's like just forget it. Like it's not gonna happen. And whatever the issues are, I'm starting to think, like whatever the issues may be, whether it's like even if it's a chronic issue, like let's say that the average black IQ was never going to come up, and we were always going to have those among us who are just going to do the knockout game and like kill your grandma sitting at the bus stop or whatever. It's like, well, that's just how it is. Like we're not getting rid of it, and
I
try
don't think
all you
that it's
want, but
that we're not getting rid of it. Like I think that we stigmatize things and that they start to change. And I think that like that's just the way that everybody within society works, is if we stigmatize things heavily, then they just start to change. Like us as humans, we care what other people think about us. And I don't know why, but we just do. We just care what other people think about us. And if people think we're bad, we don't like that. We don't like people thinking that we're bad or that we're dumb or that we're, you know, not a good person or whatever. Like we care about these things. And so if people start to stigmatize us and label us in ways that we don't like, then we generally just start to make changes so that that's not the case anymore. That's why like canceling seems to be a thing, is it's just a ton of people like denouncing somebody all at once. And normally those people like end up losing followings and crap like that and apologizing, and then they eventually come back. That for the most part it seems like they always come back.
well, I don't know. Do they? Maybe. Like people who get canceled, they come back to like the social norm belief. Like the cancelers get their way.
It
that what you
seems to, I'm saying that, yeah, generally it seems like they, like content creators, public figures, like it seems like they'll always say something like, I'm going to take some time off and work on myself and blah, blah, blah. And I apologize. And, you know, and then they come
Oh, I
back.
see what
Like
you
it
mean.
seems like they always turn around and come back. It doesn't seem like people write them off forever. It seems like they get another chance. So even like Louis C.K., you know, R. Kelly, like name anybody, they always come back, but they're the bad guy for a while. We as humans have short memories.
R.
and
Kelly
so-
back?
He
I don't know.
like after he initially got canceled, he had a little run afterwards, but yeah. Iggy Azalea.
Yeah, but the Louis C.K. thing, I mean, did he change what he thinks? No, he just had to go away because everybody was just like a psycho, and he had to like hide for a while.
I would imagine he's changed his behaviors, though. I would imagine he's not going to do those same things again, right?
Yeah, he's just not allowed to get off like he likes anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now
poor
he has
guy.
or now he has to do it and keep it like super secret.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so you can't tell the woman, he can't start breathing heavily while he's on the phone anymore.
If that even happened.
Yeah, if that even happened, yeah.
Which is funny, by the way. Who cares? Oh, he breathed heavily on me. Yeah, I mean, so now Louis C.K. can't be cool. But
No, I mean, Louis C.K. is cool, though. Like, he's got, like, he's done a couple new specials, and he's
But he
been
can't do the
doing-
cool breathing thing, I mean.
Oh, yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, but he's not doing those specials on, you know, on HBO, or he's releasing them on his own website. But he did do it at the Madison Square Garden or whatever. So
Yeah, well, and
get
the
what you're
point is
saying.
that he's getting a lot of views. Like, that's what I'm talking about, is that a lot of people are
They're not
watching
writing
him
in the
again.
news like, how dare you let him? You know, he's not a total pariah anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But I don't know. I still think you know, I see it differently than you. We were talking about the other day. I think that you're a little, maybe you come across to me as might be hopeful, but on borderline naive. The other day you were saying like, don't you expect all people to act like adults and like judge them according to like norms of adult behavior?
When I said
And
expect, I don't mean like, do you think that's going to happen? I mean like, do you?
I mean, hold them up to a level.
Yes. Do you require this of people? That's what I meant.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I got you, but I mean, I still kind of actually don't. Like, I feel like it's sort of unreasonable because I think some people just they ain't gonna do it. So
I agree with that, but that's part of like that's part of what I'm talking about when I talk about like stigma and social norms. Like having expectations of people forces them to like try to live up to those expectations. And I think having expectations within society is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to enforce normative behavior and uniformity.
Yeah, like
But
like nobody's gonna get in trouble for lying, but nobody wants to lie because they're going to be stigmatized. They're going to be labeled as a liar, and nobody wants that. So people just try not to lie.
or they try to not get caught lying.
Well, sure, but that's a really hard thing to do.
Yeah. Well, see that here we are. Like some people are really good at it. And the other thing is like you were saying a minute ago, it made me think of this. You're like, well, nobody wants to be seen as bad or something like that. Everybody
Mhm.
wants to be seen as good in the society.
Mhm.
And it's like, no, that's not true. Not everybody wants that.
Well,
The troublemakers are exactly the ones who like don't give a fuck about that.
kind
And they
of, but
will just
only within certain circumstances. So, like you and I talked about one time where you were saying you don't like being called a Nazi, right? Like, and I was explaining that a Nazi is only a label that we use to say this person is dangerous. They have dangerous ideas. They believe the dangerous things. And that's the same with calling somebody a liar. We put that label on them to say, this person is not to be trusted. You should not listen to this person and believe what it is that they're saying. So we're just using labels as big warning signs to let other people around know what it is that we think about them. And people don't
yeah,
want
that's
those labels on them unless they're in like a very like specific circumstance where that label is not going to affect them. But generally, those labels affect everybody.
yeah, you feel like that's a good thing to do?
I think it's like one of the things that's made humans excel so much is our ability to use labels um, to communicate danger. Yeah.
Huh.
Like lions don't get to tell each other like, hey, that one's gonna just freaking claw the hell out of you if you get too close to them. Like, don't get too close to that. They don't get to do that. They're not able to tell each other that, and it's a problem for them, right? Or same with monkeys or any other animal. They're not able to do these things, and they're not able to live in massive societies like the rest of us are.
How do you feel about the F slur?
Which one? Like
The one that
for
rhymes with
gay
maggot?
people?
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do I feel about it?
As a label for dangerous or bad?
Like, you're saying gay people are dangerous?
I mean, that's generally like the term refers to they're effeminate, right? So you're an effeminate man. So it's a way of social shaming and labeling and like to call the reason why you don't want to be called that name is because it's an ostracizing.
Is it so from what I understood is the F slur came from the idea of gay people being burnt at the stake with witches and that they weren't
That's
even
propaganda.
well in that's why we call somebody a flaming F slur, and that's because they're like a faggot is like sticks of wood, it's kindling, right? And so when we talk about like that's how it went from kindling to referring to gay people, is that it's like bundles of sticks, is that like they were burnt at the stake, and so they started like to use that as the term.
So that's your problem with the term, is not that it just makes people hurts their feeling?
No, I was just you brought up how we
Oh.
got the term and what it is that, so I was just saying that like I that from what I understand that's what it is that it's saying, but I don't think
Okay,
that
well,
like
let me
being
give you
gay
another
is
one.
necessarily dangerous.
By the way, that's actually just like propaganda. That's not the real origin of the word.
Okay.
That term means bundle of sticks, as we know. And think back on history. How did you do anything in your life? Heat your house, or cook food, or protect your village, or keep watch at night? You have to have a fire.
Mhm.
So all of human history was marked by people carrying bundles of sticks.
Mhm.
It's like between that and carrying a bucket of water was like two of the most laborious, pain in the ass tasks that you did on a daily basis. So a bundle of sticks, typically you want to get the biggest one you can. You want to go collect sticks, bundle them all together, and then you carrying like an uncomfortable, pokey burden on your back, and you're carrying it along. You're collecting sticks and bringing it home to set the fire. That's just like a normal part of your life. And so originally that term was referred to for an old woman. An old woman was called a faggot because
Right.
she's a burden that you have to carry on your back because she's essentially old and frail and can't do the things she used to do.
Right.
And so an old woman without a family, without a husband, we call her that. And then it would just become, it became anybody who's essentially a pain in the ass. And then it became specifically for an effeminate man who's like a man that's being like a girly boy who's being carried along by the others. And then it became specifically a homosexual man. And so it's like something that evolved through time.
Right, but that's how we got
it means
flaming
like,
and flamboyant, right?
yeah, exactly. So it's referencing to a bundle of sticks, which is for fire, but it's not because we used to burn them at the stake. Like that's not a historical. It's not that we celebrated burning, like because we burned lots of people at the stake. We burned heretics. We burned traitors. We burned thieves and criminals and murderers. We burned people all the time. Why would we only do it for homosexuals? We use that term for them because they're a pain in the ass that you have to carry on your back. It's an effeminate, weak man. And then it became a homosexual man. Then it became a pejorative to call. You're just calling somebody like, it's like the N word for gay people. So we know that it's intended to be offensive,
Mhm.
but in the point, like you just said that you were saying that it's okay to call people. I don't know. Maybe you didn't mean it's okay, but like just calling people Nazis, meaning like they're dangerous.
Mhm.
It's like, well, okay, but Nazis are people that we murdered. Like we killed Nazis. We went to war
Right.
against Nazis. Nazis are enemy of the state.
And I literally
And
told
so-
you in that conversation that I agreed that it was probably not good to call you guys Nazis anymore because of people who say things like Nazis shouldn't have rights and we should kill Nazis and crap like that. And so I agreed that I probably shouldn't call you guys Nazis anymore, and I stopped using the term.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's why I asked right now.
For
because you said,
specific
like, it's
people,
kinda-
I stopped calling specific people Nazis, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you should call people liars if they're just like lying. But that's not exactly this. That I mean, that's an action. But being a Nazi is sort of like an ideology, so it's a little different. But somebody who's who's a homosexual, if you call them, if you have a pejorative term that's designed to be degrading and signal that hey, in our society we don't trust these people. They're not part of the in group. They're part of the out group. There's something wrong with them. We don't trust them. What do you think about having a word that signals that for them? Unless I mean, I know you don't agree with that, but what if that's how the society views them? Then would it be then appropriate to have?
Well,
like, a
that's what we
mean
did.
word?
That's why,
Yeah.
like the F slur was very common for a long time. There were
So
lots
then, by
of
taking
other.
that word away, now the society can no longer signal danger.
Well, it's about whether or not you actually think there's danger, though. If I don't think there's danger, then there's nothing to signal, right?
But if I do and I can't say the word, then I can't. So yeah, it's like who's in control of what we're allowed to call
I
dangerous? It
disagree
becomes a
because
weird question.
you can still do the same exact thing by calling somebody gay. Like you're not losing that ability. If you are able to just call somebody gay and people think that being gay is dangerous, you're getting the same utility from it.
What about anti-Semite?
What about it?
Well, that word is essentially like a propagandized word that was created by. It's used by people to weaponize sentiment against people. It's like calling someone an anti-Semite
Mhm.
is like labeling them as dangerous, essentially, right?
Right.
But it has all these connotations of just like an unreasonable hatred, and even Jewish people, like I've seen them talk at length about, they believe that it's sort of like a spiritual scourge on the earth. It just pops itself up unless you knock it down. It's almost like genetically inherent in us as Western Europeans to just hate Jews irrationally, and so anti-Semitism is like to them. It's like a
You're
contagion.
roboting again.
Oh, thanks. I can fix it. As long as it's not my internet. Yeah, people are also using rumor. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, see that now it's. Oh, and then they banned that one, but that's the. When you can't see the other one, we come up with a different one.
I mean,
But they're all trying to
from what
signal
I
the same thing. It's
understand,
like
the
a danger
hate
to the children.
from what I understand, the hate for Jews came about with the like Jewish people were very oppressive towards Christians because they were the majority and they had a lot of they were in a lot of positions of
it's the other way
power.
around.
No, Jewish people were very oppressive of Christians for a long time.
When?
When when Christianity first started out, it was like for hundreds of years. They hated Christians. Christians were people who were like ruining their religion and taking their God and turning it into something else and taking their books and their
So
scriptures.
you just mean in the
and-
beginning of the early church when Christianity was starting out.
Yes. And so then when Christians became the majority and became the ones with positions of power, they already had this freaking war with Jewish people and this hatred for Jewish people that didn't just go away. It carried on, and rightfully so, for a long time. I mean, they were screwed over by Jewish people for a long time, but that's just not relevant anymore, and it's just stayed culturally relevant culturally relevant anyways. So
I don't even. I've never seen that documented anywhere. Like it's not in the church history. It's not in the writings of the early fathers. It's not in the records. Is that just like a?
there's not a
Kind of
whole lot
common
of
knowledge?
writings after. Yeah, there's not a
I mean,
whole
the
lot
early
of writings
Christians
after.
the early Christians were mostly Jews, right?
They were Hebrew.
Oh, so all right, so cool. You're buying into the Hebrew versus Jewish distinction. Epic. Yeah. So they were ethnically Israelites though.
Yes.
They were from Judea. They were Judeans, known as Jews, but they weren't Jewish.
Right. Well,
So
and
the
throughout
Jewish
like
diaspora, like after the destruction of the temple, when they were scattered through Europe, Jews were a big problem for Christians.
yes.
Huh.
And that's kind of where the
I don't know if that's correct. Actually, I don't think that's even a thing. Never heard that.
you said that you watched my video on Kanye West a while back, and this is actually a part that I go over in detail, is the not only like the Catholic Church outlawing usury and all of that, but I even start before that where and I show like the spread of Christianity and kind of the time change. Trying to find.
Yeah, I mean, it was spreading mostly through. I mean, it was the Roman Empire, but it wasn't mostly in Judea at all, which is where the Jewish stronghold was. And we say Jewish, but I mean like stronghold of the old way. It's hard to imagine that, Christians in
Okay, so this is when I look up persecution of Christians, the free encyclopedia, Wikipedia. Early Christians were persecuted at the hands of both Jews, from whose religion Christianity arose, and the Romans, who controlled many of the early centers of Christianity in the Roman Empire. And that's what I was about to say, is a lot of the temples in the Roman Empire were Jewish temples. So they, yeah.
What?
It was hard for Christians.
There were Jewish temples in the Roman Empire, like outside of Jerusalem?
The Jewish people didn't only exist in Jerusalem.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was in Judea, and Jerusalem was the capital. They would travel, as merchants, and they would go to Rome and here and there. I mean, there were Judeans abroad, but they had one temple. They didn't have temples in other places. But as far as persecution of Christians in Judea, yeah, in the beginning, like, I mean, the Apostle Paul, like, his story is that he was persecuting Christians. He was killing them, like Stephen the martyr, like the story. But there was like a small, like, that was in the first decade. There was like,
I don't remember who
breakaway.
specifically it was, but it was one of the Roman they didn't call them kings. Damn it, what were they called? Damn it. Anyways, the Roman guy in charge, emperors or whatever. It wasn't
Caesar.
even the yes, Caesars. Yes, one of the Caesars was super empathetic to the Jewish people, and they had a long relationship with the Roman Empire and started yeah. And they started to spread to have like spreading markets and engage in like other types of business, and then they wanted temples as well, and yeah, there was all sorts of stuff going on.
Temples. Maybe you mean I can't, dude. There was one temple, There's like the temple. They would like travel pilgrimage to Jerusalem for the temple, where the Holy of Holies was. There's. Anyway, yeah, the whole thing about the temple is very specific. There's one in Judaism. There was the first one got destroyed, then they rebuilt the second one. That one got destroyed, and they're currently trying to build the third temple in Israel, for Chabad and stuff. But anyway. As far as like, I just think that's a weird thing to say, like that anti-Semitism comes from Jewish persecution of Christians. I mean, they killed Christ, and there's the story of Paul, like, rounding up. Essentially, they were viewed as heretics to the Jews in the very beginning. But Christianity itself emerged mainly in Rome, which is like all the way a whole other place, and it was under the underclass of Gentiles. Spread through Peter and Paul, but it's not like after the destruction of the temple in 70 AD and the dispersion of the Jews, they became the diaspora. They weren't like a strong bunch of people that were able to persecute an emergent underclass church. It was like the other way around, and that's essentially like where Judaism comes from. Is like they segregated themselves away from Christianity that was taking over, and they created Judaism, where they, started writing. Anyway. Well, all right. So, but I never heard that.
Yeah, Jesus was already like under the Roman Empire, so.
Well, yeah, all of Jerusalem was.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Pontius Pilate, who ordered the Romans to crucify Christ, he was the Roman representative in Jerusalem, who the Jews brought Jesus to. So they tried Jesus in a Jewish court, but then for the execution to take place, they had to go to a Roman who controlled the area, because Jerusalem was part of the Roman Empire, but it wasn't in Rome, and but Christianity took off in a very broad geographical region outside of Judea, but also in Judea.
But you've said before that you believe in like evolution, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I do.
Okay. So like
It's
how
just, like,
would
weird.
the reason I'm asking is like you seem to have these like beliefs in like insanely big differences in genetics and DNA. How did that happen if we all came from like the same tree?
That's why I paused, because I don't know how evolution happened. I know that it does take place.
Well,
but
so
I don't-
you're
but I-
talking about
but I don't
like
think
regional
I just don't think we have
evolution
the whole
instead
story.
of
Yeah, I
instead-
just don't know how it takes place. I think it does take place, but I think we have a very spotty understanding of it. That's the way it seems to me. Like, I don't know how these big leaps take place. I don't know how non-life becomes life. I don't know how cellular life becomes animal life. I don't know how animal life becomes conscious. I don't know
Yeah,
how
well,
consciousness becomes human. Like these huge leaps.
I don't
know
mean
how that
I
takes
don't even mean like that. I mean like we can see that like some types of dinosaurs turned into other types of dinosaurs. We can see that some types of monkeys turn into other types of monkeys. We can see that like, you know, monkeys all branch out from the same family of monkey, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. We can see that like animals change and evolve over time, and that somehow we all started off as the same type of being and then branched off and conquered the world, and we're still the same species. And so I'm asking like how you could come to like conclusions that we're all so genetically different when we're all like very similar.
Well, I don't know. Like a Chihuahua is very different than a Bloodhound, and they're both the same dog.
Well,
so it's like, yeah, they're very, very different. It's a tiny, tiny genetic difference, but it's on a external manifestation. They're like a completely different creature.
Yeah, but that
like I have a buddy who's a
those are like
shepherd in Australia, and
deformations.
he uses Australian shepherds. Like his Australian sheepdogs, they come out the womb like ready to herd sheep, and it's just in them. And you can train them in like a few days, and they'll learn the signals to go cut left, cut right, stay, move them up, move them back, and they just want to get those sheep into the pen, and they just know. And so, and you can breed that into a dog, and like most of our dog breeds came in just a few hundred years.
Yeah.
Of just like selective breeding. And now if you're talking about humanity, we're talking about thousands of years and living in completely different cultures and completely different regions on different diets with different heritage and different social structures. Yeah, we're very different from each other now. Like in the same way.
But a lot of that was from like inbreeding and like deforming these animals to where like they had more and more problems.
Sure.
Whereas we're not looking at people with more and more problems. We're looking at people who just moved to different areas and their like skin color adapted
What's
a
the
little bit
problem?
differently. And
What
do
are
you
you
mean?
talking about?
What do you mean?
Problems.
What's the problem?
No, my buddy with the sheepdog, it's a miracle of biology that the sheepdog can run and think and move and dodge and listen the way that the sheepdog does, and the way an amazing hunting dog like a bloodhound can smell the tiniest little scent miles away and he can follow it, or the pointer who can go hunting and it'll point at where the birds are in the bush, or the water dog that will go out and bring the duck back to you. Like those are enhancements, those aren't problems. We've made
They're
them into these
enhancements as far as
excelling
utility
creatures.
goes, yes, but like
Yeah.
the process of getting them there was a lot of like rigorous inbreeding and like a lot. They had a lot more failures than they had successes.
Well, it's been the same for us. I mean, look how many nations have come and gone, how many wars had to fight to get
But we
certain,
weren't
like the
inbred
weaklings get
with
purified
freaking
out
like
of them.
arms growing out of our heads. Like that's kind of my point is that we aren't.
What are you
a
talking
bunch of
about? Dogs don't
different
have arms growing out
deformities.
of their heads. What are you talking about?
Okay, no, I'm not deflecting, Coma. He's the one who brought up freaking dogs as being analogous to humans, and I'm saying that like
How
our
is it not?
adjustments are only based on our like different environments and us adjusting to our different environments. Whereas
Exactly.
these breeds of
That's all my
dogs
point is.
are us changing the nature of something. Like it's us messing with it and changing it. Like that is totally different than how humans change from one another.
No, but it's not different. And here's why. Here's the difference is the means by which the change happens, but it's the same kind of change. So with the dog, it's changed intentionally. Like we humans, we shape the environment that the dog is in. We arrange which dog it gets to breed with. We limit it from one influence to another, right? We limit the selection of breeding. And for humans, the limiting factor has been geography and environment.
Mm-hmm.
So like for the dogs, we create an artificial environmental restriction. In nature, there's a natural environmental restriction. Like the northerners only got to breed with the northerners. And when the strong tribe would come in and like rape and pillage, they spread their genetics into that. And so the dominant one would take over. And when a culture would come up with when they would develop through time, the idea of a high trust type of tribal organization, they would banish or kill or hang or execute the weak ones, the retarded ones, the psychopaths, the thieves, the homosexuals, like things like they would just like purge that out, and they would breed a certain type. And so there has been a selectiveness to our breeding as different races or ethnicities, as you want to call it, different nations, depending on the environment. Like if you're in a tropical zone where there's just fruit hanging off of every tree,
I agree
you're not going to
that there
develop
are
as much
some
farming.
differences
But if
that
you're in
we've chosen to have, but that's very different than races like being created along those lines. Like those races were not forced on humans like through these sorts of processes. That's
it was
my
forced
point.
it was forced by geography.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that is what I said initially, is that it's like geography in us adapting to like our surroundings. Like that's what, yes, that was my original point. Yes. And so
Yeah,
us
the
just
result
like
is the same, but the result is different breeds.
yeah, I massively disagree. I like because the changes or the differences aren't all that big. Like we can find even within Africa just an insane amount of variety just in Africa on like Africa seems to have more variety genetically than the rest of the world, right? So it doesn't seem to be that there's like these massive differences from a European to an African, or from a Jewish person to a white person, like there is, but like you guys make it sound along racial lines.
Well, like I don't think we understand. This is what I mean by I don't understand. We don't understand the mechanisms of evolution, because like
Yeah.
what's the gene for the instinct? Like we haven't found where we could just go in and genetically remove the instinct from a caterpillar to turn into a butterfly.
Yeah.
Like it's just somewhere in there, and the difference between a caterpillar and a dung beetle is probably like a tiny little difference, but like the manifestation is huge.
Mhm.
And the difference between a chicken and a banana is like not even that big of a difference. But it's obviously very, very big. And so you might say, well, look at this this Congo African versus this Rwanda African. They have more genetic difference than a Rwanda person and a person from the Netherlands. Like they're even more like, wow, that's crazy. So it's like it's not actually like just trying to look at the genetic code and determine how different a thing is going to be isn't actually very precise, because
no,
it really does come down.
I'm not just
'Cause
talking
there's
about the genetic code, because even the IQs are that different, or even like height is that different, or like how fast they run is that different. They have the shortest people in Africa in all of the world. They have the tallest people in Africa in all of the world. They had some of the smartest, they had some of the dumbest, they had some of the fattest, they had some of the skinniest, like the fastest, the slowest, like they had literally all of them. They had the entire spectrum just there in Africa. And then everybody else in every other country, or I mean sorry, and on every other continent ended up somewhere else, like in the middle. And so I'm saying that like, yeah, Africa had like that many variations on things that we can even see with our own eyes. I don't have to just look at the genetic differences. I can actually see the differences as well.
How many blonde people did they have?
They had albinos, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. Okay.
That's how we ended up with white people.
I think my point is, you think white people came from albinism?
I'm just kidding.
No, so what I'm getting at is that I think that there's something beyond genetics. I think the assumption that genetics explain everything is sort of a primitive understanding. There's something to
like something spiritual.
No, there's something like cellular memory that we don't understand yet. Like the way that did you know that when butterflies migrate, they fly along the same path and breed and do their stuff at the same trees and in the same groves along a 1,000-mile trek north and then south during the seasons. And when the generation that leaves to go north, it's like 2 or 3 generations before they even get back. And somehow they keep that memory as an organism all the way up and all the way back. And there are a lot of species that like get separated from their parents as infants, and they live their whole life, but they live exactly the same way their parents did. So it's like somehow the culture or the instinct, it's to say that it's just in their DNA. I don't think it's exactly that. I think in the way that we discovered DNA, I think there's still a discovery awaiting for us in the future, where we're going to figure out where instinct exactly lies, and where there's something conscious, meaning like there's some form of memory that's in our cells that I don't think is in the code.
Yeah,
I
I
don't think
agree
it's
with this.
exactly.
I
yeah.
agree with this, but like even the things that you're talking about, we're able to see them and categorize them. And so we know what we're looking for, right? We know that we're looking for those things.
Yeah. So, but the point is that I'm from a different ancestral branch than someone in the Congo. And there's some, like, we might have the same root far back, but the point is that once you go far enough out on a branch, you might as well be on a different tree. And like, I'm gonna still have 2 eyes and 2 hands and 10 fingers, 10 toes, and no tail, and I'm gonna look like a human. I'm gonna be humanoid. But the branches on that tree, they become like different trees. Like essentially that branch falls off the tree at some point, becomes its own tree, and it's going to look the same as the other branches in a lot of manifestations because it has the same genetic code. But the ancestral lineage, the ancestral memory in my soul, speaking, and I don't even mean that in a spiritual way, but whatever that thing is, that where the instincts are carried, it's ancestral. And so I have a different ancestral instinct than the person in the Sahara. And because my ancestors lived in a different environment and were shaped that way, the same way that the sheepdog has a different ancestral instinct because his from a heritage of sheep herding dogs, and the hunting dog has a different ancestral heritage instinct because it's from hunting dogs that were bred for that way. And all of those massive variations in the dogs, those were achieved only over a few hundred years. In a few dozen generations, you can change a dog from one thing to another. So I'm saying, how much more then can it be that over thousands of years, my ancestors lived in a different climate, in a different culture, under different rules, with a different language, with different experiences? There's like an ancestral memory in me and in my people that has a different flavor to it, as just as much as a sheep herding dog versus a hunting dog. And they can still get together. You could go to the dog park and the hunting dogs can run around with the sheepdogs, and they're both great, but they're just still going to be like in different worlds. Like the sheepdog lives in a sheepdog world, and the hunting dog lives in a hunting dog world. He smells things that the sheepdog doesn't smell, and the sheepdog hears things that the hunting dog doesn't hear, and he interprets a body language differently, and he has different reactions to the same stimulus. And eventually you could just blend them together, and you could have like a hunting / sheepdog that's like a mutt, as we would call it. And
I mean,
that mutt
obviously,
would
I
become
agree
a
with
dominant
this
thing.
when I was talking about like the differences between like IQ and crap, right? Like that's literally what I was talking about when I was saying that like we could have like a group of white people that are just like sitting on an island off by themselves, and they and like they would likely have trouble integrating within society after multiple generations, right?
What is it again? A bunch of white people on an island by themselves, and what would happen?
That they would have trouble integrating within society, and they would probably have lower IQs and crap like that. Like that's what we're like measuring for when we measure IQ, is like these are like markers for you to recognize patterns, and your pattern recognition seems to correlate with success within society.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if
I
that,
was
I mean,
saying
we'd
that
have
somebody
to
who
run that
doesn't
experiment.
interact within society is going to have issues with IQ at first, but over a couple short generations, that's going to change pretty quickly.
Yeah, but how many generations does it take before whatever that ancestral memory that I'm talking about changes to, like the nature of like what type of what type of animal they are, what type of human. How many does it take before their lineage really just becomes completely forgotten? How many generations outside of, if you raise
well, there's
generations
too
of
many
caterpillars
things-
living in a glass box, how long before they stop trying to spin a cocoon?
Yeah, there's too many things to account for at that point, because then we're talking about like, color of skin and how far apart your eyes are and your nose shape and your hair and like all sorts of different things that are going to change
No,
along
I'm talking
those
about the
lines as
internal.
well.
I'm talking about the internal thing, the instinct level.
Yeah, I would imagine a short amount of time. I mean, if you're saying that it only takes a couple hundred years to breed a dog into a hunting dog, then I would imagine it'd only be a couple hundred years for a human to change as well.
Yeah, so like that's exactly the thing is that the experiment we're trying to do is how many hundreds of years is it going to take before we stop seeing the knockout game from the blacks? Like maybe it'll only be a couple more generations, maybe it'll be 10 more, but what will it cost? What will it have cost our civilization? Where will our nation be at?
I think a lot of
these
those
are the
things
questions
are
that people are
a
asking.
lot bigger issue, like socially though. Like I would imagine like not growing up with or having less father figures, not just in your house, but just within your neighborhood, like within your school and crap like that. I would imagine that those things are going to play a much bigger part than like genetics.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, well, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. I don't think we'll have to wait too long though, because again, personally, to me, I think that before we figure any of this stuff out, I think in the meantime we're like, I don't have a dog in this fight. To me, it's just like fun. It's just a game that we're
Mhm.
all playing. Like the culture war that we're all fighting is like it's fun to play fighting games. It's just
Mhm.
fun to fight. It's fun to pick a side. And like, if you ever played like Risk or Monopoly, it's like we're all playing a board game and we're all representing different camps.
Sure.
And we're fighting on the right and other people are fighting on the left. But really this is all going to get wiped out. There's a tidal wave on its way and it's going to destroy everything. And that's technology and AI and robots. Like it's all about to get settled for us. Like there's going to be a totalitarian ruler like in the very near future that's going to control everything that we do. So we won't even have to wait for everybody to assimilate or to ascend at all.
Really, you
Right now
think
we're
it's
just
going to be a totalitarian? I feel like it's going to be the opposite. I feel like we're going to probably move into like some sort of communist type utopia where like everything is run community based and most of your needs are just automatically taken care of, and you're going to have like communion type duties that you have to do for your like for your neighborhood or for your city
Really?
or whatever. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I'd like to know more about what's your vision.
Well, I mean, I just
Well,
feel like
now's
that's
the
the
time.
direction it's heading. Like we're
What does that look
socializing more
like?
and more things.
How does
It looks like
Okay.
Star Trek.
Okay, but Star Trek was totalitarian. It was the Federation. And it's like everybody wears the uniform.
Was it?
You're
I don't-
yeah.
you- who was their ruler?
Well, the computer. Like, the
Yeah,
whole
I was
thing
gonna say
run-
I don't think there
Yeah.
was I don't think there was a ruler. So that's kind of like what I'm saying is I think that we'll all have just kind of like duties and things that we're supposed to do and just
Yeah, and
to
if you
be
don't,
like
who
part of the
enforces it?
system.
Yeah, exactly. The
The
system.
system.
Yeah, exactly. The system becomes the ruler. That's what I mean. We will
Mhm.
all become like cogs in a machine, and the machine controls everything. But the thing is, we're going to move away from politics. I don't think there's going to be politicians. I don't think there's going to be even economies. There's going to be one economy, and there's going to be one rule, and the rule will be you are in line with the lawmaker, or you're outside, and you're like, there's no
We
place
already
for you.
figured it all out. It's called liberalism. We got it all taken care of now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like that either. No, why would it be that way? Why would the computer do that?
Well, I don't think when I say the system, I don't mean the computer. I mean like a system of like a society. Like currently everybody does their part, right? One guy makes the burgers so that I can go eat the burgers, and then I'm gonna go build a car at work, and then when I build the car, somebody else buys the car so that they can go drive to be a banker, and then they give me my monies when I so like I'm talking about like a system like that, right? Like a social system to where everybody does their part. And so for the things that the computer can't do, like go pick up trash on the side of the road or, you know, whatever, those are going to be jobs that we still do as humans, and we just get assigned those things as like community work, and then so that we still have things to
But
do.
dude,
We still have some
there
sort
ain't
of
gonna be none
purpose
of
and-
those. There ain't gonna be no jobs that the computer can't do. And there are gonna be no banks. There ain't gonna be no car mechanic jobs. That's gonna
Maybe
be
not.
gone.
So then what are we gonna do?
Yeah, good question.
Well, I think that we as humans would want us to still do things. So we're gonna like
Yeah, I think
we'll
we're
make
gonna
sure
hang
that
out in
we'll always
virtual
still do
reality, and we're gonna fight each other in the Matrix. We're gonna fight and fuck and eat, and we're gonna hang out in bug pods.
We're all gonna
And
become
we're
trans.
gonna become basically
We're all gonna be they thems.
yeah. Yeah, I unironically think that. I think we're about to lose our humanity completely.
Oh no.
Or it's going to take on a different flavor than we've ever imagined. It's going to become something so great. In fact, it's going to become so much that having a purely male or purely female experience is going to become highly sought after. That's going to become like the new edgy thing, is to be just be a woman or be a man. That's going to be like the punk rock type of expression.
You can't do that because then you'll have gender dysphoria.
That's what they'll say. They'll say that's what it'll be like. Is that will be called gender dysphoria. It's just like, nope, I'm just a male and I'm a man, and nope, I'm just a boy. And they'll be like, oh, this person has gender dysphoria. This person's like got an issue going on. This person's not identifying with their full pansexuality or whatever. I think it's gonna be crazy.
Pansexuality.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like being a pan, trans, whatever. Like the blue-haired angry version is going to be gone. It's just going to be totally normalized. I think it's, dude, the babies are about to be born in like factories. We're going to have artificial wombs. Like the idea of even biological breeding is going to be gone.
Dope, dude. No more abortion.
Like what? Yeah, right. Yes. And also no more dysgenia. It's going to be like no more retards, no more anything you want. I think everybody's going to become like really tall and very light skinned and with blue eyes. Like we're gonna have designer babies, and the reason why I think it'll be that is not just because that's what I want, but if you look at the trends of fashion, like there's billions of dollars being spent on, even in Asia, they want to lighten their skin and they want to have bigger eyes and they want to look more Western, and blacks are always trying to lighten their skin and straighten their hair, and they're really essentially we're all going to become like beautiful anime characters, more or less. Like if you look at the anime ideal, they're just going to turn us into like the ascended anime class. Like that's what the human form is going to be like, and it's going to be completely. We're going to get into gene editing and CRISPR, and there's going to be designer babies, and it's going to be totally limited. No more longer free breeding, and you can just have sex and have a baby whenever you want. Like that's going to be turned off. You'll have to like get approval to have fertility. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be so insane. So it's all gonna get wiped out. No more wars. No more, but no more freedom. Like that's the thing. The way to end all war and all suffering is just to take freedom away and have absolute control. And the controlling agent will be the AI. Like it's already here. Like the ChatGPT is just the first drop into like a massive rainstorm that's on its way. And Elon Musk is already making these little robots those will look like baby toys in just like 5 or 10 years. We're going to have robots that act like humans and are almost indistinguishable, and they'll be building even better robots than the ones that we built, and it'll be a runaway snowball effect.
I don't want to.
And they'll all be flying around.
Character, dude. That's like a nightmare.
Well, you won't even be here anymore, or you'll live forever. I mean, we might even have reverse aging technology coming along where you become essentially immortal. Like that's all. Like we could already do it. It's just an engineering task that has to be worked out. And then once we have this AI come online, it can do in the way that it can do art in a second. It's going to be able to do engineering projects the same way. It'll be able to all these things that take us a long time and these big teams of engineers to figure stuff out through testing and simulation. They'll be able to just like pump it out in the blink of an eye.
Base.
Yeah, it's coming. So we get to argue about stuff and politics, and in the meantime, that we're all just like having fun over here. That's why I like to represent one side of it, but it's all like a big LARP, if you ask me. While the world just like.
Well, I think that we should probably put into place the right systems and the right values in the meantime, so that when that happens, everything's programmed to our liking.
That would be the idea. That would be what we would try to do. Yeah, we try to set it up. But that's sort of, it's almost like, let's train these astronauts who are going to be the ambassadors to the new planet, what kind of culture we want them to make. But then we send them off in the spaceship, and then like in 1,000 years, what does it look like? It's like massive changes come and go, and they meet alien races that teach them new things, and they find new foods and new technologies that we didn't expect, and it'll be so unrecognizable. It's just we're gonna become the Borg.
Okay.
So I think it'll be cool, but in the meantime, it's fun to talk to everybody. So anyway, I'm only mentioning it because I think well, that's where I'm coming from. I like engaging with everybody, but I don't really have a dog in the fight. But I do like to play on one side of the. Like I like to be in the fight, and it's more fun to be in it when you're on a side. It sucks to just be in the middle, rooting for both sides.
Yeah, sure.
It's more fun to, like, if you're going to play paintball, you got to start out on one side. It's a fun analogy, but that's what it feels like to me. This is like a big old battle, and we're all having guns, and we're all shooting at each other. But at the end of the day, it's like it's not a real war. It's like just something to do.
I think that's like somewhat true as far as like internet politics go. But I think that I enjoy like the intellectual sparring just in and of itself. And I like self-improvement. Like I get off on self-improvement. Like going from being, a crazy heroin addict, junkie, out of prison, like that, like all of the types of improvements that I've had to make to my life, and all of the like different types of people that I've had to become to eventually be who I am now. Like I enjoy the process of improving. I enjoy finding faults within myself and fixing them. And that's really like what streaming has been for me, is just like researching things, testing things, talking to people, learning from others, that sort of crap. So
nice. That makes sense. That puts what I'm seeing from you into context. That's cool. Yeah, I think that's cool. I mean, and when most people say self-improvement, they mean like they're trying to get sexier or something, trying to get more money.
Yeah, I'm not like saying like, oh, I'm doing self-improvement, so I'm going to the gym and getting on a new diet. Like, I mean, like improving like personality traits and improving like reactions to things, or the way that I consume information, or gaining new information, getting better at processing information, that sort of stuff.
I'm kind of there's some of that in what I'm up to as well. I had my own time in my life that I went through that I wasn't on heroin. I didn't go to jail, but I've had my own rocky road that I've walked to, my own version of that. And the last several years, I found some of that too.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like there is a lot of this is like I'm already engaging in the transhuman future just by being online as much as I am. I really do look at it that way, is that like this is my substitute for actual community, for actual human relationships. I just have online relationships I just interact with people mostly electronically. I try to not have as many IRL relationships because I think those are going away anyway. So I'm just ahead of the curve. I'm just becoming an online person. I'm developing a virtual personality, learning how to interact with people mostly cognitively, mentally, which is how we do it. There's not so much like body language and things like that. And but the other thing is that um, there's a broader context for communication that takes place online than in person. In person, there's a lot of small talk and things that are about immediate. You know, you're talking to somebody who's in your family or somebody who's a friend of yours who's geographically located with you, or they're involved in the same business as you. But online, you can talk to anybody, anywhere who's involved in all number of things. So, like relating to people in a broader and more general way, it's a fun exercise.
Yep.
And then also just learning how to gamify life and just gamify interactions and just play and just have online play. Like online gaming is a whole thing. And I'm not a big gamer, like I don't play a lot of games, but I think that's how human interaction is going to become. And I think that's how I see social media. That's why it seems like it's everybody says it's so toxic and it's just so hostile. It's like, yeah, we love to fight. It's a game. Like every game you've ever played is a fight. I mean, like hunting is the original game, right? It's like you literally call the prey game, and you're out there trying to kill it. And then every other game is a substitute for war, which it's like two teams are battling over territory or trying to score on each other, capture the other one's flag, or shoot through the hoop or whatever. And so it's all a gamification of battle and struggle. And so all of these debates and stuff that you ever see me in, like I'm just playing around, just finding fights to get into as a substitute for actual fighting or something. Because that's what we like to do. We like to battle for territory, and we like to see who comes out on top in a struggle. Like that's what every game is, unless it's just you play solitary and you're just like twiddling away, which those games are fun too. But all right, anyway, it's fun talking with you. I'm having fun watching you more than I have. I mean, you and I have just like crossed paths in the debate sphere, and that's where you met me, just doing that kind of stuff. But you're an interesting cat. So I heard you talking about the Spencer stuff and how it related to your upbringing with your dad and whatever. And so I wanted to ask a couple questions. So that's why I came by.
Nice.
I know you're working on stuff with Spencer and Destiny. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that come along too. So
yeah,
I guess I'll let you get back at it. I'll dip out of here.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming on.
I'll see you in the cyber future, but probably I'll see you again before that. Maybe like tomorrow or whatever.
Yeah, when we're trans.
Oh, I see you now, Spaceman Tom. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir.
Based. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Later, my trans brother.
Later, buddy.
Adios.
Sass, your wrench is there. There we go. But not all the time? On my screen, it hasn't gone anywhere. I'm scrolling through all your stuff right now. It's been there the whole time on my side. You sent me a screenshot. Okay, hold on. I messed up my setup now. All right, let me see this screening. But in the but in the chat, it's still there. Like even in your screenshot, it's there. But not at the bottom. Okay. Okay. Abaddon, I don't know why this is so hard for you, dude. You're freaking nuts. Okay. Abaddon posted on Twitter at MindWaves. Hey, so Big Tech is on with tomfoolery right now. In newsflash, he hates Jews also. If that's your issue with Spencer and his religion, is this not also an issue? I still don't get what the problem with Spencer on No Jumper was, so please enlighten us. Okay. I like MindWaves and I literally talked about this. Like, it's about like making somebody seem like they're something that they are not, right? It's about like allowing somebody to LARP as something they are not, right? So if Big Tech came on here and was like, hey man, yeah, I love women, and oh, like I don't have any problems with the Jews, and I love all races the same, and never had any like that sort of stuff, then yeah, then like if I just like don't push back against that or don't say anything or just leave that alone, then this would be analogous to his issue with Richard Spencer. But that's not the case, right? So if Richard Spencer is able to go on and make himself seem like palatable and normal and all of this stuff, I literally don't hate them. Okay. Ouch. These are killing my ears. I don't mean hate. I shouldn't have said hate. Okay. Play this clip of busy thankfully. What the fudge? What kind of name is that?
Let's just do a role play real quick. So here's the deal. Me and her come in, right? We're kissing.
Yeah.
I pick her up. Like
When was
this.
that?
Oh.
When
you
was
gotta
that?
put-
Actually
surprised. You gotta put your legs out. You gotta put your legs out. Okay.
Oh.
And then I go and I slam her on the bed.
Oh shit!
Are you good? Are you good?
Are you okay?
Are you good?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Are you
I'm
sure?
That
was perfect. It was okay.
Oh my god, he.
Let's just do a role play real quick.
Turning on 6 lights.
I thought Ahrelevant was gonna be like, dude, that was so hot. Did they break the bed?
Your breath probably smells like ass. Your breath probably smells like ass.
He looks like a normal dude there.
Let's just do a role play real quick. So here's the deal. Me and her come in, right? We're kissing. Yeah, Rolly, go show them your room real quick.
Oh Jesus.
Go show them your room. I gotta don't let Gmo out. Okay, yeah, just show them in a lot for a while. This is a waste of my fucking time, dude. Dude, I can't. I have nothing I can do. I can't risk because it's a twit longer waiting to happen. I just tripped. I fucking tripped.
We literally left for 15
Yeah, I fucking tripped. I fucking tripped. I'm so sorry. I tripped. Yeah.
Wow. he should keep the stash. It's a good warning. Yeah. Oh, the MindWaves guy said you hate them. Oh no, that was somebody else adding MindWaves. MindWaves didn't say that. Darius is a future serial killer. True. Spencer isn't LARPing though. It's Twitch poll being hysterical and trying to mind read him as some supervillain. Yeah, okay, let's watch a little bit of this.
Face it, our world is in decline.
I like this music.
Let's face it, our world is in decline. All across the West, the middle class is shrinking and the working class is suffering. Incomes have stagnated for 4 decades. For most of the young, owning a home is a dim and distant dream. Corporate offshoring, insecure work, worse wages and conditions. These are the new realities of the 21st century. To make matters worse, your political elites affirm this new status quo with less and less shame or ambiguity. Not so long ago, even blue-collar work could earn a man a decent living and his family a middle-class lifestyle. It would have afforded him the respect of his fellow citizens, companionship with his fellow workers, and the dignity of self-sufficiency. These jobs, factory work, trucking, construction, are now increasingly the domain of migrants. Even white-collar jobs are seeing crippling levels of labor replacement in precisely those industries that Western workers were promised to transition to in the economy of the 21st century. Little surprise that Donald Trump's successful bid for the presidency came largely on the back of promises to address illegal immigration, to construct a border wall, to reintroduce economic protectionism. Across the West, a similar scarcity of work, wages, and dignity has driven a steep rise in populist and nationalist sentiment. 2016 saw the victory of Brexit. More striking still, the suddenness and scale of the Yellow Vests movement has shaken Europe and sparked similar protests across the continent. Every country in Europe now boasts active and growing anti-establishment parties. All of them are, in large part, reactions to similar demographic and economic trends as those occurring in America. Neither is the acceleration of what we've come to call identity politics limited to the old ethnic stock of Europe and America. In 2020, Black Lives Matter went global, sparking protests and riots not only throughout America, but in cities across Europe and as far afield as Auckland and Sydney. The acceleration of this global battle for resources and political power, fought largely along racial lines, will only be exacerbated by the 1 in 6 current jobs slated to be eliminated by automation. The collision of these kinds of social trends make it certain that the most destructive phases of identitarian upheaval lie ahead of us, not behind. 2 centuries ago, the average woman had 5 children in countries like the UK and the US. Today, the average Western birth rate is below replacement levels. Based on current trends, the native peoples of places like France and England will disappear in just a few generations. If only at a subconscious level, we see the dawning recognition of these changes. Rates of depression, anxiety, and substance abuse have skyrocketed, and with them, the rate of suicide. The opioid crisis, which has seen tens of thousands overdose on painkillers, is only a taste of what we might expect in coming decades. The basic expectation of previous generations that their children would live better than those who came before looks set to be betrayed in a stunning repudiation of every golden lie about the superiority of liberal democracy.
This is actually ridiculous. This is actually like, this is insanity, dude. This is nuts.
Capitalism and modern values. Underlying and facilitating this economic rot is a deeply rooted cultural decadence. To name but one example, the intellectual movements associated with the Frankfurt School have cast dark associations on the old bases of society. To these self-styled
He's just saying what's happening, so it's nuts. What do you mean it's just saying what's happening? He's not just saying what's happening. This is like a very like small amount of context. That yes, it's like the framing is all like, look at every little negative thing in the most negative way that I could possibly frame it. Forget the fact that like we have way more technology now. Forget the fact that there's that like prices on a ton of things are way more cheap, and like every house has a couple of computers and a couple of tablets and cell phones, and we have way more communication, and we have like way more equality and way more rights for way more people, and like all of this other crap is just thrown out the window. And it's like, damn, dude, we have made so much progress in just the last couple decades, and he's making it sound like things got worse somehow. This is actually insane.
Renegades the fundamental legitimacy of the family, of traditional complementary gender roles, and of
Yeah, he's on a different side politically. His framing's not going to be one you find agreeable. It's not even just that. It's just wrong. Like, it's just like a very like, it's like an out of context framing. Like, it's not just like, oh, we have different ideologies, so we look at things differently. Like, no, it's like, if I came in and I was like, trans people aren't able to get their health care, black people are still disproportionately poor compared to white people, like, and I just like, I could do the same thing from the left side, or, you know, more and more bills trying to take away rights from different minority groups. Like, that would be insane. Everybody would look at it and be like, what the hell, dude? Like, all of these groups have had so much like progress over the last couple of years, and you're just looking at like some of the negatives that aren't even all that negative. That's what he's doing, where like, we are in insanely better situations. Even being poorer means you still have way more today. And so, yes, he's like making it sound like something that it's not. He's making it sound like people have less ability and less utility and less capability and like all of this crap. Like, it's not true. It's incorrect. And it's all just like taking out like as much context as possible and just framing it in the worst way imaginable. It's kind of retarded, the negative population's disappearing. It's such a weird thing to say, since if you put that way, it's happened a bunch of times anyway, with Romans, Normans, Vikings, etc. Well, and one of the things that he mentions is like, oh, this liberal society thing is supposed to be so much better, and it was a lie. And it's like, wait, but no, like, the liberal society is doing what the liberal society promised to do. Like, it is doing it. It is doing all of the things that it said that it was going to do. So you're just wrong. Like, we are achieving all of those things. The left is trying to take away your parental rights. Hold on. Okay. But yeah, it's just like, it's just framing. Like, anybody could do this from any political perspective. But I think all of them would be wrong, considering the insane amount of advancements that we've achieved over just the last couple decades alone. Like just in my lifetime, the lifestyles have changed dramatically.
Parental authority were evidence of sexual dysfunction, repression, and even hatred. Ironically enough, the resulting collapse of social harmony, the overt sexualization and pornification of culture, has led...
I know this picture.
The overt sexualization...
This is all stock video, and I believe this is even on my computer right now. I'm almost positive. This exact shot is on my computer right now in like 5 different ways, with like different girls up at the front at different parts. She was definitely the hottest. I liked her the best, but I remember this one specifically.
And pornification of culture has led to a widespread sexual and spiritual sterilization. People are increasingly living single, sexless, loveless lives, and the disappearance of committed marriage is a foregone conclusion. At times, we get a sense of how deeply ingrained this decadence has become. We clearly perceive the promotion, even the celebration, of bad morality, bad spirituality, bad aesthetics, and we're cast in the position of naysayers and prudes. Part of the reason the culture industry is so invasive and parasitic on public morals is because this shift has happened slowly. We as individuals and as a collective have been the proverbial boiling frogs. We have been subtly subjected to more and more extreme and decadent conditions without becoming aware of it. This series of videos is intended to break that pattern by looking at cultural forms, both ancient and contemporary, through the lens of REM theory. The term REM harkens to the phase of rapid eye movement sleep. During this phase of sleep, our dreaming is most active. In the cultural context, REM theory refers to the conscious inception of dreams, desires, and motivations by artists, parabolists, and their often conscious enablers. REM theory traces a web of carefully crafted hidden messages embedded within art for the purposes of positively moralizing one group and demoralizing another. The supposition of REM theory is that this kind of coded messaging is a subversive but common and salient phenomenon, not merely in contemporary media, but in artistic and intellectual expression.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think MindWaves is right. Yeah, this... yeah, I think he's right.
Appearing throughout human civilization, including within ancient religion. The theory argues that at a certain stage of civilizational development, such subversive messaging will appear, concealed in relatively innocuous or acceptable forms. As audience populations come to trust this artistic mode or medium, the messaging will steadily grow more explicitly subversive. The result is a gradual but radical and deep-seated conditioning of target populations. To demonstrate just how far this process has reached in our own time and place, perhaps it's simplest to point to Hollywood's sister industry in the San Fernando Valley, also known as Porn Valley. The internet has fundamentally changed the way in which pornography can be consumed. The average age that a child first views pornography is now 11 years old. Some studies have suggested that children aged 10 and under account for a full fifth of online porn consumption. From an early age, children, prepubescents, and adolescents are desensitized to sex, and their ability to pair bond is irreparably compromised. It could be argued that since the rise of the internet in the 90s, children have been de facto sexually abused on a previously unimaginable scale. In the face of persistent, unapologetic evil and ugliness like this, nihilism becomes an all-too-easy refuge. Why, after all, should we care? To scientifically and historically enlightened men, all human time passes in the blink of an eye. All human achievement is trivial and temporary. Good and evil, beauty and horror have the same rights, the same validity. Perhaps this is where the story ends, with the race of people Nietzsche called the last men, who struggle only to end struggle, who tend quietly to their machines and to the tiny garden of their human rights. In the end, it's a testament to our ruined psychological state that such a question even need be asked. No other being questions the legitimacy of its own striving and survival. Some historians and philosophers have argued that this decline is inevitable, even terminal, that civilizations are like plants arising from soil, reactive to the seasons, each basking in a golden springtime, each withering in an inevitable fall. But is such a fall, in fact, inevitable? Are these cycles beyond our control? Are we incapable of grasping the roots of this dilemma, of finding a cure to this disease? Any change would require a new consensus based on a new system of understanding. But what would change the consensus? Some have surmised that a religious awakening is necessary, such as a return to Christian values. RAM theorists conclude that the answer is Apolloism.
Yeah, this is super gay. I don't know how else to say it. It's just, that whole thing was just really gay. Gay. Link me to this video. Okay.
Let's face it.
Let's not. Let's don't say we did. What's wrong with being gay? What's not wrong? Who's the narrator? I don't know. Is that Mark? What is this? Oh, it's an ice bucket challenge. What the hell? Oh, it's Brahmin.
Incomes have stagnated for 4 decades. For most of the young, owning a home is a dim and distant dream.
When you talk about religion, it ends up controversial, but we're in a time when new religions are coming out. People are looking for things. People are coping with a very dark age we're coming out of. And a variety of different people are going about it a variety of different ways. And so we look forward to talking to you again. I know you have a book coming out. You want to tell everyone a little, I know you're like on the eve of it coming out, but
yeah. I'm finishing up a book, and the working title right now is, and I assume it will be the title is REM theory. So And REM theory, the acronym REM stands for racial esoteric moralization. So
racial esoteric moralization. What? Tom said before, I'm cool. I'm a cool gay uncle and society's fault or something. Wait, what? Tom said before, I'm a cool gay uncle and it's society's fault or something. I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to listen to more of Mark Brahmin, he did a series with Spencer called Unconscious Cinema, where they talk about movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Huh, okay.
It's a book about that theory, and the theory looks at ancient myth. It looks at contemporary myth in terms of cinema or literature, and it sees it kind of it analyzes myth from a perspective that myth is consciously developed and has been consciously developed since the ancient world to a particular psychological end, or to a particular psychological and even also political goal or end. So it looks at myth from that perspective, from the ancient world to the present. And the theory is REM theory again. And so it argues that commonly there's a subtext, an ethnic subtext to myth, where it's not necessarily readily perceived, but it's there. And that so REM theory, again, the theory is that there is a racial or ethnic subtext to myth, and also a kind of racial or ethnic agenda to myth and myth development. Yeah, so I mean, it's it will be the first book, and I think it's pretty comprehensive in laying out REM theory, which is exciting because, as I was telling you before the call, it means that I have to write less books, right? And hopefully this will be a kind of definitive tome on the theory, and then I can move toward a more kind of constructive look at religion and developing religion in the future. This is more a kind of deconstructive look.
Austinox. Do you think that it's a healthy thing to have an editor that is like his own social media person and let him tweet things that are going to look like done on your behalf, even though they're damaging to your views and your goals? If it went against what you actually believe in, you would probably correct him. When he does this and you let it fly under the radar, and that you're kind of like almost like green lighting the whole thing, because if Austinox said something you didn't agree with him, you probably correct him. So since you don't correct him, he feels like you agree with him. I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird, but since you're kind of on the same page as him, then you let him get away with it, which I think is a decently unhealthy interaction. I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird. Decently unhealthy interaction. You're kind of like almost like green lighting the whole thing. Austinox gives me fucking absolute brain GG. Austinox.
I don't understand. I didn't understand half of what he said, so I don't get it. What the hell is Austinox? And what are the words that are coming out of this kid's mouth?
At myth, including biblical myths, as a way of understanding them and sort of understanding how these mechanisms work. And the second part of the project will be a kind of constructive endeavor where we're developing what will be what I call Apolloism. So it'll be the religion of Apollo, but I think that
okay. Tom, he's saying that Hassan shouldn't let his editor Austinox say crazy crap because it looks bad. Then it shows XQC's editor saying wild stuff. So, and good job not using notes. I did use notes. That was Google Doc? No, that was Paint. Which therefore makes XQC look bad because someone else said something. Yeah, I would assume if so. Let's say, like Sassafras is on Twitter talking about how she hates black people and she thinks that they're all like a bunch of dumb monkeys or something like that, right? And she just keeps saying this, and everybody knows that she's saying this over and over and over and over all the time, every day, and everybody's quote tweeting her and talking about how bad she is and what a racist she is and all of this sort of stuff, right? And then I just keep coming on stream and just like talking to her in chat and having her on the show and everything, and I just never address it and I just never say anything about it. By default, people would assume that I endorse those words, right? They would think like, oh, okay, like he's not saying anything about this. His entire job is like talking about stuff, and he calls people out and he disagrees with people, and he's just not saying anything about this at all. So, like, seems as though he's just implicitly endorsing this. And I would expect people to assume that. Like, that would be... I would expect people to assume that about me. So, yeah, if his editor is saying stuff and he doesn't say anything about it and doesn't stop them, then yeah, I would think it would make the other person look bad. Yeah. Or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Abaddon and JMMA both re-upped. Or did they? Oh, yeah, that was from yesterday. Never mind. I was on the wrong screen. Okay. You guys are a bunch of losers, and I'm going to sleep. Nobody's online, so that's that. All right. I'll be back another day. Till then, appreciate you, love you. See you next time. Later, fools.